End up, can you hear us out there? Good, okay. We won't bother you again, sorry. Don't have to put your thumb up again unless you see something fantastic, and then you can stand up and bow to what you just saw. That's what I'm looking forward to this afternoon. Kenda 660 Radial, right, the biggest one of the year. Everyone says it's the finale. It's the culmination of the year of Radial Battle being here at Willowbank, down in Sydney, which was at the most epic proportions at Sydney Dragway, to come back here to see who's going to get the belt at the end of tomorrow or even tonight. We don't know. It depends on how we all qualify and how we are in points. But this is what happens when you dangle some pretty big, juicy carrots out there, i.e. the killer track prep. B, amazing prize money, and C, just the very best minds and bodies in motion, the most fantastic looking cars. A great bunch. Thank you, Tracy Fletcher. That was unbelievably fast. This paper is hot. I can't even touch it. It's that hot. Hot off the presses is 40 odd grand worth of gear. And you know what, Marky, it's Friday. We will talk about it shortly, because not only is it qualifying, we've got the home run derby. Remember, we've got to nominate the dial in the 4 classes. We've got to find who's the closest in round 3. We've also got the home run derby, the quickest 3. The home run derby here tonight in the 3rd round of Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 and the OG classes. The home run derby. Who wins the home run derby tonight? It'll be the quickest ET in the last round of all of that tonight. Marky's going to get Mark straight on the paperwork right now. Hope you're watching on the Overtaking Lane stream wherever you are right around the world. Welcome to Brisbane, Australia, Queensland, the Radial State. The very best 2 cars, the only 2 350 cars that we have here in Australia. Dan Sabolics in the Camaro. Of course, Lotus Caravans on the side, thanks George Jezewski. George is down at Big Caravan Camping Expo. Can't be here, tested the DL the other day, but now he's gone. He's got to sell some caravans. Guess what? Lotus Caravan sponsorship there for Wade Wagstaff. The quickest man on radials with 357. The second quickest man on radials is Dan Sabolics with 359. But here we go. First pairing of the day, qualifying, remember. It's not racing, it's qualifying. Who gets a number down? Hemis both sides. Screw blower for Wade, Pro Charger for Sabolics. Our first twin bowl deal right now. Oh, they both hit it. 976 for Wade, 367 to 388 for Dan. Side by side, 3-second run, and 264 to 60 foot for Sabolics. He's getting into a bit of a wheel stand there. The horsepower coming in.
Twin bowl deal right now. Oh, they both hit it. 976 for Wade, 367 to 388
plugs and wiring in here, Mark. The screen went fuzzy. I don't know whether that was just me or the screen. Hey?
I think it's you.
It wasn't from me, was it?
No, it's terrible.
Earth-shattering first part. You know what? The old eyebrows get raised every time that we see these guys hit it in Q1, pass 1. And that, again, will go down in history, one of the top 10 quickest side-by-side outlaw radial runs in this country, you got to say. 367 to a 388.
That could be the quickest pass here at Willowbank on a radial.
67 would probably be that. I thought he ran a 66 last night or the night before, so we'll just check that out. But yeah, that's very close. And as you would say, Mark, it wouldn't surprise us these days. This is where the bar is for Outlaw Radial in this country. And there's a couple of guys which, for the Turbo Brigade out there, you won't be hearing any blowers in this one. It's all hair dryers, left, right and centre. Proline powered car for Paul Merry, of course, that beautiful Nova. And Johnny Ricker, what can we say about Mr. Race Parts Melbourne? That twin turbo Hemi Camaro 5-speed Liberty. This car in Sydney locked the converter up 2 seconds into the run, shattered the drive shaft, shattered the inside of the car, and took a little chunk out of Johnny Ricker. They rebuilt it overnight with Burnsy helping, but they had a problem with, I think, the drive shaft. They couldn't get a drive shaft, solve the drive shaft. They sent the whole auto set up from Melbourne. They were going to put that in and realised the drive shaft for the auto they left in Melbourne. So they were caught by one drive shaft and getting it back on track. But Paul Merry, John Ricker, Paul ran a 3 last night. Johnny has not yet harnessed the potential. He's been 378 before. He would want to be with the Blowin' Boys. That's what he's here for. That's why he continues to test with this car any opportunity he can. From Victoria, Johnny Ricker. Paul Merry from Queensland, Outlaw Radial, second qualified pairing. Oh, Nelly for Johnny. Oh, he zinged the tyres hard. Mary goes 1 point to another, 395, 201. Johnny out with a 109 to Paul's 107. But then just out near 330, Johnny rode it to the wall and he zinged it and had to get off at 464 there for him. Crazy stuff both sides of the racetrack. And just so good to see Paul Mary getting a nice consistent streak with that car now that he's in the threes. And that'll prove that, you know, while we've got 360s out there, possibly 350s, we're also a hairline away from those cars maybe overstepping the mark. Paul Mary, if he goes down Broadway at 395, he's going to win a few races that way. It's not called doing a Bradbury, not quite yet, but you know what happens in radial racing. You can be all over in a flash and the wind go the other way. And that's the best thing about 660 racing. Sorry, that was me. All right, we need another call now. OG 315, please. OG 315 to lanes 2 and 3. OG 315 to lanes 2 and 3. Yep, tonight we've got the Home Run Derby in the third qualifying session tonight for Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, OG 275 and OG 315. So the quickest ET in each one of those classes will win tonight's Home Run Derby. Love the idea in qualifying to have this little mini battle. And then the index shootout for the other four fixed index categories, Mark. Makes qualifying very exciting. All right, Jared Wood out there. The Jared Wood, the very first bloke in Australia that ran the first 3-second run on a radial in Australia. That car is actually here in the staging lanes, but this is, of course, his car, the ex-Diablo Reese Brothers car from the States. His car with a small block has gone 354 as it stands, this car. He is 1 run away from unleashing the potential here in Australia. Willowbank Raceway. Oh, gets that little small block to the 5-speed gearbox. 396 through the 5-speed. You hear him go there once he got it out. 396, 169 mile an hour, 102 in the 60. And even you, Mark, took a little step back there to realise, holy crap, you see that little small block go.
I didn't realise there was a small block in it still. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's, I think from memory, this has gone 354, that car, as it is. Big, pretty serious small block and a 5-speed. And how's that for the first hit down the track into the 3?
Great pass. Only 169 mile an hour as well, so he was off of it early. A lot of potential.
All right, so that would be our first 5 cars in Outlaw Radial. We're now into Outlaw 275. And Outlaw 275 brought to us by Spot On Performance, TSP Racing, of course. We've had Race Parts Melbourne, Outlaw Radial out there. I think we had the first page there, didn't we? Here we go. Yeah, that's it, yeah. So this one now, you couldn't get from 2 more polar opposites of the country. From Victoria, from Narrawarren in Victoria, I call this the XW, Steve Bazzina. From Wattle Grove in WA, Lorenzo Galotto, the diverse shop fitters, well, it says Holden there, but it's, of course, the Fox Body Mustang. He's in the Willowbank system from his Commodore that he ran here at his first ride a couple of years ago. But here he is back with a batter. He is the quickest Outlaw 275 car in the country. I think he went 05 in Sydney. Steve Bazzina, that's 4,000 pounds of XW with a Proline 481X. He's got a lot of weight disadvantage here, so to move this big thing into the 430s would be an amazing lesson in physics.
Bump City, baby, that's what we want. And we're away. Oh, Lorenzo, 112, 121 for Steve. He gets off it, but it's Lorenzo's opening pass, 429, 179.
And again, that car's actually, I think, at 32, 33, that one. 112 to the 60, 291 to the 330, and 429 at 179 mile an hour. The good shot from the boys from WA.
All right, next up we've got Jamie Jeffries in the Mustang to take on Randall Laurie in the Tavrana. I haven't seen Laurie for a while here at Willowbank Raceway. Here's Mr. Nuts. This thing can pop the wheels up, sometimes too high. We are, of course, in qualifying session number 1 here for Outlaw 275, brought to us by Spot On Performance and TSP Racing. Number 1 qualifier at the moment is at 429 from Lorenzo Galotto. I think Randall can run in the mid to high 4s. in this Tirana. Jamie Jeffries, I think this could be the first time I've seen Jamie on the track, for myself personally. He did run earlier this year, just talking to Chris here. We can see the KPM performance shirt there, Kevin Morton bringing Randall Laurie into stage, the Proto, Toowoomba, Tirana. Day number 1 for official qualifying here for the Kenda 660 series. Outlaw 275. Jamie Jeffries in the speed flow lane. Laurie in full stage. Oh, it's a red light there for Jeffries. He might have bumped out. Laurie will go through, runs a 500, 140 mile an hour. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm not too sure. Jeffries was in full stage, and I'm just wondering if he just rocked out of beams as he got on the button. Unlucky there for Jamie Jeffries in the Mustang. No time recorded this time around. But Randall Laurie will go to number 2 qualifier with that 500, 140 mile an hour. That's probably about the area they would probably expect to be in at the moment for that team. Lorenzo Gallardo still number 1 with that 429, 179 miles an hour here in Outlaw 275.
Win bowl deal right
Big field this weekend. Of course, today is only qualifying for the back brackets, and we're back out here tomorrow for racing. Starting at 4 o'clock both days. We want to be in the good conditions for these guys. Get away from the heat of the day. And I tell you what, if you're not here, get out here because the weather is perfect for these guys. The track has been prepped perfect by Steve.
Check 1, 2.
Scott, I should say.
Check 1, 2. Just checking.
And Justin, as we see the next pairing out. Jim Whitehurst in the Commodore.
Check 1, 2. Broadcast room. Sorry, overtaking lane. If you got your ears on, if you can hear me through the track PA, yes, you can. Perfect. Oh, this headset's working, Mark. Maybe try your headset. Maybe try your headset. Let's just see. I can hear you through there. Can you hear me through there?
Test 1, 2.
Can people out there hear us through the PA still?
Test 1, 2.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Okay. Well, it sounds like it's going on. We're both on.
Test 1, 2.
We're both on.
Yeah, we're both on. Awesome. There we go.
There we are. Perfect.
Oh. So who we got over in the far lane, Chris? We've got no name on the system. 5862.
I think he's from Mackay. We'll get his name.
I'll get up the entry list for us.
Be in the entry list.
I don't know if I'm going to get it before he takes off.
Jimmy Whitehurst, Bump City, baby. Oh, he gets out of the tree nicely. 027 and makes that small block powered VH go to the 660 nicely. 512 and 136 just off the throttle before the 660, but came out of the hole ready. 027 on the Pro tree. Jimmy Whitehurst just sort of launched and stumbled almost immediately. I don't know whether he quite zinged the tyre or not. I was keeping an eye on that Commodore the way that it left like a rocket. He'll be in there. He'll be in there. He is from Mackay. And we'll get his name. I think
Nathan Rose.
Nathan Rose. There you go.
It is.
Nathan Rose. Welcome to Kenda 660. And what a hell of another hell of a VH Holden Commodore you've got. And it is with the traditional small block built by Matty McCarthy from Blowbird and Next Level Racing fame. It's a very stout small block Chevrolet. There's plenty of stout equipment here, Mark Allen. 165 pieces
Massive
of stout
entries.
equipment.
Massive.
That's a hell of a lot of car, and we're going to see it all. Another call, OG315 and OG275 to the lane, please. OG315 and 275, OG classes to the lane, please. We don't need Renegade, Ruckus or Rebels, but get ready, don't roll. I know they're all ready. I know they're waiting to go, but right at this stage, we're just trying to get the lanes filled up progressively, but Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. All right, Mr. Scott Cortina, we're in Outlaw 235 territory now, Mark. Outlaw 235, brought to us by Haltech. Alex Bamford, this HQ, twin turbo, small block, Holden, street car, still drives the thing here and home if need be. Scott Cortina, though, this is the latest evolution of the Gazzard Brothers HG. Centrifugally supercharged big block Chev on board on that 235 tyre. Out the front there is engine builder Kev Morton, just very particular in where he wants to put Scott in that car. That is an amazing lesson in physics. You should have seen this thing in Sydney go into the 460s and then into the 450s. Yeah, an amazing car. Again, another freak evolution. When you have a look at it, it's got bumps at all the right places there to make that one serious effort by the Gazard brothers. First qualifying session for Outlaw 275 gone. Now it's 235. The 235 boys having a crack. Up he goes and out he goes. 126 in the 60 for the big car, and it goes 478. Nice hit there for Cortina. Looks like he went a 63 in testing and a 73 and an 80, and there's a 478. So back in that territory, we saw huge pendulum shifts in all of our ETs down in Sydney. The conditions were perfect. The air was just the most amazing. Horsepower developing air. We've got a lot of humidity here in Queensland. Our temps are going to be sort of mid-20s and decent humidity, so we're not making horsepower air. So we've got to take things like that 478 as well. This is their benchmark, how we're racing this weekend. We might be a tenth or two off shattering all of our records like we did in Sydney, just because the air conditions won't let us. We know the track's pretty damn close when it's all said and done, but we do use a different prep agent up here than what we're able to use in Sydney. Different batches, so to speak. But out here now, Mark Talbot having a go on the 235s. Juan Kudnik, turbo. I think the blower's gone. It's back to a turbo small block. 524, 525, 525. And he's getting this thing. And I watched this on the stream, thanks to Import Media. And he gets this thing up on Boost nearly immediately. Have a look at this. Like, it goes in and then it's got it. Mike Talbot bumps City with the Barra-powered Capri. 4-1. Belts out the pump gas, does a little bit of a shimmy on the rear tyres. 526. 548 for Talbot. That's the best for Talbot. But look at that. 524 from testing. 525. 525 from testing. And then a 526. 4,000-pound pump gas street car on a 235.
It was a little twitchy though as well.
And, yeah, on leaf springs. So go figure. I love the technical cred that every particular car build gets. Everyone's got a little bit of different cred. Their DNA's different, but the tyre is the constant. So how fast can you build an automobile for a certain tyre? And you can go turbo 6-cylinder, you can go turbo V8, you can go whatever. Mick Arnold out there now, entrant 8588. We've got to get him up. He's the owner of the car. Called Scott Cortina had been driving this Mustang before.
So it is Shannon Reeves.
Shannon, that's right. It's Shannon in the. Hello, Harry. It's Shannon in the Mustang. Mick Arnold, of course. Well, Mick went the first 460 in Sydney, wheel spinning all the way down with a big pedal, and then before the end of the weekend, we're into the 450s with 235. He's trying a Nankang 235 on the back here, so I think he wrecked the last little set of 235s he had, so he's trying a Nankang. It's a soft tune-up, it's a virgin tune-up for Mick Arnold, whichever small block, nitrous big block for Shannon, didn't work this time for Mick. Wow, Shannon, that big block sounds a lot more lively. 502, bang, that's the best that Shannon's got down the track so far. 502, Mick Arnold just, a little bit off. Again, it was so soft on the line and still did it. Like, when you're standing still, you don't want to move a heavy car that's still over 3,000 pounds. If you can't even walk it off the line in any sort of rate of knots, it's just slow. So slow, you got to back off and go, well, that's another aborted run. But he's cluey, Mick. He'll get back on that thing. He's owned that thing nearly forever. So he knows how Old Faithful works. He knows how to get it into that 460 zone if he needs to. This is a man that also went into the 460 zones in Sydney, and again surprised us when he turned up on the size tyre he did. And that's Simon O'Carroll. He'd normally been on a 275, and that figure been deep in the 4-second zone. They decided, probably over a beverage, maybe, in between pools, in his shed, in between his other Holdens. He goes, well, let's try a 235 with 622 cubic inches of big block shed with a few kits on it. And of course, he's got the greatest crew around, of course, that help him out with Kendrick and JP up there, and Big Steve's not here today, and of course Craig's down there as well. Craig isn't too far away from this car. He's kind of like the Sydney caretaker for the car. Craig's he just loves hovering over any of this stuff. You know, when you're in the nitrous Tirana brethren, Craig's ain't too far away from your shoulder. He's right in the thick of it when he when it's time to go racing. And here we are. Check this out. Ben, well, it says Ben Taylor, it's Simon O'Carroll. Now, we're looking for the entry number for the Supra, but we don't have him, but he's on a 235, so...
Yeah, it's not on the entry list at the moment. I'm just having a quick squeeze.
All right, so here we go. We're guessing Turbo 2J in the Supra, but we're 622-odd cubes of nitrous oxide for Simon O'Carroll on that tiny little 235 tyre. Bumps it straight in and he's away. Oh, he likes it. 1, 2, 3 in the 60-foot, and Simon hits it. 479. 479 for O'Candles.
That'll put Simon to number 2.
Well,
Tina will still be number 1.
Yeah, well, 78 and a 79. Wow, look, in 2 passes, we've just shown how tight the competition has been. And here we are, Q1 and going bang. 2 guys 100th away from each other. Now, one's Pro Charge big block, one's, nitrous big block. So there we go. Some classes, I think, I shouldn't say this because I'm not an expert, can be easier maybe with a big block. Some people say not. Some people say big cube nitrous engines power management is, obviously how many kits you want to put in, how much timing you want to put in. And then how do you map how much horsepower that is when you hit it, give it a little bit of kit?
Because they're going to hit the tyre pretty hard.
How do you hit the tyre? Turbos traditionally have had a slightly smooth, especially on an auto, the smoother delivery of how you can bleed the power into the car. Let it come off the line and then feed the boost in. Nitrous, it's a chemical or electrical interaction that immediately changes the horsepower characteristics of that engine. So I think with power adders the way they are, every little car is a physics lesson. And here's one right now, folks. This is the world's smallest personal roller coaster. I've called him this before. Scott Hoffman. OG275 to the lanes, please. OG275, last call. And we want Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels to the lanes. All you fixed index to the lanes. Renegade, Rumble, Ruckus, and Rebels. Okay, Hoffman up against Trent Pribble, the villain, against the KE10. Hoff's ready. Oh, Hoffy! 132 in the 60-foot. He'll get a good ET. 486 for the villain. Straight down Broadway. Keep an eye out for Trent Brimble in the pointy end of Outlaw 275. Scott Hoffman, amazing pass on the 235. 524 for him. I think Brimble's either on the 235 or was a 275 that slotted in alongside him. We'll work that out later. All I can tell you, that is a personal little roller coaster, is it not?
One of the most popular cars out here, Scotty Hoffman.
Our Power Glide on board, 3RZ Hilux engine, Hilux diff. It's a gorgeous little thing. It's an absolute feat, a beautiful feat of engineering. The car is so bespoke, and any car Hoff's ever built has got to be exactly that when you look at how you engineer everything. It's a full bespoke installation, and it's hats off to every single team that comes to these Kenda 660 and Jambo and all the other events where engineering's involved. If you want to keep your own personal mode of transportation and yet compete in these brackets, you can just come out with the coolest feat of engineering and go, well done, sir, the ET shows us how well you've succeeded. Or if you want to dangle the left-hand front wheel for 300 foot every run because you just want to be one of the coolest cats around, well, there's enough motivation for you or me. Don't you agree, Mark Allen?
I agree, mate. I was just having a look down Scotty's lane. There was a bit of a puff of smoke from his car.
It does that all the time.
It does it all the time.
He's got 50 plus PSI up, but you can't tell me you're going to put 50 PSI up something and expect a little bit of smoke, Mark? It could just be a little. It's just the whisk. It's gone. See, it's gone.
It's gone. It's all good.
Nothing to worry about.
All right, here we go.
60 PSI next run. Here we go. This is so exciting. OG315 has come on with, we thought our first season of OG275 was crazy. Then we had this bunch of cars that want to come in and be OG315. Thanks to Lotus Caravans. Kyle Hopp, Mr. 6 Boost out there with a beautiful yellow Camaro. Beside him, another big block Chev-powered car. It's Mr. Castle Hill Performance, Dale Hellier from Sydney. This guy has proven to be on the pointy end of Outlaw Radial with a big block Chev in the Commodore. But now, it's the most, because he's stuck to the main Radial rules, the old Orange County rules with steel roof and 3/4, not a pro mod. So no Outlaw Radial. If anything, he was fighting, under as an undergun in Outlaw. But now, steel roof and quarters, OG315, a weapon.
Has he run his first 3 yet?
No.
Okay, so
it could happen now. Kyle Hoff, the same thing. Here we go. OG315. It is Bump City, baby.
Qualified first session.
001 on the tree, Dave.
Oh, Hellier, lots of smoke. It went 4:31, but lots of smoke. That is not good. Look at the reaction time,
Yeah,
001. 001 for Dale Hellier, but there is some smoke down for that lane with the Castle Hill car. Kyle went 4:91 at 1:20. And again, if I could have the time slip back, it'd tell me a little bit more about what I wanted to know.
117 to the 60 for
117 in the 60 and was on its way.
He caught it quick though. Had the little pop.
Yeah, well, that was probably minor in comparison to what Dale Hellier expected on the other end there, because that car was on a mission. It came up on the suspension. It was out like a rocket, and it was making all the right noises until just before the 660. There was some smoke coming out of the car, and he's rolled on through to the bottom end, and whatever's happened there, let's just keep an ear out for the repercussions of that over the next few hours, be it that we are in qualifying all the way to the end of tonight. Tomorrow we go racing on track at exactly the same time. That's been the mantra right at the beginning of Riot this last event of the year. Testing Wednesday, Thursday from 4 till 10. So no racing in the day. You race in the late afternoon into the evening. And we saw, some guys hit the mark. We saw Wade hit the mark every day. We saw a lot of guys sort of get close to where they're stringing together some good runs. And, it's always just one run away from going, well, there it is. There's our benchmark. Let's work with that. Now that we're in this qualifying day where we've never qualified on a Friday before, it feels like Saturday afternoon to me. It doesn't feel like Friday Arvo at all. You can't believe we're qualifying here Friday Arvo. We're into 3 rounds of racing, of course, tomorrow afternoon. Force a habit right there. Mm-hmm. The same deal. We're trying to emulate the exact same time every day that we're going to go through a process and just see whether or not we can string together some consistency. What we are seeing out there right now is not something that's ideally favourable to us or obviously poor Dale in the Commodore, but also our track guys have got to go and do a bit of cleaning up because some stuff has hit the pavement. We're off to clean it up. Yeah, so another call, please, to the lanes. And look, if anything, we're still asking you to be urgent to get to the lanes. OG 275, please, can we get the rest of you to the lanes? And I think the Renegade, Rumble, Ruckus and Rebel guys, they're all ready to go. Now, look, I do understand we may not have the 165, the Savo, but we're pretty sure we're going to get the 165 tomorrow, pending everyone keeping themselves together. Because some guys are still working, can't get up here, they've got to travel a bit. Sometimes that prep just falls short because of reality. Yep. And really, the reality is when you look at all these beautiful cars we have in each category, they're all come from the garages of people from all over the country. And the last time I looked, we're not all millionaires, but we're hard-working professional people. And a lot of these people have that in their normal day-to-day life. So then outside that probably very busy and prosperous, efficient life, you've got to string a car together and make preparations to take time away from work, to test, to dyno, to do something before you bring the thing out and try and race with it. So that's a huge personal sacrifice for a recreation. Because really, at the end of the day, Mark, what are we doing this for? FUN. Are you still doing it for FUN, Mark? Is that
always,
you?
Mate, always. Yeah. The other added bonus, obviously, if we're qualifying tonight, is that touch wood, if someone does hurt something, they've got tonight to repair it tomorrow morning. Where on previous events, if you hurt it in qualifying, you had lucky if you had an hour.
Yeah, well, that's the other advantage that we do have. Just going to put a little shout out just to our people listening down in the broadcast box, just with the audio. Are you hearing a crackly audio? Is that what you're hearing? Because we're seeing the screen also move when we talk. So there's a wiggly plug somewhere. You see that, how that does that when I do that, Dave? Yep. So that's where the little crackle is, and it might be more from Mark than me. I don't know. I just heard a crackle from you when you were talking.
Possibly, yeah. 1, 2.
Here we go. Yeah. Big shout out. We got Harry Haig down there on the start line. Thank you, Haul Ass Harry. Jet setting Haul Ass Harry. He did, was it Drag Week he did last week or the week before, and spent some time in the States with his boy, having a great bit of father-son time, living the dream. And that's what it is, mate. It's just that choice of recreation and why we're not ever asking for this to be a professional series. It's definitely probably the most
amazing series for amateur motorsport anywhere in the country. And I do believe that, truly, because there's that many working class heroes out here that make so much sacrifice to want to compete against other people that seem to have the same passion, that same top bowl passion. You want to come in here and you want to own it. You want to be a part of what you're seeing out there is this really hot radial scene we have in this country. And I get it. I completely get it. I'm in awe. I'm still in awe. Every time I roll in here, it's like, wow, 165 personal sacrifices are in the in the staging lanes. And again, every one in their own way, so personal. There's not an ounce too much of cookie cutter around where you can say that you see 12 of the same thing all running each other. Yes, we do have the odd LS and a Commodore, but they work so well in every tyre size, every power unit they choose to put in these things. It's amazing. So you don't know, Dave, trying to nut down the crackle?
We fixed the crackle through the feed, but
there's still yeah, righto. Yeah, well, that happened the first time, I think. Wade and Symbolics went down the track. We got this sort of little limiter. It might have been just a little limiter hitting there.
You can talk a bit for us, Mark. Just
Give us a bit of talk there.
There we go. Test 1 2. We're just checking my microphone out at the moment, Chris. Yeah, so it is day 1 here for the Kenda 660 series. We're just cleaning up the track now. We'll be back underway very, very shortly. We're just going through some technical issues that we've got up here at the moment.
Now, look, here we go. Look, I'm not an audio. You think after all these years we would have nutted out how this stuff works, right? You should just keep talking, Mark.
New boxes up here. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm too old for this stuff.
Now, I'm not hearing you at all through the cans here, Mark, so I've touched something there, giving that a go.
There we go. We're just touching things that we have no idea what we're doing up here.
It's not like we can come out here from... It's not like we can come. It's not like we can come out here on Wednesday, Thursday, and test all day from 4 till 10 every night on how the PA system works. We just rock up here 5 minutes before the show, and it should all be working. It's working good.
You fixed it.
All right. I did. Well, I just did what a plumber could do, really, and that's just sort of I just touched everything, and we'll charge you for it.
We've done something, but it's all working.
It's like a call out. That was technically like a call out. But while you're here, can you fix all this other stuff? Well. Let's see. Of course, so the place got painted. So the place got painted, and it looks good. It's good to see that we've got a nice lick of paint here in the PA box here, and through the tower by the look of it. So they obviously looked like they would have had to disconnect and remove all the stuff.
Mate, that they've gotten.
And I've never seen the ceiling that clean, Mark. Absolutely. Look at that. How good's that? That's great work there, mate. Do you reckon they roll at that, Mark, or spray that, Mark? Do you reckon?
I've got no idea.
I'm looking for a bit of overspray. I can't see any overspray here. But that's a great job. It's a great job. I noticed the bench top hasn't changed in 37 years. I noticed the bench top's still the same. Anyone out there in the cabinetry game that might want to, come and donate a brand new, fully sick deck out here of the commentary box, would that be fantastic, Mark? Because I know that.
What would you do though?
Well, I probably know 4 or 5, cabinet making guys, good businesses, drag races that, do a bit of shop fitting. Oh, I know a guy with a shop fitting business in WA. Lorenzo, when are you going back, mate? Can you organise a full fit out here? We've got a few guys that can do a pretty killer interior for us here. Not there's anything against this bench top. This looked absolutely cracker in 1983.
I think of all the commentary boxes I've been in, which is not too many, I think this one's still the best view on a racetrack.
I've always discussed that with people, the different tracks that we go to. Yeah, I do believe so too. Sometimes I think I wish, and we have, commentated from downstairs, where you are more nearly at ground level watching. That's almost the perfect spot to watch it, because you do get to see a little bit more attitude from the car for further, or bike, for further on the run from here. So when the wheels are picked up, I know that, yes, you do lose a bit of this car. You lose a little bit of what the car's doing in the tower lane, but the view downstairs of the far lane is the best view you could have for a car, especially because it always appears like we're going over the horizon here at Willowbank. I mean, we only have technically a 1 degree drop from start to finish. And do you know why I know that? Because my uncle surveyed this place right from the beginning. Laurie Watson, may you rest in peace. He was a main road surveyor and came out and did all that. So I know there's a 1 degree drop. It looks more. And over time, you never know, sinky doodles, that could be lower. I don't know. But in the day, it was 1 degree.
I got a question for you.
Yep.
As a spectator, what's the best viewpoint to watch drag racing from? What do you think?
Okay. here's always a good start. I like here just for this reason is that I've got a timing screen in front of me.
Yeah, we like the timing screen.
I like having the timing. I wish for the future people could have. Well, you can. There's apps that you could. You can sit in the grandstand with apps. What's the app that we can
1320
use?
Go.
1320 Go.
Yep.
So if you want to get on 1320 Go, you can kind of watch the live time slips.
Willowbank has the live results anyway, live timing on the website page, so you can actually look and see what everyone's doing, 60 foots and all that.
I do like it from here because I've got the screen, of course. But I do tend, if I'm here for the Winter Nationals or whatever, I do go back back corner of this grandstand.
Yep.
This is where I'll go. I'll probably go about halfway down. That's where I love it. They're on a mission by the time they get to you. That's what I love about it. Also, too, is that you can just pop up the top, and you got all the top fuelers there normally at the winners. So you know when they're ready to warm up, and you know how close they are. And then of course you've got the bird's eye view of them warming up. So that's kind of here. That's my favourite place to see like the Winter Nationals. I do love 1,000 foot on the mound as well though. So we used to call ourselves the villagers, and we'd go down and literally set up a village at 1,000 foot on the mound.
What about for the Kenda series? Do you think the finish line? Watch on the finish line. You can see how tight the racing is.
Oh, look, if everyone could watch it from the angle that I think would be best is downstairs. It would be good if we could fit 3,000 people downstairs. You know what I mean? I mean, because so much of Kenda where I find a lot of excitement is this racecraft. You've got to try and strap yourself into both bulbs there. And you see when two racers are right on that threshold of unleashing hell, and it's the purest combat battle you can ever have with someone, where the closest you are together physically is the lane you're in. But there's two bulbs that you're both looking at there. He's looking at yours, and you're looking at his. And then when it's time, when you decide to engage, that adrenaline just must go off the charts. So as a spectator, downstairs to me, you feel that start line energy before they let it go. It's that 30-second build-up to the 3.5 second performance. So then when you see it happen, you get this tension, and then you get this elation as you see it all transpire in front of you. And then the ultimate reward for me, and this throws a lot of people out, I want to see a time come up on the board, thank you. I don't want to see a win light and go, and that's enough. I need to see a number.
I'm with you.
Absolutely.
I need timing.
I paid my admission. I paid my taxes. When I come here and want to watch drag race, I want to see what they do. I don't want to go, oh, well, he won, that's good. I want to see the number. Like every racer like yourself, you got to see that number, Mark. You wouldn't race if you didn't know what you ran.
No, not at all.
Very few people.
I don't understand the flag drop racing that we get. The grudge racing, I've no interest in that. But
it's the number.
It's all about the numbers.
So as a spectator, every little 2.5 minute movie I watch, it's like you're binge watching. Pairing after pairing is a little battle.
I've got something for you.
Go on.
Reaction time boards.
Yes.
Behind the start line, on top of the control box here where our starter is.
Yes.
So when we see the cars launch, reaction times come up behind, so we don't have to turn our heads to look at the scoreboards.
Absolutely. I
think that'd be awesome.
I do think, yes, if we had another spare dollar to throw at the sport, you know what I mean? If you had a spare dollar and I had a spare dollar to throw at the sport outside what we're throwing at it, not that you can see, well, you can see what Mark's is, can't see what I'm throwing at it, but yeah, privately I'm throwing some money at the sport to compete, obviously, as you are.
Yep.
But, mate, that's what I'd want to see. I want to see reaction. I want to see information available to spectators, right? Mate, I'm not a big cricket fan, but don't you like to know exactly what the guy bowls every over?
The speed.
You want to see every delivery of the guy. It's like baseball. You want to see a fast pitch, and that information when it comes up, it's like I want more info from the game. So I want more information from the pass. I want biotelemetry, Mark. I want a screen on top of the starter's box with the driver's BPM put in that top bulb on, mate. That's what I want to see.
Interesting you say that, because I actually do wear a watch that
anyone that wants to wear a Fitbit, and honestly, please, all the tech heads out there watching on the stream or whatever, whoever's got a soldering iron and some printed circuit boards and a basic knowledge of being able to do that, where are you? Someone to take this through wireless technology to a real-time display, because I want to see Daniel Sabolics and Wade Wagstaff again where they are BPM, because I want to humanise these guys a bit more and
Yeah,
go, well, listen, let's tap right into where your adrenaline is.
So mine jumps between 15, 20 beats a minute once I go on the stage.
So you've done your own data.
We checked it all out.
You've experimented on yourself before.
No, I just wanted to
have you?
see, because I've got it all there. So when I race, check it out, see what it does.
So you go up 20 beats a minute.
Yeah, 15, 20 beats from when you do the burnout to when you stage.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So you do, it sort of creeps up on you a little bit.
Yeah. I was more interested in the Winter Nationals to see how much of a difference it is, because I always find I'm a lot more nervous in the first round of the Winter National when I am at a normal event, QDRC or whatever.
I honestly think that you could look more into that. So what you basically, so did you get a blood pressure and a heart rate? Did you get
No, it's just the
so
heart rate.
I'd like to see with blood pressure and heart rate. I also want to look at eye movement, because I would imagine as your heart rate has come up over the course of the event, of the run, is that you're not nervous about the skid. You're not nervous about backing back. That's all instinct. You've kind of probably, you've committed that to muscle memory, and that's all kind of just part of it, But it's when you go back into drive and it's like, right, where's this bulb? Where's this bulb? That's when it's right. Now I'm fully concentrating. You couldn't ask anyone to concentrate more, I think, in any sport, and compare the different sports like Formula One or whatever. For a drag race, that's this much concentration. It's a big moment. It's not 2 hours of moments where you have to concentrate for 2 hours. Yes, again, you can probably go into you can almost half be a robot for a variety of 2 hours of racing. But for the times you need to come up here, that's some serious concentration.
It is. It really
The
is.
between-round maintenance of what you need to do in case you have to get something back on to be as consistent as it was the run before, to make sure that that's not a variable that trips you up in the next round. So there's concentration back in the pits. But again, a lot of that would probably be committed to muscle memory, and if you know the machine, like you know the machine, you know what went wrong, how to fix it, who's done this before, what's this, are we pulling plugs, are we changing plugs, have we got to do this, have we got to do that? The racer during that time, obviously, is coming down off what they've done on the run, looking at data, and then they're either on the right track or they're back in trying to work out what the next move is. And I just love the whole idea of that. It's an exciting game of chess. It's a protracted game of chess. It's not like one move after the other is two players. It's two players that may not meet each other for the whole night, do well against other opponents until it's this bloke and you, this person and you. And I mean, we're only qualifying tonight, Mark. I mean, we don't have to worry about too much other
No, we don't.
than the ramifications tonight at the Home Run Derby. Who comes up with this stuff? Scott Harker, who comes up? Oh, he put his hands up. He comes up with this stuff. Home Run Derby. I love it. The third session tonight in the Outlaw classes and the OG classes. So OG 275, 315, and Outlaw 235, 275, and Outlaw Radial. Someone in each class is going to hit a home run tonight.
Yeah, big thanks to Crown Equestrian for the support of the Home Run Derby tonight as well. And Kenda Tyres for the qualifying shootout as well. It's going to be fun, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Scotty, would Race Control have the indexes for those guys somewhere here? Do we need to get that from someone? Because I haven't seen a piece of that yet. So we'll go and ask them there too. So we've got the lists of everything. So we've got that printed out, but we will need their ETs in those 4 classes. It just
I'll go get that shortly for us.
Just a bit did about Sydney's head in down there, because they'd never done it before, and really we haven't been doing it for that long either. So it does take a lot of concentration, and in qualifying normally for us, that's, and any other events, pretty normal. The old CompuLink rounds the round off after the third session, and then they'll print out, ET-wise, how they qualify. But tonight, we make qualifying exciting. People are winning stuff in qualifying. And Kenda boys are the only people that seem to do this, to make things exciting in qualifying. So the index shootout is what we're talking about here. That's coming out tonight. And where did I have that index shootout money there?
I think
So there's the Home Run Derby, and then the qualifying shootout is Kenda. That's right. Kenda's putting up $500 for each one of those classes tonight. So what have we got? 9 categories tonight. That's everyone, by the way. Opportunity to win $500 depends on their third round performance tonight in qualifying. So Crown Equestrian's given us all of that. Crown Equestrian, talk about getting committed to horsepower. That's a lot of horsepower. Crown Equestrian's got their money on tonight. And you know what? It was only a matter of time for me. You know, equestrian, why? I mean, you're either into the show scene or the horse racing scene. The equestrian industry, $1 billion industry, by the way, almost as big as drag racing, the equestrian industry. Well, who am I kidding? It's mass, wildly bigger. You want to back a horse tonight? It'll be very hard to back who's going to hit that home run in the third round. We're going to really baseball that up, I think, too.
I think so as well.
Takes the swing. Here he goes. He's taken the swing. Home run. You know, we're going to see who's going to be that quickest one out of those 5 categories tonight. $500 goes to the guys that wrap that off. And then Kenda ties the qualifying shootout. So it's not about hitting the quickest ET. It's about hitting the ET that you come up with yourself. So we've asked in the qualifying shootouts for Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. Each entrant has had to submit to us an elapsed time. Q3 tonight, we'll have our eyes open on that. Well, you will have the eyes open on the list, Mark Allen. No pressure.
No pressure.
I'll relay the info to you. As long as either you or I don't fall asleep before the end of the night, if we can somehow stay awake and focused on what's going to go down the track tonight, we're going to give away a few grand just tonight to reward all of our racers that want to have a crack. So, and of course, the guy in Sydney, I should have brought the info from Sydney. One guy, I think it was in Rumble or Ruckus, he just said 7 flat, and then goes 7 000 in the third session.
Hit it with a 0. Awesome.
He just wrote. He didn't quite write all the digits because some guys get cute and want to go 2 or 3 digits at the end. You know, we're trying to crunch the numbers. You've kind of got to go. Just say on the 7 flat index, you just say, I'm going to run 710. You can't say 70964. You say 710. This guy wrote, he forgot to put the last digit. So we just assumed it was if you go 70. Well,
it's going to be 7.
Well, we just said 700 and he went 7000.
Perfect. Dead on with a 0. That's what you want.
$500.
And we'll do all the presentations will happen tomorrow around lunchtime as well for these guys. So we'll do all the qualifying awards before racing starts tomorrow. And we're not too far from getting back underway here with qualifying at the Kenda 660 Radial Riot. Day 1, day 3 for some of these teams that are here for the testing for the last 2 days.
Sorry, I got the boys on the messages.
I think they've got a replay set up for us, actually.
Yeah, they did 14 minutes ago. 14 minutes ago, they had a replay.
Yeah,
does that mean for 14 minutes
you were chatting?
Where's your favourite place to watch drag racing from? And we've gone for 14 minutes. And you know what? We're just about finishing spraying the track, so we'll continue on. We'll save that, guys, down in the broadcast room for the next delay, which let's hope is 10 o'clock tonight when we're done. What do you reckon?
Yeah, Nathan Rose is actually from Townsville.
Townsville. Sorry, I said Mackay.
You're close. It's North Queensland.
All cool places, all the way up. I brought the Queensland jersey tonight too, mate. I'm going to wear it when it gets cold.
Maybe I should have brought a jumper myself.
Below 20 degrees. So I got the Queensland jersey ready. Queensland, the radial state. We've finished doing the spray. Unfortunately, well, I don't know whether the diagnosis has come through from Dale and the Castle Hill team, so I'll put the shout out. I hope you're all right, Dale. If you've got some stuff to clean up, what the hell happened, let us know on the message and we'll relay it out if you want to. But, we had a first-hand view of that 431 from him on that run. Only 148 mile an hour, so it was moving. Kyle, of course, went 491 at 120 beside him. So that was our first OG 315 pass. We're just about to see the second OG 315 pass. OG 315 brought to us by Lotus Caravans. And a big shout out to George. Came up and tested. And you know, as much as he's got a fleet of amazing radial vehicles, and I'm sure before too long, maybe another 20, 30 caravans worth, is... his favourite seems to be the white VL. I think he wants to run a 6 on that 255.
What do you go?
705. Yeah. So I think he's got a real sweet spot for that car out of all of them, because I think that was the old faithful, the one that he used to fight with that one only before the fleet got bigger. You know what I mean? And I think you're always going to have
I think that's his favourite. Next time I see him, I say, is that kind of your favourite? You've got a bunch of them. Is it like you've got the Lexus, you've got this one. Is this your favourite? And I think there is something about the VLs that guys are so passionate about. And to explain to anyone from around the world just what a VL is, it's like, a 1986 Holden Commodore. When we first brought unleaded petrol into Australian pumps, of course, we were super and standard. You either had a car that ran on super or a car that ran on standard. Then in 1986, I said, no, we've got to go run on unleaded petrol. So Holden just didn't want to put any more money and try and develop an alloy head. You would assume might have saved the old pushrod 6-cylinder. Did this deal with Nissan, which you would not even believe when those honchos in Holden goes back then. We need a better engine than the old. Might just be cheaper to talk to Nissan. What are we doing with them? Next thing you know, the RB30 got put in a VL, and history changed from that moment because the combination of one of our, homegrown production giants producing Holden cars since the 40s in Australia for Australians, to have to, in that point, use a more refined, developed engine from Japan and put it in this thing. It changed. That Commodore was, at that stage, just one of the best ones ever made. It's so smooth. What a gorgeous combo. Then the VL Turbo came out. It's like, wow, didn't that wake up the hot rodding scene and changed that scene in Australia forever? When the Turbo VL came out in the 80s, that's the first time I noticed as a 16-year-old when the VL came out. When I went for the first drive in my Uncle Laurie, same guy that surveyed the track, he had a VL Turbo. It was, I think he worked for Main Roads, and it was a salary. First time I ever learnt what salary sacrifice was. He had a VL Turbo Executive or a Bellina. I think it was a Bellina. And a Diggles Watson family do on a Sunday would be literally probably 3 hours of joyrides. The ladies would be in there cooking and the boys would be out there, whatever they brought, they'd all be out test running. So I remember Uncle Laurie just lapped all of us kids. Every nephew and niece he had, we went for a blat in that VL Turbo. And back then, that thing felt blindly quick at, 15.3 or whatever they ran over the quarter. They weren't super quick, but then again, XYGDO shows at 14.4, they thought was blisteringly quick. But once that VL arrived in 1986, I did feel a seismic shift in where Holden went. And kind of Ford went eventually too, because really it took that first BA Turbo Falcon before then Ford's shifted from the V8, the V8 stamp that they used to put on us when they went to Bathurst. Holden Ford at Bathurst only raced with V8s through that time. Obviously, when Ford couldn't, Dickie couldn't develop anything that was competitive, and then a blue oval Sierra turns up, and so the only way Ford could fight, what was getting brought through Group A in the 80s. I'm amazed if Holden ever decided, and again, I reckon it got shut down somewhere, is if they went to Bathurst with a VL Turbo in class, would have been almost unstoppable. That's another space-time continuum discussion to have on some other podcast if we ever chose to do them, Mark. But that's an observation of now why, since 1986 to 40 nearly years, well, I can't wait till we have the 40th birthday of the VL. Because whenever you see them, it's like, well, they do scrub up pretty good. And you kind of wish you held on to the ones if you could get them when they were cheap. But and any Commodore for that matter now is the same, now that they don't make them anymore. I just don't know whether the last one will ever quite climb to the heights as the first one did. And you could say almost the same for the Falcons. Some people say that the last Falcon was probably the best one technologically. It could hold its own with its turbo Australian developed 6-cylinder engine, which is now just changed the world. It took the BA Falcon for Ford to change the world with that, and took the VL for the Holden. And look what's happened in the aftermarket since then, because you don't see it on circuit tracks where all that went, do you? None of that went to the circuit. All that stuff kind of went to the strip. And that's another weird story, which I love to explain, especially over the stream, because we know we're talking to people right around the world. So I know that people are a little bit curious. We take it for granted, just a part of Australian motoring history which they don't know about, which we grew up with, Mark, and you're the same. I mean, what was your biggest influence? Because we're on the same weekend as Bathurst, by the way. I don't know. I think we're the bigger thing, just personally. I just think we're the bigger thing up here.
I'm a bit younger than you, so I wasn't with the VL scene. So the first car that made me go, you know what, this car looks horn.
Yes.
Was I would have been about 14 or 15 in the old Motorsport News magazine, and they had an article on the VT Commodore in a wind tunnel.
A VT.
The VT, when it was
Yep.
in supercar days.
Well, the
And I remember when looking at it, I'm like, man, that looks fast. Just sitting there. And they sort of had the body sort of covered up a little bit.
I get it, because when you do see them with the war paint on as a supercar, you kind of think they did develop the sheet metal. It just made a beautiful wide body deal.
It did,
because they really, when they went, obviously when they became touring cars, and that was kind of the last time where they had a chance to take that OEM to supercars and let them just go, well, from now on you've got to run an LS in these things instead of just run your NASCAR-based Chevys that they're still using, that they haven't used yet. That was an opportunity. I get it. That VT, when you look at a VT now, I know exactly what you're talking about, mate. They just are fat. They're fatter cars than what like VZs were, or not VZs. The VNVP, VR, VS.
We're just a little bit more square shaped.
I still love a good a very nice VR. I've seen VRs now. I rate them too. They're sort of coming back as nicely done. There was a killer VP replica there, or a VN build, this green thing that just popped up. You might have seen it on Facebook the last couple of days. That's come up for sale. Just the most amazing build. So there's still a few, as much as this is the last weekend that we can talk about Commodores in motorsport in Australia, i.e. what they tell us to believe is the best supercars. We've got 165 supercars right there that'll just stand those things right up, right in front of them. They will all dust a supercar. Nearly all of 165 entrants here will dust those things. Well, so this is the last weekend. Can Holden win with a Commodore at Bathurst in the rain? Because that's what it's going to be.
I honestly
or
don't
are we going to see? We'll
anymore.
see the best Commodores. We'll see the best Commodore supercars here forever, Mark. Because these people own these cars, huh?
Forever. I think
forever. This is the only
best
place
selling
you will
point.
see those cars race forever. Every other form of motorsport, unless they start bringing back the oldies. And honestly, from what I've been watching on the footage, and I've been a little bit lucky, is, Tesla boy, my brother, right, Dr. Ben. Just so happens when Dr. Ben ran the first or quickest ever FJ20 run in his dragster here, and a certain guy in circuit racing that had an FJ20 based Nissan rally car wanted the engine built, so Dr. Ben built that. The owner of this car, rich men with rich men with old race cars, no other rich men with old race cars. So all the Datsun race car people talked to each other and said, oh, that's a nice engine. Who built that? Oh, well, this bloke did. He's a drag racer. So next thing you know, Dr. Ben has built both Nissan Motorsport Bluebird engines. So guess where he is? He's crewing for both those owners of the original Group C Bluebirds.
Yep.
He's in the pits with my nephews, crewing on both those Bluebirds because he's built those engines for them. They make 150 more horsepower than they made when they came out in 1983. And guess what happened yesterday? Leading the pack in the old Heritage V8, the Heritage touring cars, blew the diff out of it. So that horsepower, damn drag racing. You know what was going to happen when you get a drag racer involved in touring car racing? You're going to blow up driveline bits, and that's what's happened. So they've been fixing diffs and gearboxes in those things now that Dr. Ben accidentally may have found 100 to 150 more horsepower than they had back then. So you think they were quick back then against all the V8s? They're quicker now. So that's where Tesla boy is this weekend. He hasn't quite given up the internal combustion yet. It was quite freaky going for a family barbecue, and in his back shed there in Bribey was an original Nissan Motorsport block with George Fury block building the very engine that George Fury had in that car. That's kind of cool if you're a Datsun guy. Yeah. I'm an all sorts of car guy. And you talk about 165 supercars, here's a couple more supercars in OG 315, thanks to Lotus Caravans. It's Casper. That's right, Clint Hepburn is back with the Gemini with the most, 540 cubic inches. If you're overseas, think of like a Opel Kadett. That's pretty much what you've got, but it's 540 cubic inches of big block Chev on board. Beside him, Manny Debrincat, Race Parts Melbourne, the Mustang. Of course, the ex-Jared Wood, Mullins, Johnny Ricker car,
It's had a couple of owners since coming to Australia, but was made famous, of course, by I think Kevin Mullins, TKM in the States. Jared Wood brought it to Australia. We had the first 3-second ET in Australian radial history in this car. And Johnny Ricker also had this car before the Camaro, but now Manny's got it, and Manny's having some fun here in OG 315, steel roof and quarter cars both sides. I think we're going to go to Bump City, Mark. I think I'm ready. I think you folks out there should be ready. It's OG 315. We're back here Friday afternoon at the Kenda 660 Radial Riot, and we've got tons more supercars coming up for you. So just come in now. Ladies and gentlemen, Bump City, baby! Oh, they're both sticking 118, 117. Oh, Manny gets it out there, 439, 456. Bravo, gentlemen, bravo. Nice and clean. 118 for the Mustang, 117 for the Gemini, 298 and 303 to the 330. So both guys went down there without too much fuss. And good on you, boys. OG 315, what a great category. We saw Pazzo down in Sydney with the beautiful purple Mustang go 399.
399.
So we basically said, oh, Pazzo can't go 399 in OG. But the rule is if you do go into the threes, it'll be the last division we normally put you in out for the last. But we figure if you can run in the threes,
you can go in the
you should be climbing higher in the trees. Simon Graham and Brad Cullen, Fox Cullen. 509 cubes of healthy, good old blown and injected, big block shaft in the Valiant Utility. Simon Graham driving the Doubleman family's 350 cubic inch small block twin turbo Holden Tirana on a 315. And Marky, these guys may not be right down at the pointy end of the 4041 mark, but they are trying their darndest to get some 4-second ETs up there and do it as spectacularly as possible. Fox Cullen, keep an eye out on the Ute just quietly, just in case it does what it did in Sydney. OG 315, right around the world Friday afternoon here at Willowbank Raceway. Oh, Simon gets it close. Oh, he drives it again. He drives it again. He doesn't hit any cones. 478 for the Valiant. Check the hit on the tree. 017 for the Ute. Hey, 115 in the 60 foot and a 478 at 149. Simon Graham, when he let go of the button, it came out the line towards the centre. He tried to drive it off there. He gave it a bit of a squeeze and then it zinged the tyres. He gave it another squeeze trying to drive it back and it reacted again the same way. And he had to get out of that, but he kept it off the reflectors. Good driving if you can fight it and still keep it in your lane. It's a sign of a pretty good driver if you can have another go and still keep it in your lane. And I know that there's no particular rule of where you get loose out there is then when you get back control, where's the closest reflector? It is really sometimes a random thing, isn't it?
I must admit, I actually looked down at the computer screen to look at the increments, and I missed the move.
Yeah, and that's the thing about 660 racing. You've got to look somewhere. So you can blink and miss that stuff. That's why. And again, you can be watching the run mark and miss stuff because something on one car catches your attention, like a left-hand front wheel not moving. Like here's the car going down the track, the left-hand front wheel doesn't move, so your eyes kind of go, oh, air. And then the guy next to you might have zinged them or a sheet of flame or flipped itself, and you look over and go, oh, when did that happen? I was looking at this, something caught my vision in that quick little blink. And I didn't see exactly how Simon got into trouble to start with. I did see the second effort, and it was spectacular, Simon. Don't go changing. I know he won't. He'll come back and steer that thing again. And I saw Simon on the way in. He's looking fantastic. He's a very solid bloke. I'm glad he's one of my best mates. I'd hate to be on the wrong side of him. Mind you, you could even just use him for a visual deterrent. Like, he'd be great for that. You could just go, Simon, just need you here for a sec. Oh, what do you do? Oh, look, just something, to freak out, some kids. I made a few threats to some 14-year-old punks just in the food court there. Can you just walk in with me? Just stand there. That's all I need you to do. No, you won't be needing to engage. The trouble is with Simon is that he'll
it'd be hard for him to resist because he probably does like to, you know, use what he's got because he's got guns. He's got some big guns. I mean, muscle guns. He doesn't have fire. It wouldn't have fire. He doesn't need fire. just the wrong look
right.
from Simon Graham is worse than, you know, a shotgun blast to the bloody chest. You know, that's why he's one of my very best mates, Simon. Don't go
One of your best
changing.
mates, okay.
He's but, you know, I've looked at my top 20 best mates. A lot of them are about 6'8", very big, muscling, rage issues. They're the sort of guys you have as a best mate because you don't want them as the enemy. So big shout out to all the big boys that got my back, I hope, in the future. All right, so we're just having a look down there at 1,000 foot, nearly to the quarter. We're just having a bit of a wander there, whether or not the cause for maybe Simon's errant ways wasn't that he got his biceps all crossed up there, is that it might have leaked something out that caught his attention. But we are just having a careful look. Normally, if it's something up further here, we're already across it, but no one's sort of popped out to have a look there. They're only just observing it as it came past. And as we've said before, sometimes it's just this report as they come around the bottom.
Yeah,
pull up.
that's right.
Oh, yeah, hang on. A car pulls up down the bottom, and it's like, how long was that dripping? You know, you might come around the corner and go, whoops, where's that? And then you sometimes go looking for it. Especially if on a run like that, you do get a little loose and you come around the bottom, it's just got something, whether it's, you don't know what it is, but the obvious thing is if something drips on the ground from it, it's like, well, how far up did that start happening? And I just don't know too many other motorsports where we put so much on the line in such a short distance, you know what I mean? We put that much mechanical stress on everything, trying to just run this shortest ET between here and there. A lot of people that, you try and convert as many people as you can to the sport, and they go, I don't know why people spend so much money to spend so little time on the track. I said, yeah, well, you just don't get it, mate. Unfriend me or Facebook. Get the hell out of my, you know what I mean? Get the hell out of my life, by the way. You know, if they can't see it.
Negativity.
It's like, dude, I've been mates with this in school and you still don't get it. It's like, come out and have a look and see, in its ultimate glory. And they still don't get it. So I go, okay, mate, well, go back to the lawn bowls you were doing before. Not that there's anything wrong with lawn bowls, I must admit. It's good. But, you know, whatever flicks your switch, whatever blows your hair back, whatever floats your boat. But it's this, to me, is the ultimate recreation, if you can afford it. And
You've just nailed it on the head there. If you can afford it.
Yeah. Hey, mind you, if they said, do you want to run Outlaw Radial or buy a charter boat? And the answer's Outlaw Radial. I mean, you won't see me probably more than once a year or probably once every 3 years because beasts like that, they're that whole level of commitment. Like, you've got to have not just yourself in the corner of a car like that. You've got to have a bunch just because those things, in so many ways can go wrong. But then when they're all together and the right people running that thing go so perfectly right, and that's when you get the ultimate satisfaction out of your recreation. And a lot of the crew, they get a rush out of being a part of it too. That's the adrenaline that they get to feel. The only thing between them feeling the same adrenaline as the driver is that they might not have the wallet.
Well, what other
But you still get the adrenaline for just a lot of hard work.
What other sport in the world can you be a plumber and on your weekend recreation, be on live streams, potentially TV, in front of 10, 15,000 people? What other sport can you do that as? No,
and you know what? That's absolutely true. What other sport where you can be effectively hard on wages? Always a big commitment, no matter which way you do it. I mean, we've seen in the past with people getting to the racetrack that you see so much stuff back in the early days that kind of got there on no bucks, and you saw so much, performance out of nothing. And that was always the challenge about drag racing, especially. What could you do on no bucks, and how many races can you win on less bucks? But then it gets to a stage now where it's like, well, I kind of want a bit more now, please. Please, sir, I want a bit more. I want a little bit more of a push in the back. I want to see those 5-second ETs become 4-second ETs. I want to see my 7-second ET become a 550-second ET. It's that desire to continue to improve or race with what you got. And that's the joys of drag racing, where you can be in a budget category like a dial your own category, where you should get, spend every dollar you can to get there. Now race with it. Regularly maintain it, and that thing should give you worthy service for years on end without too much drama. However, if you want to run 780s, but now you want to run 650s, you want to go from, say, modified to supercharged Outlaws.
Cough
exactly, you made the exact thing. It's how much more financial commitment do you want to make? Does it mean more maintenance? Are you doing more things to it
Mate,
between
even
runs?
going from 780s to 750s.
I call it a fun curve, and some fun curves for people are very steep, and the fun is extremely high and vertical. It's really high fun, big fun curve. Trouble is when the fun curve, something happens, you got nothing. There's a big flat fall in your fun curve. I'd rather a flatter, fun, not ultimate fun, like, rip your face off fun, like, rockets launched out of a rocket ship fun. Just enough where you can race with it, have some fun. You still get adrenaline. Like, to me, ultimately, a car would be something you can hoik the wheel up every single time and win races. A wheelie every run and a win light, I'd be absolutely happy. And I see guys with cars, that's like, dude, you've got the perfect car. It's entertaining and you race with it. To me, that's the ultimate. And it's got to, to me, the last little bit, do it with a clutch pedal. Win with a stick shift. That to me, that's like the ultimate heaven. Now, can that be? Some people say as soon as you go to a manual, your fun curve is a little bit more steep because you can break some stuff. But again, pull your horsepower down, lower your standards, and you find the fun curve will meet. Anyway, we'll be talking more about French curves and algorithms later as to where your ultimate fun curve might be. And for people putting the comments on Overtaking Lane, what's your ultimate drag racing setup? Let's talk a little bit of if I accidentally won the lotto or I did some renovations to my house and I pulled up some floorboards and there was a lazy 500,000 laying under there. What would you come with? What would you bring?
Good question. I like
What
it.
would you bring? If you had to bring something and you had a bit of money to do it, what could you be happy seeing yourself doing? I'm waiting for a few comments to come through here into what you'd ultimately have, but it's just got to be sedan, stick shift, wheels in the air, the occasional win light. I don't want to flip it every run. You just want it to do the same thing more than a couple of runs in a row. For me, years ago, there was this ultimate. It was like a Mach 1 Mustang. I think it was in Benaraby. I think it was at Benaraby running in a nostalgia event. It was a very cranky Cleveland with a top loader. It was black. It had 67, I think, Camaro. 67 Mustang, rather, sorry. Very stout Clevo. Top loader in it. 11 O's that thing ran. And he just about cleaned them all up that night. Every run on handicap racing, he'd cut a light, pull the wheels, grab every gear and put the win light on until the final. When he did that, out-reacted his opponent, was hunting him down, missed third gear. You know what I mean? It's like, it was almost the perfect night. But again, it's one of those cars where you go, oh yeah, watch this. So someone put up an old post from last night. I think Peter Papp did on Facebook. Frank Mamone's Mr. 10.5 car. Remember the Remember the Nova? The Nova? That was an epic car. That was, we talk about these cars that you would run to the fence to see. That was one of them for me. The Jack Brothers Statesman was another one for me. The Sarkis Brothers Centura when it had the pedal clutch. Agro 3, I think. They were the sort of cars that I remember running to the fence to see. And Mr. 10.5, I remember that
anyone
car.
in the Wild Bunch for me was
absolutely
just run to the fence.
Cars that you need to get to the fence to see.
And they were wild. They were wild. Like, I've often thought.
Here we go. Guy saying Opel record with a Barra V8 twin Turbski. There we go. Flo and Holden 6 in a sweet FC Holden. Agro 60. There we go. How about that one? And that's a nice one. There, Opel record with a Barra V8. Barra V8 twin Turbski. I think he's mixing his genders there. But
we got some racing on track, Chris.
we
got
do.
Stephen Carkey.
It's still OG315, and we just must have had that little issue maybe from Simon, which we've cleaned up. Steve Carkey in that beautiful EH. To me, some people say this is the perfect setup. I love this thing. Michael Nichols, the VL buck sitting for him. Oh, he got a light. He left Carkey standing still, but doesn't matter. They're going to get ETs, 513 and a 525. Great pairing there. But yeah, absolutely gated Carkey, Michael Nichols. 120 in the 60. And that VL Calais, that's an 8-car field already in OG315, but we're not done yet. Craig Lewis goes, remember Dog 308? Absolutely, there you go. So Craig Lewis remembers Peter Priestley, his name was. It was an EK Ute, I think, with a 308 and a 4-speed, and it was huge wheel stands, 9-second runs. I do remember him, Craig. That's nice to remember that one. But yeah, Agro 60, Blow and Holden 6 and a Sweet FC. I'd like that. Blown and injected for me. Like 6 banger. I love a blower on the side of a 6 banger. Here we go. How about 572 cubic inches of street registered in New Zealand? Hot Rod, Marcus Page. It's a Mopar too. Look at the wheelbase on that thing. Got a bit of spray. And what about the FKM Black Ute? James Horan. The Hilux Twin Turbo Hemi. Of course, full race torque converters and Drain Care, his sponsors. Do you like the new Drain Care company, Ute?
Yeah, looking at the logo there on the side from James.
He went 420s yesterday, James Horan. Marcus Page gets himself into the high 4-second zone. Come on, bring it in. 7 seconds. It was 7 seconds. He didn't get it in. He's in the tyres anyway, so probably that's a little bit bittersweet there for James. Marcus goes 5:30 at 1:30, but just to explain for people what happened on the line there, again, because the CompuLink, the timing system's set on a 7-second from the first, the first full stage car. So that must have been just on 7, obviously, for James to be red-lit out of there. Look, he zinged it anyway, which kind of won't hurt probably as much as if it actually went out there like a rocket and he gets no ET. But he got it off the line there, Marcus Page. That hot rod, that can be the fly in the ointment in OG 315, like he was back in the days of when he would tag on the end of an Outlaw radial field and make life difficult for the guys that wanted to run in the low 4, high 3-second zone. And that hot rod, when it's on the case, can bump into the 4s easily and take a few scalps when unexpected. It continues on. Have a look at you want some supercar action? Do you want some metal work? Do you want some real steel, ladies and gentlemen? You cannot tell me that these guys aren't driving their dream setups. Aaron Gregory, 427 cubes of twin-turbo small block, HR panel van. Yes, sir. Thank you. Damien Boyce, the new Nova. He debuted at Jamboree, twin-turbo big block Chevrolet. Check out Damien's OG 315 machine.
Tell you what, the
quality
best,
mark, show-stopping.
The best appearing award's going to be interesting tomorrow.
Oh, 100%. We've got a few awards to give out tomorrow.
Oh, we do.
Another call, final call. They should be there. Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. Wrap your R's around those ones. Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. Alwyn Gregory and Damien Boyce. Final call to the lanes, please, for those ones. Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. OG 315. We still haven't got. We've got 275 to come, Mark Allen. This is Q1. Bum City. Oh, both off the line. Nice little wheel stand. Boyce gets along the ground. 118 to the 60 and into the 4s. 493. Great run for him. 143. 515 with more speed for Gregory in the panel van. 145 mile an hour. I don't know which one to pick. If I had to pick one, I'd pick the panel van. I do like both, but that panel van, something you don't see as many panel vans in drag racing.
You don't anymore.
I mean, we've got a lot of long roof love out there, and yes, Australia seems to have its larger than average group of utilities. Aussies, I think we drag race more utes than anyone in the world. You know, whether it's a 1200 ute or a traditional 1-tonner. You know, the Val Ute Fox Cullen that we had there before. We've got a few utes. The Hilux, for heaven's sake, we just saw them. We love a good ute. We love a good long roof, and one of the sweetest long roofs, hot off the hot off the presses. What's that?
It's an Indian shirt.
Wow, there you go. That's
cool.
That's a blast from the past. Now we're picking up some little knickknacks here. Whether or not it's it could be, I don't know, some gravel, or we are checking whether or not it's actually dropped anything. Okay, there we go. Johnny's running 275s on Manny's car. So he came into the 315. I think he just checked that qualifying again there. So, yeah, in the 315 class, we've got Manny in there. So apparently Manny's got the 275 on it. So you might have to just check with the tower. Oh, hang on, running 275s on Manny's car. Oh, there we go. So he's got the 275s in OG 315, and I think Danny might be the same here. Has a smaller tyre, but the car kind of goes outside the OG 275 rules, which is more towards keeping them fully streetable car, i.e., you know, registrable, drivable on the street. Yep. Manny's thing on a 275, yes. Is it an OG 275 car? A lot of rules say yes. The last rule says no, not really, but that's why he's on it. And that's the same, I think, why Danny in the wagon is in there too. I think he's on a 275, but again, in the OG category, just almost a pro mod. Oh, Manny's, again, a lot of stuff that stopped to being a pro mod. Danny's is the same. There's a lot less street VL in that than its last evolution. Honestly, this thing's, I think, SFI 25.3, this thing. Danny's built this thing from the last nut and bolt. It's been a labour of love for years. Many other cars have gone through the spot-on workshop between when Danny started the rebuild and where it is now. 3/4, that's it, that's the rule. So in the future, I think that car might be right in 275. There we go, yep. That's right, that's right. That's all. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Scotty. That's right. So today, yep. and maybe next year too for Danny. That same rule. The 3/4 rule comes in next year, where that will go into the Outlaw deal. I think 275 next year, or OG. I can't remember. But when they turn up next year, it's good to say they're talking about next year, because this is what I love about this event, Mark, is that we see how the year's finished, but then we see how next year's going to start, because we get to this time of year. We've seen some cars that have made their debut this year and they've got a few runs under them, and here they are. Then we've got the new ones that have just been finished coming out, making Riot. I know of a car, of course, one of the guys I work with, Chris Marshall, was supposed to have his immaculate HK Premier here, twin turbo, small block, supposed to be 2,000 horsepower, potentially a killer OG 275 car. You got to set yourself a date. Jambo came and went, didn't have it ready. Riot, it was all about let's get it finished for Riot. So it had to be plumbed. Twin turbo small block with all the fruit. James Horan's done a lot of work on the car. Twin turbo small block. So it's got to be, plumbed, wired. And I think at the last minute, what's kind of held it back for a bit is to be able to get the car wired. If you've got someone locked in to do the wiring for it, sometimes that's a hard job to give someone else. If someone already committed to the project, they've got to get around to it, because the reality is you want some good people to do stuff like that. I certainly would want that. But they had to get it wired, they had to get it plumbed, they did all of that. And then on the dyno, they're getting to the dyno, I think they had a coolant leak out of the back head stud, and they had a little oil leak on the engine. And you've seen in the way those cars are finished off and engineered, you can't just lop a cylinder head off. We'll have that head off in 3 minutes. You just simply won't. You're pulling half the car apart to get to the engine if it's something you can't fix externally on it, which may or may not have been able to be diagnosed to be fixed. So he missed out by a day and a half being here for the car for 2022, right? Now, hopefully that can be fixed before the end of the year, and he's out before the end of the year, because we've got a few other little things you could pop out to. But yeah, Chris Marshall didn't quite get the HK Premier here today. You would have loved it. It's a gorgeous car.
How much money are you guys making at Drain Care?
As I said, there's only 5 out of the 8 staff. There's only 5 of us have race cars, so we're not all...
Five staff with race cars out of 8.
I'm technically the second slowest. That's all right. I'm not the fastest, right? I think Turbo Troy at 5. I think Turbo Troy's gone 850 in his Tirana.
Yep. I
think Hilton... I know Chips will go quick in that HK. That's 2. Hilton, who used to be the apprentice, and his daddo's got 990. I've gone 1002 in the Ultimate. And then Jaden's HK, he's got a beautiful HK, then the less I think go 1080s. So I'm sort of like the 4th quickest out of the 5 guys that have got them. But yes, the answer is yes, we do make a lot of money.
You do, obviously.
Do you want to have an opportunity to make another statement there, which is, geez, you must earn that money. Go on.
Sure you do.
Because we do. Because honestly,
I've seen the hours that
you work. Put it this way, mate. I don't work 56 hours a week to not deserve the pay. Honestly, if I could go and work in an old people's home for the same money I make plumbing, I'd go work in an old people's home. I'd sing Frank Sinatra all day to the oldies. If I could make the same money I do doing what I do, I'd go and do that. But I can't. So you get addicted to the money, not so much the work, but you do it. And you look at work is work is money, cars need money. Just remember that. Get that tattooed all over you. And every day you'll wake up and go, that's why I've gone to work, because I still like cars. And that's where we're all stuck, mate. We're all stuck in that room.
I am hearing you.
We're all stuck in that little room. And if obviously some of us have got out because you're not here. But all you people that are here and watching on the live stream, you're kind of a bit hooked on them. And I don't blame you. Have you seen our 165 entries? We have got quality like you wouldn't believe. I'm even more inspired, not only by what I see here, but in next weekend I was supposed to be at Heathcote for Jambo to see the best of Victorian. But of course that's been delayed. That event's been delayed to happen next year. We got Buzznats happening later on this year down there. So it's the first ever all rotary event that's happening down there at Heathcote. 2 weeks' time, we've got Drag Challenge in Victoria. So we've got Heathcote, Mildura, Heathcote. So we're going around the Victorian countryside in 2 weeks' time with another group of people that are addicted like us to the automobile and want to take it around the Victorian countryside for a week and drag race it every day of the week. That's a bucket list for you too, Mark. You've got to come on one to appreciate.
On the drag challenge.
Yeah, 5 days of drag. We're drag racing on a Tuesday. It feels like a Saturday. The biggest thing for me a couple of years ago when we were at Swan Hill and a school excursion came out on the Wednesday. Literally a pack of kids and the teacher with their lunchboxes came and sat on the hill, and one of their excursion was to come out and watch us here at Drag Challenge. That was
cool.
That was cool.
Yeah.
When you're coming into a little town at dusk, because normally we wait till 4 o'clock when the lanes are closed and everyone moves on. So we'll be there with the stragglers. So there'll be people still coming with us as we drive the course. But when you come into these little towns and there's people sitting outside in their deck chairs, and it's realised you've been here all afternoon. You didn't know these. A lot of people, no one knows the cars are coming. Until you go, well, that's a tough car with a trailer. Hang on, there's another. Hang on, there's 20. We got, I think, 250 odd cars coming in 2 weeks' time to try and do the week. So it's alive and well in this country. That whole car building, tuning, competing, amateur motorsport in Australia is still at a point where I think we've got the right guys doing the right things on the track, i.e. Kenda here, 660, Jambo igniting, our small car and import enthusiasts, and our drag challenge, which is this kind of it's a little bit of tourism. It's a road trip, but there's drag racing every day. And this year, I think we're going to see a 6-second ET, in the class, which we haven't seen yet. So, and that car, of course, tested here the other day. Dan Symbolics with the HQ yesterday, I think went 670, 200 mile an hour in that HQ. Committed to, I think, in 2 weeks' time, driving that for the whole week around Victoria and racing it every day in that deal. And that's just one car out of the 250.
Did Bazinas race his car in the challenge as well?
No, I don't. I think that opportunity for Steve's gone.
Yep.
I should put the shout out, Steve Bazina, if you hear us down there. What would it take to take the 481 XXW around Victoria? Now, having asked you that question, you can message me up here, Steve, of course, about that. Is remember, Frank did it in Fair XW. And honestly, and I'm going to pay a little bit of a tribute to Frank Marchese here, whether he hears me or not. He can listen back on the stream or whatever. I already thought he was a bit of a legend of a fella before that. When you used to see Frank at the track, especially when he had customers' cars there or clients and, so engines he's built or cars he's tuning, Frank was a different bloke at the track. He'd give you a little bit of time, but he was really focused about the customer. And so he was very intense at the track, Frank. Always very intense. That week that he took Fair XW around Victoria, I saw it change. The man was just all over that car. He's owned it for nearly half of his life. And he was just at ease with that. He was at ease. He loved every minute of his own car for the whole week. He gave more of himself during that whole week. You saw the guard drop. You saw him go like 726 at Swan Hill. And he'd go pass after pass until he got it right, set that thing up and drive it to the next track. And then him and Harry on the last day, it was a ding-dong battle. Frankie, you are a true modern Aussie drag racing hero. And I'm shout out number one for you. Danny Lansdowne, another hero, that hero of mine. The long roof is down for one of his first full power runs in anger, 595 at 122 mile an hour. Remember the earlier, and again, was that under the eyes of maybe IHRA there because he had to do some licensing in the car. Now, I do believe first run for the wagon. Now, he's still on track there, so he's slowed right down and is just taking his time to get around the bottom. He did the chutes, he did everything. Normally when you have to perform, normally when you're popping the chutes like that, that's like a bit of a performance for the Tech Inspector. That's for the IHRA
Yeah,
guy,
show
isn't
that you
it?
know where the finish line is.
So that's a little bit of a giveaway. Now, look, first burnout, seized an exhaust cam bucket in that wagon. So cylinder head change after the first burnout. Slippy transmission yesterday. I think transmission swap or change or modification since yesterday. First licensing run of the wagon just then. So sometimes the journey back isn't the fastest one. But Danny Lansdowne and the VL is back, baby, here at Radial Riot, and it's OG 275 time now. Yes.
What about a Mercedes?
Yeah, well, what's he doing in here, you weapon.
Did you
Guy
lose power?
Hall. I thought he was in Outlaw Radial. He might be in Outlaw 275, but he's popped up with OG here.
Yeah, it sounds like he owes some self-starter on, so that's all good. John Elf's in the lane beside me in the Commodore for CV performance.
This is one of the toughest Aussie battler Commodores. Now, there's the VT for you. There's that front guard that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So that's that fatness that just when they were in race mode at Bathurst, just look, it was almost like the sheet metal was designed to suit them tucked under the guard. Guy Hall, well, there's no words to describe this thing, honestly. This is EFI too, by the way. Whipple charge, big block Chev that's EFI. In business, Diesel Australia down there on the south side of Brizzy. Had this Merc for ages. DeBenz is the licence plate. One of the toughest battlers at OG 275 beside him, Johnny Elves. Bumps it in. Oh, nice run both sides there. He gets the bends up. Good run there for Elves. Look at that. 478 for the VT. Great run for him. 478. 044 in the light. Johnny Elf's come for battle. And again, we're only qualifying today, but that's the sort of thing that you treat as a race. And you've got to cut the tree as well. That whole racing formula, you can't forget that.
I'm with you. You want to...
So that's a great run for Guy Hall and for Johnny Elves. But here we go. Check this out. Jamie Kitching, TM Performance, LS Turbo in a Cortina. I like it a lot. And what about old Goldie here? Brett Benz from Warwick. Warwick, panel and paint. The most immaculate, back to those VLs we're talking about. He's owned this VL for a long time, had a lot of different evolutions. I think it had a very stout Stroker Holden engine in at the start with, then it went blown and injected for a bit, then it's gone back to twin turbo. And here he is on the start line. You can see Terry Seng out in front of him. I think he's got the Holly on board, but Benzie had the dash, the new digital dash, for 2 years. Besides 3 weeks ago, let's put the dash and get rid of all the gauges in the car. So now that's all in the full Holly dash now. Had to upholster it, all that stuff. Most immaculate car inside and out, Red Bed. So much horsepower. He could really be a player at OG 275 if it all goes well. Jamie Kitching, I don't know where you come from, mate, but you're in the right class. OG 275, Buff City. Oh, Goldie likes it. 122 in the 60, straight down Broadway, 495. What a good settler. 495 at 146, you can build on that. 628 for Kitching, 188 in the 60, so didn't hit the line with any power, but still got an ET mark.
Yeah, 628, 106 mile an hour. Guy Hall still a number one qualifier here in OG 275 with that 475. We are in qualifying session number 1, and it looks like we've got a Holden Commodore coming forward here in front of us. Another VL as well. Luke Knight in the VL. Michael Bazil in the HSV.
Harry Haig said, look, Steve Bazina, all Steve Bazina needs in that XW is some water in the block.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you, big dog. Our reporter in the pits, Harry Haig. And it's good to see. Michael Bazile, the Fibre Tech Communication HSV. How tough does this thing look? You talk about real steel with a big smattering of plastic. These late model Commodores, again, these things are an appreciating asset. Luke Knight beside him, the Forced Performance VL Calais. The quality of OG is just incredible, Mark.
Yeah, big thank you to Outlaw Performance Exhaust supporting the bracket this weekend. We see Michael Bazil. He's already in pre-stage, waiting on Knight now to move forward in that Forced Performance VL Calais. Bazil in pre-stage. Knight is in pre-stage now. No one wants to leave. Green light is on. Boost is building. Bazil out first, 139 to the 60 for 130 for Luke Knight. We watch across the finish line. 589 for Michael Bazil, 546 for Luke Knight. 130 mile an hour for Luke Knight, 121 mile an hour for Michael in the Fibertech Communication HSV. We've now got 6 cars in Outlaw Performance Exhaust OG 275. We've got more coming forward.
Yeah, look, those guys just took their time on the tree, and they know, look, if they can put one in the bank, a nice ET in the bank, they can worry about trying to cut a light later. But tomorrow, that stuff won't pass muster when you're trying to win 3 from 3, because you know what happens tomorrow when we go racing. It's Chicago Shootout, 3-round racing, seeded for each bracket, and then it's the very best of the best after the 3rd round. Who's got 3 from 3, and who's the most, whoever's got the most wins, and then if we've got multiple 3-round winners, the 2 quickest ETs in round 3. That whole round 3 thing, isn't that sound a bit familiar? We're really concentrating on round 3 tonight as far as the home run derby and the index shootout. So we've got the Kenda index shootout and the Crown Equestrian home run derby tonight. Yes, Mark, there is a Red Bull in the fridge. Yes, I would like it, please. There will be just one. Oh, hang on, there may not be one in there, mate. Don't worry about it. No, yeah, give us a water too, Mark. I won't hit the Red Bull just yet. I'll have the water, thanks, mate. Yeah, that must be mine, because I did have a 4-pack and there's only 3 still in the box. So I do think that must have been the one I put in the fridge. I did have one of those for you, but we won't need it tonight, Mark. I don't think this will be enough of a sensory overload for all of us. I think 3 rounds of qualifying on a Friday night. He's back, Brian Ward. Hadn't seen Brian for a little while, and here's Brian back with the Cortina. Barra on board. Yeah, Brian had some big block Ford-based stuff before. Good to see he's a blue oval guy through and through. And he's now gone Barra in the Cortina, when I think it had a wild big block Ford in it before. Mark Trowlow, the hatchback Tirana with roof luggage rack. I wonder if he's doing drag challenge. I think he's done the drag and drives before. Here he is, an OG 275, thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust.
Just look at the fancy artwork on the...
Geez, once it came up on the power, it didn't particularly like it. How good's that for Brian Ward? 550, 128 mile an hour. That's a good run for him. The Barra Cortina getting it done. Mark Traylor, yeah, it went 135 in the 60, very similar in launch performance to Brian Ward. But yeah, the thing kind of,
it looked like
it
the
just
boot
sort of
was
lost
about to come
power,
up as
didn't
well.
it? I don't know whether, because the hatchback done, I don't think the ECU knew that the hatchback flew open. Sometimes you think there wouldn't be a little warning. Oh, what happened? Oh, well, it shut the power off. Why? Because the hatchback opened. I don't think that happened. There might have been. And guys, talk about wheelie sensors, right? And I heard a little bit more about wheelie sensors last night. I think Benzie had a little issue with a little wheelie sensor playing up, which of course a wheelie sensor is detecting height of the front end. So you can do it various ways. One could be an inclinometer, you would imagine, for angle of the vehicle. The other one is actually measuring height off the ground. And if you get a certain height, a wheelie sensor can take power out of it to stop it wheeling. So that could have been an issue. But then again, it could be something else. Dan Purnell, check this out. In the so we've got Paulie Fuller here. I think someone called this the Ghetto Mod. Turbo LS and a Gemini with a lot of tyre. OG 275. Dan Purnell, the 2JZ VH Commodore beside him. Yeah, you bring any combo you want. We don't care. Bump City. Oh, that 2J jangled the wheel off. Paulie, he spun him in the Gemini. Oh, there's a lot of smoke out of Purnell's car, and I don't know whether it's related to a pretty heavy breathing 2JZ or something more sinister. 546 at 112 for him, and a bunch of smoke as it went past the finish line as he rolled off the throttle. Sometimes that can be a little bit into the turbo. Sometimes as you're backing off, it can be that. Sometimes it just can be that, or something more sinister. So we're going for a quick wander, and our track walkers are doing that at the 13:20 mark right this moment. We're going for a run down in the buggy just to make sure that that the smoke is only smoke and nothing else. We do know that sometimes that's a more sinister thing to have happen, and we're not good with that. All right, having a look at a few more comments coming through here on the overtaking lane, and plenty of guys getting in there having a look. Mixmaster Mark 72. Someone said, I don't know. I reckon I got booed off the stage after beatboxing Working Class Man by Jimmy Barnes during an oil down break. I don't think I would have ever done that. Not that I would remember that. But thank you for the commentary on that. this UFO sorcery engineering.
The UFO
He's
guy's
into me a
back.
few times there, but it's all good. It's all good. So yeah, just an issue. He will speak with so respect. He deserves to get Aussie national anthem in background and get it emotional. So I think it's when I'm talking up the Aussie car scene.
We love it. We love it.
You could almost do a Sam Kekovich to it if you really wanted to, and really, instead of talking about Lamb, talking about, I know, VLs, I guess. But this is just the nature of the beast. So we are checking that lane out there on that far side where Purnell was. But I don't know where it stops with OG 275. I know it's a hell of a class, and the quality does run deep. And I do think one day, if we ever could, again, a fantasy category, I reckon there'd be at least, if we could get them together, 30 to 40 really tough OG 275s together. And she could be a little mini OG 275 cash days one day when we get them all there. A Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria thing, if you can get them all there. Might have to do it at Sydney, kind of pulls the Victorians more into it, maybe the odd South Aussie. We know those cars are out there. We know, because of our basic rule interpretation of OG, I know, put it this way, in 2 weeks' time, a lot of the heavy headers and radial blown, for example, can all fit in that OG class. They're that sort of car. They're driving the damn things, from track to track. Hundreds and hundreds of kilometres between stops, and then expected to get an ET out of it every single day. So I know those cars do exist right around the country, and there's more and more of them coming in all sorts of combos. It's not always going to be Turbo LS that gets our attention. Yes, there's a lot of it out there, but there's a reason why that works. The Barra's the same thing. You'll see a whole mix-up of all of that in a couple of weeks' time of just how many contenders we'd have for an OG 275 class. They are out there. This is a different beast, though, Mark. We're asking people to race here, not just get a number, hand it in and drive a couple hundred Ks. These guys have got to do battle. They're bumping in on a tree. They've got to cut a light. They've got to get that stripe first. Drag Challenge is a different beast when it comes. It's not about getting someone to the stripe. You just don't get any better combos than this. Have a look at this particular combo. She is a pure OG. Tanya Thompson. This car has done the drag and drives before. Guy King. He can do the drag and drive. He can do a bit of roll racing. He can do all sorts of things with this thing. Barra powered, if I'm not mistaken, KE20 Corolla. KE20 with a Barra. I think that's what he's got, Guy Hall. Tanya Thompson, Turbo LS VH Commodore. She knows her way around a Christmas tree. She's got a few gold Christmas trees herself.
She does have a few
of
gold
course,
Christmas
for
trees.
Pro Radial Christmas trees in 400 Thunder. Terry Seng walking away from the car there, so having a hand in the tune on that. Guy King, I don't know whether Hoff's in on the tune or whether the anything with the Corolla, you've got to keep an eye out for the Hoff over the shoulder there. Any combo, any tough Corolla combo, he's rooting for him anyway. Guy King bumping in against the Queen, Tanya Thompson. Oh, loved it. 064 on the through. Oh, Guy Hall, little pump. 506 for Tanya, 508 for the Corolla. Geez, if only they left together. Guy just used a little pedal and a little pedal.
Yeah, he had a little pedal in there.
Tanya's car just sort of picked the wheel up and carried it for a little bit, and then off it went. It was all loaded up by then.
Oh, that's what she does. That's pretty much on the money for that team, Tanya Thompson, 506. That puts her into number 4 qualifier. Guy King's number 5 with that 508. Probably lost a tenth with the pedal. Next pairing out, we've got Dean Ferris in the Escort to take on Lachlan Miller in the Skyline.
Attention to the children on the mound kicking the footy or kicking the ball. We cannot have ball sports on the mound, just in case you know where the ball goes. Yeah. You know what I mean? Thank you, race control. I don't mean to kill the fun. You can, yes, that's clever. Good, clever girls. That's the way. Go and play at the back. That's all right, isn't it? Can they go out the back, Dale? If they go down the hill, yeah, they could be all right down there. Just, you know what could happen here. We're all about risk management. We don't want Disco Dean Ferris copping a netball in the windscreen, do we? Bit of Bump City going on between the two here. Disco Dean knows how to cut a tree. We've got Lachlan Miller. I think that's a Turbo LS on board. It does say 6 cylinder there. Could be an RB. I know we've got another third run with something. That 553 we're in Renegade now. So load us up with Renegade Mark Allen. This is one of the guys that need a nominated about this time.
It's only on the third qualifier, isn't it?
You know what would be ideal for these guys in these 4 categories?
Yeah.
To write the nominated ET on their side of them like a dial-in so we could see it.
Is it only the third
one?
All right, good. I'll worry about it.
We don't have to watch any of the other ones.
I-
We don't have their list. But you know what? We want that list before the third round. I don't know where that list is.
One of the busiest men this weekend, Kevy Morton from KPM Performance. I can see him on the start line again for Jason Sang.
Let me go and ask Trace just real care if she can.
Jason Sang in the LJ Tirana. Bradley Lynch in the old HQ. This, of course, is Radial Renegades, brought to us by Simon O'Carroll's Swimming Pools. This is a 550 heads-up class. The basic rules of this class is get to the finish line first, don't go quicker than 5.50 seconds, and you are the winner. It is that easy. The KPM Performance LJ Tirana, Jason Sang gets out with 0.66 reaction time. We know Sang runs on that 550 index. 551, 125 miles an hour for Jason Sang. Lynch goes through with an 807, 107 miles an hour. Great first pass there from Jason Sang. Next pairing up here in Radial Renegades, we've got William Yarwood in the Supra to take on Craig Stokes, the VC Commodore. It's going to be tough to beat that 551 from Jason Sang. There's not much room to get that number 1 spot from him. Both cars in full stage. Green light is on. Yarwood out in the Supra. He goes 1.6 seconds to the 60 foot, goes 609, 124 mile an hour. And Stokes goes through for a 988 at 45 miles an hour, obviously with some issues there. There for Craig Stokes. 6 cars down already in Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. Renegade. Adam Curran in the Cortina. In the burnout pad, we're just having a quick look at the track. Wait till I think like Stokes might be just still on track, obviously just idling down to the return road. Of course, the braking area is actually longer than the racetrack itself. So when a car has had issues and just idling down, it takes a little bit of time before they get to the third loop to get off the racing surface. So it will be Adam Curran in the Cortina to take on Matthew Rogan in the Camaro. So Rogan Industries supporting the Camaro there of Matthew Rogan. Oh, spin for Matty Rogan. The Camaro with issues, so he'll just idle them through. Curran now gets off the start line. He's a little bit cleaner, 144 to the 60 foot. Goes through, runs a 585 for Adam Curran, 124 mile an hour. Rogan goes through the 1026 at 106 mile an hour here. Already had 8 cars down in Radial Renegades. Next up, it looks like the old Capri of Carl Cox, but I don't think Carl's behind the wheel anymore. We can see the Carl Cox sticker on the side of the car. We can see the Camaro over in the Rocket Industries lane here at Willowbank Raceway. It is day 1 qualifying session number 1 for Radial Renegades here at the Kenda 660 series for the Radial Riot. Just having a quick reset here of the computer. It'll be Rodney Taylor in the Capri. Take on Aris Cantolian in the Camaro. Smaller car on board for Cantolian, 350 cubes. Taylor 454 cubes. 550 is the number. Aris Cantolian in this Camaro tend to hit that number. Cantolian goes through, runs a 549 with a 6, 4,000 second too quick for Cantolian. Taylor goes 680 at 104 mile an hour in the X-Car Cox Capri.
Yeah, well, I do think it's one of the ones in the fleet. I think it's an associate, an associate of it, yeah, so one in the team. Typical story of Aris, yeah, that 550, that's what we're aiming at in this Renegade class. Thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. I think that's what we are, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
Renegade.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yes, the list is getting prepared for our index shootout and the home run derby. So I think we've just got to ride a little bit for the home run derby. because we'll have it up on the screen, which will be really handy. All right, John Vesnaver and Russell Eckert, these guys. Check out the ute, another ute. Aussie ute, brown. Tough, 6 litre on board. Oh, Eckert with a bit of nitrous on board for him. That 550, he could go close too. Oh, too fast. 42 tonight. 542 rather.
Question for you. Favourite ute? Rest of Australia.
Don't ask me that right now. Give me the time at the end.
I'll give you mine.
Okay, go on.
Jet Devil. 5 minutes quick.
Yes, okay, best ute, 5 and quickie, yes.
That was my favourite.
Yes, that's a hell of a good ute. I always liked Jerry Sarafoglu.
Oh,
the VZ
yeah,
with the LS.
that was
Yeah, remember that one? The turbo LS
running
running sixes. That was a favourite.
That was
ute.
tight,
That's a
yeah,
nice
Jerry's.
ute. Single turbo too. I like that one at Jerry. Big shout out to Jerry Sarafoglu.
Good call. Chris Shaper.
Jerry's obviously taking a short sabbatical. Here's another ute, 57 ute. That's right, only in Australia. 57 ute. Chris Shaper driving the old boys 57 on radials. Greg Trappy 581 cubes. Over 1,000 cubes out there right now. Oh, Trappy has a bit of a hesitation on the line. Chris Shaper goes 556. It's going to be a tight field tonight, let me tell you. That 550, let's see where the 550 and beyond goes. 625 for Trappy. We know we can go quicker than that.
Jason saying off the bat, 51 off the trailer.
Hold on to your hats. Kim Peddlewood.
Oh, there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those people that may think there's a generation gap in drag racing, let me tell you that Kim Peddlewood is one of our early South Queensland drag racing heroes in super stock, pro stock, he even ran indoor slammer.
And slammer, yeah.
Here he is with, is this like another combo Camaro, a little bit like Harris Petroleum?
Possibly.
They're making all a fuss at Bathurst. They take the covers off it's a Camaro. Oh, big deal. We've had Camaros for years in drag racing. Wow, it's a big secret. Here's the new generation. Well, you're about 10 years behind supercars. The Camaro and racing. Jason Gisotti went too quick in the 3rd round in Sydney, cost him a place in the final. Went like a 49 on a 50 on a solo and cheated himself out of the final. Come on, KP at the Pro 3. Tell you what, he's got some stick. 565 first hit for Gisotti. We know he can get that thing right on the 550s. It normally comes with a nice big wheel stand. Peddlewood 598 and 120. So I think he's gonna get hooked on this, I think. Remember we had John Payne running in here too?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
We've got Juan Kudnik running here too. So we've got a lot of guys that have...
Some old school guys.
kind of made their name in mainstream drag racing, have now found just somewhere else to try racing, where...
Well, it gives them that heads up.
It gives you that heads up racing. That's exactly right.
That they like.
And here's Shane Bowden.
Shane Bowden.
Well, hang on a sec. They've both agreed. KP and Bowser. So Shane Bowden, another... I shouldn't say former Superstock hero. You're never a former Superstock hero. You raced in Superstock. You were a Superstock hero. I don't know what's happened to Bowser. He was normally a Ford guy too, Shane Bowden. But he's in the Commodore and might be a bit of lights out happening here. He's taking it seriously, Shane. He's got the radials on the back. He's got it looks like a little bit different rim. Shane Bowden's not your typical bloke in a Commodore with 2 different types of wheel on it. That's normally what you see in a current affair. That's a little bit. That's probably a level up from the SV6s that we see there. But Shane Bowden, is he going to have another crack here? Another call. We want Outlaw to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial, round 2, Q2 rather. Outlaw Radial Q2 to the lanes, please. First call. Outlaw Radial Q2 to the lanes, please. Hope you're enjoying watching the live stream on Overtaking Lane wherever you are around the country and the world. And just while you're on the comments, if you can, give us all a bit of a comment on where you're from, listening or tuning in right around the world. Come on, Bowser, there's the tree. It's gone down. He's going to give it some. Here we go. He might have a little bit of boost on board here, Shane Bowden. 676. He did go into Renegade, probably because that's where KP was running. So it's not often you tune in and there's a couple of Superstock heavyweights having a crack at the old Kenda. And you know what? We've got
those ties back to it where they just want to come and have a race. All right, I have a funny feeling we're swapping for Renegade here because we've just cleared the class in race control. We're in, well, hang on, still says here, maybe Jeff Rice. Well, again, I think he might be Renegade. So Judy Pukas in Renegade, the Coyote Racing, 572 cubes of big block in the Valiant with a blower on it. This thing on a radial. Gotta love the VC. Very much a gas-style car. Geez, you let that thing sing all the way through low gear. It went 666 in low gear. And a 595 for Jeff Rice. Because remember tonight we've got the Renegade bracket. We've got Ruckus, which is the 580 bracket.
Yep.
We've then got the Rumble bracket, 640, and then we've got the Rebels, which is the 7 flat.
Yeah, big thank you to RC Metalcraft, our Ruckus supporter this weekend.
There you go. So Wayne Downs remembers when Bowser drove Maury Wilkie's Pontiac BNP.
This is a guy from my era, Michael Adams in the
Yeah,
Mustang.
I saw Mick Adams on the return road. I know about the Adams family, how they went to America and raced these cars. This is another Coppo car from the States that they brought back. They used to go to the States to race them, father and son. So Michael, I even think Junior went out there as well. So it was Gavin, Michael, who's the oldest son, and the youngest son.
Rob. You can see Rob Adams on the start line.
Rob there on the start line.
Guiding him in.
And who was the daughter, the sister?
Kerry.
Kerry, that's right.
Yep.
Okay. So here he is, bringing to the start. That's right, a bit of heads up. Oh, spins the tyres right on the head. Going to give it some, but hey, I tell you what, isn't that car would be great. I do think we're in Ruckus here. I think we're in the 580. Bruce Henderson, 667. Mick Adams, spinning the tyres right on the hit. That's a special car. That's a legit Coppo Mustang. So I think we are in the 580s here. Oh, here we go. You want some Aussie muscle, ladies and gentlemen. Brett Wills, the HG Premier, 4-door Australian muscle cars, and one of my favourite Fords, Sean Helson, 451 cubes. Oh, yes. Heavy breathing, high comp, small block Ford on a leaf spring. Heads up, the Radial Ruckus 580 class. Smack on, this car can go into the 70s with a wheelie to boot. Let's have a look. Yeah, baby! You just got your price of admission. 589, number one qualified. Put your hands together, folks. That's what Friday night's all about here at Kenda 660. Dave Reed from Drag Photos would have got that one in sequence. How good was the drive from Sean Helson? That's the stuff.
That's awesome.
That is the stuff. That's price of admission.
Can we write that down somewhere? I don't know.
I know
it's early on in the weekend for us, but we need to
we
think
won't
about this
forget
sort
him.
of stuff. Yeah.
I don't think we can forget him. Not now. Not now. And you know what? We've got it on replay. We can watch it on replay right here. Here we go. Whoa! Bang! Big wheel stand there from Helson and still an 89. Oh, here we go. Johnny Haley. Oh, sorry. Is Matt Vodjic now and Matt Loy. I thought that was Johnny Haley hatchback.
Looks like it's
Matty Loy, the nitrous LS HQ wagon, built himself up a spare gearbox the other day just in case it might need it. Bump sitting for him. Gets the tree. So this 580 class might be good for Junga in the wagon. Goes through, 614, that's tight enough. They can get a few wins with a good holding shot on the 6-1 beside him. This is where we're getting real steel, that 580 class. This is where a lot of the chrome bar stuff, you know, we don't put as many turbos on in this category, but we don't have to. We're tough as it is. Harry Waite, 454 cubes, a big block you would assume, in the 1-ton ute. And Colin Beavers, the HK ute. It's utes everywhere. Friday night knockoff here at Radial Riot. Ruckus. Oh, spin both sides. It's now get to the end and get an ET 721 and a 753. Just hit the mark, overstepped the mark a little bit. And you know what we do as an encore when you see two Aussie utes skidding and having a good run there? Is we'll throw another couple in. Why not? We'll get Raheem Tar now in the XD ute. This was a fluke. I didn't plan this. Derek Logan in the ute. What is it with Ruckus? We might just have Formula Ute, Radial Ute. We could just about have it. Here they are. This was not deliberately set up, but it's another pair of utilities.
Another, well, Ford versus Holden matchup here, the way that we like it. XD against WB. Just about nearly similar on the showroom, because of course once we got sort of to the XHZ ute, Holden kept the ute going. Of course they put the WB front on them, which I think still today for the H-body Holdens is to me almost the ultimate front end on a H-series Holden. Is that Statesman front end. Of course, WB Utes, they kind of got a Povo version of the Statesman front end. You know, they probably they got the blinker and the headlight, but then the grille was probably, you know, $200 cheaper. The WB Utes, you remember those real basic commercial WBs with the real super Povo colour-coded grille? Well, Derek Logan doesn't have that. I think he's got a DeVille grille. If you were an 80s Holden man like I was, there was the Caprice grille and the DeVille grille. That was basically two different trim levels. I think they both had 308s in them, but the DeVille might have had a 253, but the DeVille had different trim. The Caprice to me was the most amazing car you could have ever wanted. I wanted a WB Statesman Caprice. I saw one brand new at the Sanford show, and I go, man, WB Statesman's for me. Derek Logan, 509 cubes, Radial Cars, Stout Clevo. He's buzzing that C4 by the sound of a nice low first gear, gets the wheels up, goes 608. Derek Logan, 706 beyond his. Oh yes, the battles continue in Radial Ruckus. Ruckus brought to us by RC Metalcraft. Connor Whitehouse, welcome. R33. All of a sudden, you know, here we are talking about all this old muscle and steel, and then all of a sudden R33. Oh, look at that rare car. Yes, we need Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 to the lanes, right? Oh, yep. So there we go. Second call, Outlaw Radial to the lanes, Q2. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, Q2. 235, if you're there, I suppose you can get up there. We'll call you up now, 235 to the lanes.
We'll make the call.
All right, Reese Carkeet, he's a bit of a gun in the 580 class. Connor Whitehouse, brand new to it, goes straight in the stage. And you can't do that against people like Carkeet, because he's ready to go. Mind you, that 33's got some. He's just got to leave a bit quick. Oh, 581.
Oh, that's
Rich Carkeet too quick. I think Connor Whitehouse is #1 qualified. Let's have a look. It's confirmed. Connor Whitehouse, 581 in the R33, #1 qualifier, because Reese Carkeet's 578 too quick for the Ruckus 580 index. I love the index. I love these fixed index classes for this reason. We have the end, we have the pointy end, and then you've got to stay away from the pointy end. Lee Ellison now and Craig Scotney. Scotney, I love the Mitsubishi with the 393 Clevo. That's right. That's a Mitsubishi Scorpion with a Clevo in it. Lee Ellison, you can bet that XD's got one as well. Not a Scorpion, a Clevo. 580 class here at Ruckus. Scotty must have changed from Renegade. Wheels up there for Lee Ellison. Again, reaction times, good time to do it is in qualifying, not in racing. You might lose one. 6:15's not bad. 7:23, a little bit slower there for Scotty. And again, didn't leave with the venom we know that the Mitzi can get. All right, here we go. This is Paolo Bioni. I know Paolo. He's been doing the Talk Time car shows and dyno shows for a while, but now he's got the Barra-powered XD sedan. You couldn't give an XD Falcon away back in the day. XDs, you could almost just get them for a couple $100, but now you try and find an XD Falcon any which way.
It's pretty much every car these days.
Anything from the 80s onwards, 70s onwards, you know. I think Paolo went a 560 yesterday. So let's just see what he does here. If he's in the Ruckus category, he's got to go that 580. So let's see what he does. Just love that, eh? It's almost like it's the XDGL. It's almost like the taxi pack. Almost like a black and white cab without the stickers on it. All right, light it up, Paolo. Whoa, just nearly caught it. It came out 161 and a 60, and you heard it struggled for a bit of traction. Now, he just about grabbed Grabbeck gave it again, and it hadn't stopped spinning when he gave it that other squeeze. But Parlo in the field there. There's a few in that Ruckus 580 class, and I don't think we're done just yet. We might be running now. Of course, Rumble's a 640 class, and Rebels is the 7 flat class. So it looks like we've cleared
7
the
flat or 710.
I think it's flat. Flat. That's the guy who's in 700.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with 7 flat. So yeah, by the look of us clearing the ledger here, that this is the end of Ruckus, and we are now into the 640 Rumble class. And I do love, so RC Metacraft Ruckus was good, but the all-over group Rumble, we can see even tighter matchups here. Bill Cumner and Adrian Kennedy, real steel again. Where do you put the dollar value on the panel there? Up against that, a back HK Prem or Brahm. Just in the fading light, it's hard to see, especially with that two-tone roof. 671 and a 755 on that 40 index. Now something's come out of the car that, just a rag. You always know where that last rag went.
Might be a belt of some sort.
I don't know what he's got there.
Oh, watch out, Brady.
Watch out, Bretto.
Luke Hauser now in the Race View Mechanical Toyota to take on competitor 10140.
No, we don't know who's in the
Is that a Commodore?
VK.
Yeah, it might be VK. I can only just
Well,
see
it's done up as the VK. I'm looking that it might still have that VH window work. Can't quite tell. It might actually be a whole K. Yeah, sometimes they'll do the tail light bars on them. 657 for Lukey. That's not bad. 649 for the VK.
or VH possibly.
For the Commodore.
For the Commodore. There we go.
649. Here's another long roof. Here he is. We've got Nick back, and we've got the VK on there. Where's he gone? He's gone.
You might have thought the tree hadn't been reactivated after last pass, so the green light was still on.
Yep, all right. Well, he's got a whole bunch of SFA there. He won't even get a time slip.
There's smoke down there, but...
Yeah, okay. No, he definitely gave it a good good burn on the way down, but a little bit of smoke on the overrun. But, yeah, just didn't get it into stage. There were no beams, no ET for him, so it's clearly obvious he did not engage the timing system correctly, because we do this thousands of times a day. Not thousands, can be over 1,000 on a big event. And the mechanism works very well once you put two lights on and the lights come down. Any time for when you see the lights get thrown, you're going to get yourself an ET. When you take off, when that doesn't happen, well, that's why at the moment, of course, our CompuLink, we've got to do a little bit of a shutdown.
What do we call it? The Phantom Amber?
The Phantom, there wasn't even a Phantom Amber. I don't know what he was doing. Something flickered and off he went. He was ready. He just didn't see what Nick was doing next to him, which was trying to stage the car. Here we go. I think Nick gets another crack now. Beautiful wagon. And Nick Harvey, the HR. Gets off the lights, 348 on the tree, 693 on that 640 index. Of course, our friend in the VK will wait for the next run to get something on the board. Not this time. Any more contenders for the 640? Here they are, Johnny Nason and Gary Green. The well, it says VK, but it's not that. It's another VT. Is it VT
VX.
wagon?
It's a VX.
VX, sorry.
There we go.
Johnny Nason, check out the Camaro. What are we, 70 and a half? I just don't quite get the year of it here. Just says 505 cubes on the Camaro. Well, he's going to get something. He's left the big cherry, but he's at least going to get something, John Nason. And that would be in racing conditions an instant win. Instant loss, rather. 662, 659 for Gary Green. They're all good numbers. Let's lock those things in.
Well, Nason had a chop, mate. You don't see too many guys having a chop.
He had a full chop. He had a full chop just then. Pay off. But hey, a 662. Now remember, number one qualifier is 649 with the 6, which was the VKV. Yeah, the mystery VK.
Yep.
Here's another ute, and it is him, Shane Locke, Damien Morris beside him with Damo. He can get in the 40s, so can Shane Locke. Have a look at this one. Now, we don't know exactly what they've nominated for Q3, but right now, 43's number one, and a 53 not far behind for Shane Locke, about third qualifier there. So once we get those in the system, we'll have that for the index shootout a bit later on. This is only Q1 for everyone, thank goodness. We're asking another call. Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial, final call. Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235. Let's get around to the lanes for Q2, please. Nathan Peters, the Barra Powder VC. Craig Williams, check out the 66 Mustang.
That is a tidy for Williams.
Real steel driven by real people on real fixed index radial racing. 51 to a 96. Yeah, we're bunching up the 40s and the 50s here in Rumble. I love how we can group them up with so many different combos. Pick your poison, you know. We've got Damien Morris, all Holden 308 powered Monaro, VK with a bit of power adder action. Nathan Peters, Barra powdered VH Valiant. Timmy Cross now in the R31. That's right, Timmy Cross. Tara Johnson in her Supra. Yeah, Timmy's got a few little toys laying around, Timmy Cross. Not just, of course, the Cortina, but the Skyline, RB30, 707 for him, 708 for Tara. Would have been a great race if Timmy actually tried to cut a light, but he was just trying to get some boost up and leave with the VL. With the R31. You wouldn't expect Timmy Cross in an R31. Normally it's got to be a blue oval thing.
How's your little rebel car going along?
It's going on great, mate. It's sitting up there rusting in Warwick, waiting for paint. It's a paint and panel, which I'm not putting any pressure on anyone. And I'm in no position, mate. You wouldn't believe what I've just spent to get my bathroom and toilet renovated upstairs at my place. So let's just say that could have finished the car off a little bit, but we decided to do a bit more bathroom first at home. I'm in no particular hurry, isn't that obvious? I'm working on something with the Hoff where we might get the Altered back with the 2J going. Yeah, so Hoff's trying to let me put the 1500 horsepower 2J in it. I'm too scared to do it. Hoff will do it in a week. Hoff would do it if he let me. But I think we're going to work something out in the middle. It won't be as exciting for Hoff, but it'll be exciting for me. Michael Harper, 644. Benny Dryer beside him. So Harper in that Chevy, that shoebox Chevy, and Benny Dryer, 695. So look at that. Damien Morris, 643. Harper, 644. The VK, 649. 651, 653, 657, 659, 662. We knew it was going to be tight. Justin Gall and Chris Sword now. Pick your poison. You love the sleep. I do love this. This is almost back in the days. VH Commodore, there was a SL. I think it was VB or VC. You could get a Commodore L, which was even less than an SL. So you had Commodore, this might be just a Commodore SL. You notice it didn't have the full trim treatments. It was a very understated car. It was that entry-level VH Commodore. Normally you get them with a 2850 blue motor in them. If you really want to get right into the front, you know, if you want to get into the showroom, you can get him with a Starfire if you wanted the four-banger. But here he is with a very stout 416 Cube LS. Chris Sword, the BA with a bit of turbo Barra action. Here's the tree. Both guys very patient waiting. That tree just took a little bit
It was
to
a
go.
long tree, wasn't it?
It was a long tree, but it doesn't matter. It's gone. And Gold puts a 46 in there. That just got a little bit tighter. A 96 for Chris Sword tightens up the back end of 640 Rumble. And that's a great one, thanks to All Over Group. Justin Gall now third qualifier. So 43, 44, 46, 49, 51. There's your top five. And it could happen again here right now, unless we're swapping classes. Quite getting this under the side. Keith Berry against engine 7203, which we haven't got through as yet. It's still saying Rumble, and the ETs are still relevant. 665 and 676. Yeah, from Gatesville, Georgia. Is that Keith Berry? Literally Keith Berry. That didn't twig until I said it again, and you've pointed it out. Keith Berry, and you saw from Georgia. So we have more than just David Rees over here, obviously. We've got Keith Berry. I think he came to a ride a couple of years ago. We had a few sources with Keith Berry last night. Andy Fenson now and Bill McKee.
Okay, another call. Outlaw 235. 235 to the lanes, please. Outlaw 235 to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial should be there. Outlaw 275 should be there. We're looking for a few more Outlaw 235s to the lanes, please. Now, no anti-fensive in the LX, so look out for the left-hand front wheel of the wagon. Well, not this time. Normally, we know what happens. He dangles that thing. This is another rumbler. Check this out. 667. Oh, Fletcher's done it. Are these the magic numbers? Well, I thought if you're coming in, you shouldn't be alarmed. Well, any time I see a blonde come around the corner, I'm just going to go, hello.
That's all I've got.
Yep. And,
Awesome.
and I know with some of them that are missing, I think we put in something for them. It's almost like a scratch it. we'll have a little...
We'll just put in the
we do a
the
little
index.
scratch it. That's what we do. Yeah. And again, we ask all entrants about that. Some people are more privy to others. We give everyone plenty of opportunity to do it, and it looks like a fair majority of everyone in those 3 fixed index classes have given us a nominated ET. Obviously, they want to play. So for the people that want to play, we've got them. For the people that haven't given us a number, Mark and I have a play. Gotcha. All right, well, let's have a look, Mark, because, again, we don't want people right now clambering up here to say, can I put one in now? There was plenty of opportunity because it's quite obvious. It's quite obvious. So let's rattle off a few names that haven't, shall we? Like Jason Carpenter, he's in Rebels. He hasn't given us a number, so I haven't even seen him yet. So let's just see what happens when Rebels comes out. That's right. So maybe, well, again, they won't factor because they're not here. Gotcha. All right, well, whatever's here is here. If we come up with a blank mark, we'll work it out.
I will just go with the index.
And we've got, thank God we've got 2 rounds before we have to do that. Okay?
All right, next pairing up, we have got on track a couple of utes. James Blinko gets out XC Falcon, 153 reaction time. The Purple Falcon here in a Radial Rumble goes through with a 751.91 miles an hour. Radial Rumble brought to us by All Over Group.
Yeah, still the 640 index, and Blinko just running a bit shy of it, as was the green ute. But again, is this a record entry of utes? Because I've never seen so many utes.
There are a few.
There
utes
are
here
a lot
tonight.
of utes
Yeah.
here. Here he is, Barney Lindner. He had a bit of a hit yesterday. He's blowing 383 small block Camaro, working really well. He loves to get this thing right down on the 640. Sometimes it's a 38. A lot of the times it's a 40. When he doesn't want it to go quick, it goes quick. When he wants it to slow down, it goes quick. He's this thing, it makes a lot of power, this blowing thing, and again, it can spit some horsepower out when he gets it hooked up. Greg Barrett, the VC Commodore, LSA, so 2 blowing weapons on the line right now here at Rumble. Oh, Barney, nice wheelie. 204 light there, out and gone. Let's have a look at the ET now. 35, too quick. He is German, Barney, so he might say Schweitzer after that helmet. 688 at 104. We're going to the Oktoberfest on Sunday. He's coming because he can be the translator.
Okay, next up we got Matt Britnell in the XY4 taking on Michael Grillis in the Commodore.
My plumber brother from another mother. Michael Grillis, Mr. Jetflow Plumbing from Sydney. He's in the maintenance game as well, and we share each other's pain. Matt Britnell, the XY, LS3 in an XY, Ford lovers. Why did you have that reaction? Oh, Mick, what happened?
He jumped through the beams.
He jumped through the beams. He's got a bit of spray on this thing. It's a big cube holder, 394 cubes. The X, get this, an XY with an LS3, 691. Mick's going to have another crack at it next round. Now, just as an example, let's use in Rumble, Mick Grillis in Rumble. Thank goodness it's in alphabetical order. He's nominated a 44. Thank goodness that's in alphabetical order. Imagine if that was just random. Paul Allen now and Troy Hutton, no relation?
No relation. No.
Troy Hutton, oh look, it's a ute. HKU. This has got to be a record for utes, honestly. I don't want to count them, but we might have to. We'll have to start counting.
Hutton's very consistent. He has won the most consistent award previously at the Kenda events.
Yes, Troy Hutton. Let's have a look at the first hit for him. 83, 92 for Paul Allen. So we're still in that all-over group rumble. So yeah, you're right. He's brought us up some time slips before at the end. And I think it's store credit, isn't it? We give store credit normally.
Yeah,
to
the
Performance Wholesale.
most consistent is brought to us by Performance Wholesale, $500 store credit.
That's right.
Next up, Ben McCallum in the Cortina take on Daryl Beavis in the Tirana.
Oh, they're coming from everywhere. They love this stuff. A little bit of, a working man's pro stock, the old Rumble. Heads up Pro Tree, Real Steel. UC Tirana against TD Cortina. 351 cubes on board for the Cortina. 434 cubes for the Tirana. Oh, Phantom Ambertine. He's going to get an ET, though.
I reckon he had a shot at it.
Yeah, he had a shot. He's going to get it, though. 669. That was the biggest cherry you could chuck. Ben McCallum, he just rolls to a 10.26. He had a shot. That's a couple of guys having a shot.
Actually, is there a tiebreaker of two guys are the same over their dial and goes back to reaction time?
Oh, Mark.
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it out there.
But you know what I love about that question is I can answer it almost immediately.
Yep.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's not worry about things that we may not have to worry about. You know how I've managed to handle my stress over the years? I think less. I'm thinking less every day. I'm trying my darndest to kill brain cells off, but they keep growing, Mark Allen. I can't stop thinking. Neither can you by the sound of it. And that's why I came in straight away and I cut the safety in there. Let's just think about that later. All right, we need Outlaw 235 to the lanes. Final call. Where's 235? Yeah, let's get them through to the lanes. Outlaw 275 should be all there. Outlaw Radial should be there for Q2. Outlaw 235, please get to the lane. No Trevor Owen in this lane, but our friend in Cortina, entrant 7554, having a crack. And 662 is not a bad number.
That's a good little number there for a no-name entrant.
Yeah, no, I hope that gets in the boards there. It just doesn't pop up on that one. But we have got one more category to finish all that session. Now, just remember, our OG classes, you should be getting ready, don't roll. OG 315, OG 275. Get ready, don't roll. But we should have final call. Outlaw 235, Q2 should be in the lanes. Outlaw 275 in the lanes. Outlaw Radial Q2 should be there. OG 275 and 315. We're giving you some notice. If you're ready, it can't hurt to roll. You might be the first there, but we're asking OG to the lane. Trevor Owen. This is one tough Holden, and I think this is still red motor, which would be just unheard of to have an LC with a red motor in it. Who would ever thought? An LC with a red motor? I bet that's almost generation gap stuff. Wow, what engine's that? That's the original engine it came in. Why doesn't it have an RB or a 2J or a Sparrow? Slap across the millennial's face. Listen, this is what they had in them. Just because kids have grown into an era where they see an LC and it's got some engine swap in it. I love that people are still playing with the old school. There's that one, of course, down in Sydney, the Aspo one that runs 9s with an Aspo 202 and a Liberty. It's the wildest little car that you could ever have. Red motor Holden. Jason Carpenter, here he is. Todd Armstrong. Check this out for some old school action. I'm going for the Red Rebel. That's right, got the Chevy pickup and we've got the 32 Chevy pickup. Oh God, it's getting some crumbs out. Getting some crumbs out of the exhaust, little bits of flame. 712. Now the Rebel class, I think, is the 7 flat, right? I do think the Rebels are 7 flat. Rebels are brought to us by Joel's Garage Gear, and from memory, 700 is what we need to run in there. So we've tacked that on to the end, I think, of.
I think Carpenter was one of those guys that hadn't given us a number.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. I don't know what to do with the boy.
I think we should just put him at the index, make it the same for everyone.
What, just hit the index,
yeah,
make it as the index?
Yeah.
All right, well, Jason Carpenter, he went 712, right? So here's an example, and I'm sure we've just tagged these guys out of Rumble. Well, actually, looks like we've got them all. We've got to split them. So our Rumbles and our Rebels, right? So the Rebels is the 7 flat index, and I think those two guys were in that. Here's Carissa Clark in the Chevelle. Check it out.
Oh,
Carissa, the lady's
nice.
in there steering the big muscle car. 540 cubes, Carissa. Hello. Ian Clifford, the Hilux with a 1J. That's not your average dual cab Hilux.
Carissa's actually gone through the beams.
Yeah, Clarissa. There she goes. Have a rip. So if we are in that Rebels class, let's just say, because it does say Rebel there, I'm just digging up my Rebels. There's 3 pages of them, of course. And that was Clarissa Clark, 838, and Ian Clifford, 758. Looking for Clifford's name in that
I think
list
Clifford
there.
was a 710 when I was looking through before. Yeah, 710.
And it's, 710. So you've got the, that's right, you've got the other pages in order.
Oh.
I've given you ones, you've actually done paperwork. I've just chucked the paper in front of me and said,
I've kept the
I'll
paper
look at
in
that
order.
later.
Yeah.
I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
I'll tell you what, Chris. Worry about this when it actually matters.
That's right, 7
Yeah.
flat for Carissa. Yeah. And Clifford, he was 710. Oh, there you go. So they're playing the game.
Don't waste your brain power on something that
I
doesn't
know,
matter at the
mate.
moment,
I
Chris.
nearly panicked. See what happened? See what happened? I nearly
Jay
panicked.
Allen in the LC Torada to take on Lance Taylor. HK Holden. Alan can tell there 47 reaction time in the LC Torana. This is Radial Rebels.
Yeah, the 7 flat, where do they go? 725, 835, so good safe runs above the 7 flat. 047 light for Jay. That traditional Aussie muscle car right there, the LC with the 350 Chev transplant, and what a great car. Straight away into a class where it's competitive, and that's what I love about Kenda 660. Right from the 7 flat to the 640 to the 580 to the 550, or if you want to go Outlaw or OG, there's a spot for you. How serious do you want to go? And you can still have that. And here we go. Let's get some long roof together. Let's get a couple of big wagons together. Terry Mansfield French and Andy Paul. Andy the Impala. 400 cubes for Randy. Terry Mansfield French, 557 cubes. Thanks very much. In the Falcon. Oh, Paulie on the tree. But already 557 cubes in a Falcon / Fairlane wagon. It's
how
got
about
Fairlane
that?
guards. 99 with a 9. Terry Mansfield French.
Tight.
699 with a 9. Out of bounds. That's gone into touch. I'm sorry, the flags are up. The touch is in. The touch is in. That's foot on the line. Foot on the line. It's out. Ross Costello now and Philip Petrovic. Now, this is a guy that can get right on it too. Again, real muscle. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the ETs are, what categories they are. The one common denominator is this. Real steel just keeps turning up, pass after pass. These folks want to go on the Pro Triumph track. Petrovic gets out at 194 to Ross Costello. Petrovic's already hit the tree mode. What about hit the ET? 710. Now, what did he nominate, Petrovic? He nominated a 700. Well, he's getting dangerously close to the 700. So you get what we're talking about? When we get to that Kenda Index shootout in round 3, we'll be watching these guys.
It'll go down to
And
the
girls.
thousands of a second for those $500 awards.
$500 each category here in that Index shootout, plus the home run derby. What a great idea. Richard Field now and Darryl Cleveland. Another use. Darryl Cleveland's got some nitrous going through that 265. I can see the flamage underneath. Can the 265 handle this much chemical interruption? 738 to a 777. It did get to the end. The old 265 lives again with some more spray through it. Richard Field, 738. Great category. It doesn't matter which category it is. They just keep turning up.
Look at the
and they're just
presentation.
quality. John Dangerfield and Michaelia Lynch. We might also have a record for the most amount of girls running today.
There's a few.
Michaelia, we've got
Yep.
Tanya. We had Carissa there before. I think we had Beth in there. We'll have to start writing them down as well. By the end of tomorrow, we'll have all that info available. We've got plenty of notepad paper here. I'm going to write here girls. Here we go, girls. Michaelia. All right. Clean green, 512 for John Dangerfield. Hits the stripe first, 715 at 97 mile an hour. That's a very good ET. Again, let's just test the. Let's just test it. Dangerfield.
700.
700 and he went 715. Yeah, well, someone's going to land on that. It's like playing a big game of Monopoly. Roll the dice. Where do you land in Q3 ET-wise? Raymond Godwin and Randall DeBock. So Randall DeBock, the VK Commodore, And again, an immaculate Ford, 347 cubes. Are we an R or a T? I just can't quite tell from here. The class is Radial Rebels, brought to us by Joel's Garage Gear. So the 7 flat index in this class, and again, DeBock nominated a 702. Godwin nominated a 764. Again, we're only going to play this in Q3, but let's have a look. Oh, 08. So an 02, he's gone 08. 779 on a 64. Keep an ear out for that in round 3. That's not a bad first hit for all these guys. Remember, we're still all... Hey, that's great. Oh, I didn't mind that. That was pretty good in there, those lights. Mark kind of needs the light in here. Craig Deller and Benjamin Cox. We continue to roll on. Ute and Station Wagon. Now, do you have some word for race control there, Mark? What was that?
Just the index for Bill Hunt.
Oh, yeah, okay. Bill Hunt decided he wanted to come and play, so he's written it in.
He actually sent the email.
Oh, he's found an email.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, let's just quickly shout out to those people that haven't. Look, if you can get that info to us fast, it'll get in there. But if you haven't, we've already said it.
We're going to give you the index.
So Bill Cumberland must have been listening. He must have been listening. He knows that he wants to play. Here's Beth Mansfield French. So we've got Beth Mansfield, another Ford. Tell you what, the Mansfield Frenches have got the bug, the Kenda bug, I reckon, because they've both been having a crack in their Fords. And out there, another Ute, Kyle Wills, another gorgeous car. What's that, EL, I think? EFEL. Could be Barra on board. Can't quite hear it from here. He's in. Waiting for Beth. No, Beth, it's the 305. Yeah, Kyle's got something on board that could be Barra-fied. 720 for Beth Mansfield French. She nominated a 710. So there's a 20. So that's not a bad first hit. That's almost equivalent to how far can you hit on a driving range. Have 2 practice swings. And then the third one, let's see how we go. Chris Hankin now, an entrant 7263. So no info on the VP. VN. The HZ though for Chris Hankin. This Rebel class, we've got plenty of people coming into this Rebel class that have not competed before. That's why we're not in the system. But hey, 7 flat, what do we got? Oh, 708 with an 8.
That's tidy.
Yeah, 7263. We don't have, I've got a 7253 there, but I don't have a 7263. But
so what was it in
7263?
Rebels?
7683, Chris Hankin. Chris Hankin went 734. He nominated a 25. Entrance 7263 just hasn't come up on our entrance screen here. Bit of prep going on right now.
Anyways.
So that means we are close. So final call to the lanes for Q2. Outlaw Radial, we're ready to go. Outlaw 275 should be there. Outlaw 235, we've had the stragglers roll in. Now let's call these to the lanes while we've got this prep time, because for those people getting ready for round 2 of qualifying, we are just at that track prep stage where we give it a little bit of a rub, we'll give it a little bit of a spray, we'll give it a little bit of a fettle. We're going to have a little quick break here and we're going to see a little bit of replay from Overtaking Lane. You should all have a bit of a break while we have this prep. And another call for Q2 for Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, OG 315 and OG 275. Start rolling around to the lanes. We got this track prep for a few minutes. Check out the live stream still happening on Overtaking Lane as we get to a few highlights, and we'll be back soon. Go into the 70s with a wheelie to boot. Let's have a look. Yeah, baby! You just got your price of admission. $5.89, number 1.
Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Ruckus 580 class. Back on, this car can go into the 70s with a wheelie to boot. Let's have a look. Yeah, baby! You just got your price of admission. 589, number one. Twin bowl deal right now. Oh, they both hit it. 976 for Wayne, 367 to 388 for Dan.
Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no. And not through words, not through songs, not through whispers, not through phones. When I look at you, I know that got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. Walk as far as I can go now. I keep repeating overgrown. I think of you passing by, round the corner meet my eyes. I don't know what we would say, but got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. You got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. Walk as far as I can go now. I keep repeating overgrown. I think of you passing by, round the corner meet my eyes. I don't know what we would say, but you and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go.
Please.
Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let go. Just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. 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 Just let yourself go. Let yourself go.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become. Eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end on myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut out.
All right, we're back for Q2 here at the Radial Riot, brought to us by Kenda Tyres. First up, it's going to be the big boys, the Outlaw Radial Cars, brought to us by Race Parts Melbourne and Fuel Tech USA. Wade Wagstaff, currently our number one qualifier, ran a 367 in Q1 at 203 mile an hour. Just waiting for our computer system to reset here at the moment. But this is Q2. Outlaw Radial. Chris Diggle's back up here in the microphone as
You
well,
know
mate.
what happened.
How do you feel, mate? You would have ran up those stairs.
I think it's funny. I'm watching all these guys lining up for food and they're going, food, Outlaw Radial. Food, Outlaw Radial. Oh, bugger it, I'll eat later. Check this out. I can't believe it. The Cuppers only came off the Camaro this morning at Bathurst, and now we've got 4 of them here. Jokes. We've had these boys for a little while. Now they're making a big fuss about it at Bathurst. We've had them for a while. Look at this. 2 Victorians best Camaros. Johnny Ricker, Race Parts Melbourne from Point Cook, Victoria. From Wodonga, Victoria, Daniel Sabolis. Road Charge. Lotus Caravan Camaro. Johnny Ricker, twin turbo Hemi, 5-speed Liberty in this blue car. Turbo versus Pro Charger. Does he hit the mark this time or not? Q2, Outlaw Radial, Johnny bunks it in. Oh, 991 in the 60 foot, Symbolic 79. He gets quicker than the 88 with a 79. Johnny came out 121 in the 60, but then the car did this spin a little bit and he rolled through 704 at 86. But Mark, Symbolics, look at the suspension travel. Out it came, plonked that rear end of the ground, dead hooked the radial, and 379. Great run there for him. Again, these Camaros, how wild are they? And only today did the world know they were coming down at Mount Panorama. It's like, well, they're not brand new. They are they've been a wild looking race car, drag car for years. So we've had them over 3,000 horsepower for a couple of years. And Symbolic, the bug has absolutely bitten. Johnny Ricker, he'll never give up. He will get out there. It'll all stick on one run for that team, and that will be what he wants, something in the 60s, maybe a 50-something. Have a look at this. Our first pass in competition, so to speak, for Matt Gravisa. This car, what else can we say? It's hard to say Matt Gravisa's new car without telling everyone about whose car it was. Mark Mickey from M&M Transmissions. This Malibu has gone 462 at 221 mile an hour in the States. Big block Chev base. FuelTech FT600 on board. Tuned by Jeff Campbell Graham this weekend. Grubby has always had gorgeous Chevy race cars. He's had a bunch of them. But this one, what a prize buy this thing is. Mark Mickey from M&M Transmissions. This thing was one of the baddest radial cars for the last few years. Turnkey, brings the car over. That's incredible. Wait till we talk about, of course, Jared Wood when he comes out shortly. But again, just goes to show where Australian radial racing is going. Because I don't know too many Malibus that'll go 221 in the 8.
Mate, that's got some history, that car.
Absolutely. It's so good to see it on track. And what about Paul Mary with the Nova? Pro line on board for him. Into the 3-second zone already. What's Grubby got? Now remember, they broke an axle in this car last night. So they've got it. I think Ray Bernard had to get them another axle done, and here they are. Second round of qualifying. Yes, we go to Bump City. The Q2 of Outlaw Radial. Oh, zig, both guys. Just overstepping the mark, and it won't be a representative performance.
Now, did Mickey put 275s on it as well towards the end?
Mickey did try 275s for a while. Well done, Mark. Excellent homework. Excellent homework. Mickey did turn it into an Outlaw 275 car for a while. I do think it was even into the 70s.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it went 380s.
With the 275. It might have touched the 70s. I do know it was into the 80s on a 275, into the 380s. But just on that run, it just did not hit the mark. The night before, it came out what looked like a pretty decent sort-out run, which he told me was a 110.60, and they hadn't really gone after it. Obviously, they went after it when they snapped the axle yesterday. So there's a fair bit of thrash been going on with these things. They don't just go down by themselves, these things, do they? There's that many things. I was actually talking to Russell Tonkin on the way back, and Russell Tonkin was saying that... yeah, here we go. 372, Shaggers on it. 372 on a 275. Thank you, Shaggers. Oh, yeah, we've got our data. We've got our data loggers everywhere out there. I love it. Good on your Shags. Listen to his call last week there on the Overtaking Lane stream from Mackay.
Shag, bang, straight on it. 372 on a 275. Shag knows his radio stuff. He's putting it in the memory bank. He's another stat man. I'm glad you guys remember all that stuff. It just sort of falls out of one's brain. Myself. I don't know why. Again, it's back to my whole. We'll cross the. Yeah, we've got to have a brain. That's right. Kerry's nailed it. Bang! He's ready for drag challenge in 2 weeks. We'll be dealing out the comments all, and we'll do a lot of practice in the car, of course, as we normally do. We might sell tickets to see who wants to come in the high car with us. If you want a couple of 100 Ks of story, come with us. And remember, you can't back out of that deal. Once you're on the trip, we can't drop you off or tell anyone. Wade Wagstaff, now, here's the benchmark, right? Who hits the mark each round? Let's see if Wade hits the mark. Quickest radial car. Oh, almost hit the mark as well.
They went after it.
Yeah, well, they do go after it. The first run of testing it went a 7.0, then they got it to a 66. And whilst, you know, people were trying these, well, a lot of people trying their Sydney, what they threw it at Sydney, and found here that might be a little bit too much for it. So again, it's all about how you adapt and adjust as to whether or not, well, here's the baseline. And for the last couple of days, it's been Wade's kind of been the baseline. Well, you know, it's like, oh, well, I couldn't get my thing to stick or I couldn't get my thing to run. It's like, well, Wade, you know, 70, Wade, 66. It's like, well, is the track there? Track's there, ask Wade, you know. I think on that one they would have had a swing at as well. Look, that's a shame he didn't have get that thing started there. So have a look down in front. You talk about Mark Mickey and, you know, and Grubby in the Malibu. Have a look at this, of course. Jared Wood out there in the El Diablo, which was the ex-Reese Brothers Camaro. I still think the quickest small block radial car in the world. I think it was a 54. 5-speed Liberty.
Someone will send a message through.
Yeah, someone will send a message. Jared, I didn't get to see Woodsy today. He was working on the car, but I drove past and saw Woodsy. And yes, I think this has still got all that potent small block gear and 5-speed Liberty, which we heard on the first run when it went through for a 96. We heard it go through the gears. So much time in low gear in the converter, then converter lock and bang, 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 bang through the 5-speed. Couldn't get it started. All right, so that is Outlaw Radial Q2. Not one improvement other than Symbolics. No one else hit the mark except Symbolics. And remember, we come back tomorrow and race under the exact same conditions. The weather forecast tomorrow, we might have a few more degrees of track temp by the end of the day, because I do believe we'll have less cloud cover. We might actually get a bit of warmth into this thing before we unleash at 4 p.m. tomorrow again. I love this car. Again, it just goes to show, how do you want to race? Some people might say, I've always wanted a rumpin' blowing small block Tirana. However, Steve Pizzina decides, I think he's from Narrawarren, yep, Proline 481X. I decide I want nearly 4,000 horsepower in my XW on leaf streets, thank you. He went 589, he missed the mark in the first session. Randall Laurie went 5 flat, and he'll do that 5 flat 490 every run. So, when we go to racing tomorrow night, Pizzina's either got to find a percentage benchmark and stay there. If he wants to go 3 for 3 tomorrow, he can't stop failing on every run here. He's got to make it stick. Didn't make it stick this time. He's got to try and get back up. Imagine trying to hook back up 4,000 horsepower. 499 there for Randall. And again, as we said, 500, then a 499 with a 9. You couldn't, you just about throw a little blanket over those 2 runs. Steve's got an 89 there anyway. He had a 90 there now. So, look, that car's been consistent over 2 runs, but just because he zinged it both times and got back on it. And again, what do you do when you try and hook back up nearly 4,000? So, it's not the ideal run there for Steve, but look, they've got another one to have a crack at later on tonight, see if they can't get a percentage rate in there. And then, of course, tomorrow, racing 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout. We're going to see how they get seeded. So here we are. Couple of Mustangs. Now, this is a funny story. Lorenzo Galotto, all the way from WA. Jamie Jeffries, of course, here from Queensland, the Mustang. Now, what would they have in common? Yes, they're Mustangs. Yes, I do think, I can't remember whether Jamie's got a big block in his or an LS. I can't remember. But I know Lorenzo Galotto has got the big block share, 572 odd cubes. Now, Danny Lansdowne from Spot On has had more time on these 2 cars. Like, I would hate to add up the amount of hours Danny from Spot On has put into both these cars. Now, look, Of course, Lorenzo had his Mustang in Perth, so it didn't get through the workshops as spot on. But you know what Lorenzo did? He got Danny over, I think, for a week or two, and Danny spent nearly a week or two in Perth doing all these upgrades to Lorenzo's car. Now, here's another interesting story. The original wheels that came with this car where Lorenzo bought are on my Suzuki.
There we go.
So there's another
See?
little story.
Circled back. There we Lorenzo Galotto,
You
number
want
one
to know any
qualifier
more
in Outlaw
information about this
275.
run? Let's just say this Mustang's been in the spot-on performance workshops getting it all fitted out. So look, Danny's got so much time invested in both these cars. Of course, Jeff The Rock Johnson tuning Lorenzo's car, the quickest 275 in the country, I think 405 in Sydney this year, but he hasn't run a rundown. Bit of Bump City for Q2 of Outlaw 275. Hits the mark, Lorenzo plants the rear end down, and he goes on a mission. 426 after that earlier 429. There's a nice couple of runs for Lorenzo Galotto from WA. Jamie Jeffries gets a 72. That's going to do for him for now. He's in the mix now. Both guys, number 1 and number 2 in 275. Yeah, both runs now working for Lorenzo. But yeah, down in Sydney, it was amazing. Webby, I remember.
I was going to say, is Webby here today? I haven't seen Webby.
I think he might have encountered an issue with the car, either in the driveline or the engine. I'm not completely certain.
Okay.
But let's go back to July in Sydney. Here's Webby now, actually, in the backup car. He's got to have a backup car. He's got the backup car. Old faithful, right? Here he is. He's in with a chance here. Now remember, he was battling for the belt. He's still fighting for the belt. To have the big gun, which is the only one that, apart from Timmy, that I would think that could match Lorenzo. Webby wanted to be near Lorenzo performance, and look, something might have happened to the hatchback in some department, engine or gearbox. So Webby still wants to fight here. Obviously, he's pulled the street car out. This has gone, I think, 8 O's, this thing over the quarter, so this thing's no slouch. He's going to try and race with this and get the odd scalp. He might end up pulling this off. We don't know. This could be the Australia 2 of... This could be the Australia 2 of the Outlaw 275 story. We will wait and see. Jim Whitehurst, 1170, not the best run for him first hit. Webby first hit now. Bump City, got to get that car in. He's got the rear mount turbo on board. And there we go. Going the Holden power there. Jimmy Whitehurst just didn't quite shift the car then. 541 to a 549. So look, they've got a number in there. He's qualified in there, Webby. Jimmy Whitehurst, 032 on the tree. That's a big improvement, 541. Webby there, 549. So they are in there. So, yeah, how's that?
Well, if it has run 8 O's over the quarter, he probably would have ran low 5s to half track on the PB run.
And again, obviously, whatever's happened to the hatchback, it's not something they're thrashing to try and fix. So I think he's got to fight with the backup. And that's unfortunate that that's happened, because I don't think he's ever wanted something so bad. I think Webby, I think he's really wants that belt. Like, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want battle of the belts? Who wouldn't love to take a Kenda belt home? And he's done the commitment this year. Went to Sydney, tested, and I remember that Friday he went 4:13 nearly straight away on the Friday, and nearly right until dusk. Lorenzo goes 4:12 with a 9, so 4:13 to 4:12 with a 9. I think Webby went 09 and Lorenzo went 08. Well, I think they both went 08 in round 1. They both went 4:08 in round 1. Crazy. Met each other in the final. Here he is. Oh, Nathan Rose. That's also got some stick on it. That's from Mount Louisa near Townsville. 400 cubes of twin turbo next level small block. And it just overstepped the mark there.
That's
the
a
VH Commodore. So went an earlier 5:12. So that's not too bad. That's one to bank. And it already has fifth qualifier there in the category. I think that's about right. And here we go, Haltech Outlaw 235. So 275, thanks to TSP Performance and TSP Racing and Spot On Performance. It's now time for Haltech Outlaw 235. And this is one of the players that in Sydney, virtually on debut, the new Gazard evolution of the HG with the, I'd love to say Pro Charge. It could be full tech. I do think it's Pro Charge. Pro Charger out the front. We need Outlaw 27. We need Renegade to the lanes, please. We need Renegade and Ruckus and OG. So we need OG 315, OG 275, and Renegade. Let's get them going. And Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. So Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. But let me tell you, we're going to call you out soon. But we need Renegade to the lanes, OG 315 and OG 275 to the lanes, please. Yeah, so Alex Bamford, Turbo Small Block HQ. The Scott Cortina. This thing belted out. Unheard of numbers of 235 in Sydney. Now Gazard's got the Whooper on the 235. Off he goes. 122 in the 60. There's a 69. 463 before, 469. The boys have locked it in on that small tyre. Leave spring keys. Up it went. And you know what? Don't you love it when Kerry Digney, that's seen 48 million runs, can still bar up behind us here, looking at the hole and come out of the hole.
Yeah, I think
and he's a Mopar guy,
I think
so it's hard to swing him.
I think that 63 is what he did in testing. He went 78.
Ah, did he?
He
Gotcha.
went 78
Yeah,
on
you're
the
right,
first
Mark.
hole,
And
yeah.
again, you're great for the numbers. That came up still because we hadn't cleared the CompuLink. That 63 was from testing.
Yeah.
I'm sure he hit the 50s in Sydney.
I'm pretty sure he did as well. I think we're like
so he's
57
close.
or...
Then O'Carroll went into the 60s. McArdle went into the 60s. So O'Carroll was also trying a 235. We thought for a joke. And then when it started going quick, we thought, oh, geez, you boys are on the 235 pretty quick. Now, I do think Juan's lost the blower. It's a turbo. He might still have some nitrous there. Juan's going to have to update me through message, which he has done before. And how's that? Well, it says Ben Taylor, but I'm sure that's Mr. Simon O'Carroll out there.
You would be correct.
When you look at Grant Bedrick and
They've
Simon Krieger and JP Mitchell, and they're all out there.
They've put the race number in backwards. They've got
A bit of
3773.
dyslexia. Bit of dyslexia's creeped in. That's Simon O'Carroll. 622 cubes and a couple of kits. One Kudnik I still think pumping out the pump gas. Have a look at the soot as it comes out. Small block, leaf spring, nearly 4,000 pounds of street car on a 235 one Kudnik. And this thing comes up like nothing else. Now watch this. He can leave on that thing. Oh, look at him bob the wheel. Wow, bobbing the wheel, but it's O'Carroll gets it down, 75. Oh, we got ourselves a bit of a race here in 235s. O'Carroll, 475. Kudnik, 523. Look at that, 523, 524, 526, 525, 525. That's the last 5 passes for Juan Kudnik. You think he's got it dialed in? And again, he knows he's about 4 tenths, 5 tenths from the pointy end, but we know in small tyre racing, it's just one zing away from a win line. And someone trying to leave Bump City might end up in Zingsville. They might end up in Wheelie Heights. You don't know where it's going to end. These things are unpredictable. Shannon Reeves and Mark Talbot. Talbot, I think it's Barra-powered Capri. Gorgeous conversion. Again, looks factory. If you could ever, you know, you're cutting and pasting something from the 60s and giving it a early 2000s taste. And here's Shannon Reeves from Lara in Victoria. Gazard Brothers, KBM Performance, 588 cubes on a 235 with some nitrous. Scott Cortina's gone 70s, I think, or 80s in this car when he drove. Oh, bumps that ball! One more bump, Mark, one more bump! Oh, no! Yeah, that's going to get some data anyway. Oh, would have been a good run too. Oh, Shannon was going to be a great run. Get some data, but yeah, whatever you did, don't touch it. Bring it back exactly like that. That's going to work. But how's that, Mark Talbot? Just that whole bump, that drama that happens with bumps sometimes is that you rock backwards and forwards. You're staging it so shallow. It rocks out, triggers that beam, and you know what? We've learnt with these cars, and with Bretto on the screen, he knows we have to be patient. We know we've got to give these guys an extra little bit of time to let that bulb settle down. But guess what happened? Shannon didn't want to wait. Fanned him ambers and he was gone. Here's the Hoff. Rowan Brown beside him. So 2J in the Tirana, but 3RZ in the KE10. As I said, the world's smallest personal roller coaster. This thing, Hoff just loves racing these things. Oh, good Lord. Oh, Hoff! Little pedal buzzes that 3RZ to nearly 10. 554 at 135 mile. Yeah, see that little bit of smoke? Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we won't worry about it.
That's what 60 up it does. So 554. Big hit off the line. How's that? Up and nearly over. Here's a replay. Because we've got a delay on Overtaking Lane, we get to see it on an instant replay here.
I like how you call it a replay, but really it's just the first time.
I know, it's the
everyone's
first
seeing
time
it.
for everyone watching, but we'll talk in the idle times between runs about the replay that you guys can watch on the live stream at home. Of course, you can take it back 15
I know,
seconds
and
at
then
home.
we'll talk about a replay, but they'll be just watching.
Yeah, that
the black
carried
screen
it
of the
past
track.
there just as they switched to the second camera. He had to get back off it, but that's an absolute exciting machine. That's one of my, I keep saying, he's one of my modern day heroes in the sport because again, the guys laid the spanner on every nut and bolt on that car. I mean, you know what I mean? That's when a guy's so personally responsible for the creation of it, to then come and drive it, and that, someone that can build it, tune it, drive it, triple threats. It's hard to find the triple threats these days, but they're out there, and we'll highlight them again. Mick Arnold, the triple threat. Build it, tune it, steer it, triple threat. Here he is, the HTU, had it forever. He's trying a Nankang. He's had no luck on the Nankang. He's not liking the Nankang. He's having to back everything off. Matty Dack, check this out. That's a 1200 from Chambers Flat. Check it out. Serious deal. I still don't know what's in it. I think it's an RB. Just the tyres. Come on, Mick, try it. Maybe he's leaving on it did not want to go. It's not, I don't know. I think he was just short on tyres. I think he hurt the set of 235s that he had. I think he spun them on the rim and maybe they don't hold it. I don't know what the deal is. Normally he can work his way around anything, Mick. But in this case, he's not having a lot of luck with it because he's gone to the Nankang to try and get it to work. And even the softest setup didn't work. Mind you, Matty Dack did kind of throw a bit at the old Dado then. With the RB, I think it's an RB on board. Look, judging by his testing the other day, it's gone 49, 649, 657 and 689. So we know that it's at least got a little bit of performance up it. Now we are going for a little bit of a swipe here where the Dado 1200 went, unless it's just had a little dribble out of something. I don't know how far that's dropped that, but the guys are just highlighting that right now. If it's a mop deal, it may not even be oil, just for the fact that it could be a little fuel leak or something like that. Normally, if they're not squirting a little bit of thinners on it, it's not oil. You know what I mean? If it's a mop, it can be fuel because the fuel you just want that to dissolve. So again, these guys are right on. Of course, Scott and Justin are all the Kenda crew. Laurie's out there as well. Brett's having a look too to be able to identify the liquid and go right fuel, mop, it's gone, evaporates. Oil, little squirt of thinners, and you can normally pick that up. And there's no harm, no foul. Looks like they're coming back. And that is the end of Outlaw 235, thanks to Heltec. Now, judging by the EH Holden in the water, and Kerry, you're going to love all these cars. This is OG 315. Steve Carkeet in the water, this EH Holden. The LS, I think it's Turbo LS on board. Craigs has just gone for the little point there. I think it might have been fuel. He didn't put it in his mouth then, Craigs, but he definitely had a sniff. He went, yep, fuel. See, normally you can tell. Honestly, we should do that one day. Test the petrol heads. It's something you do in some national. Righto, blindfold test. Righto, there's 5 liquids in front of you. Go. Auto tread. Gear oil. E85. Oh, and then what type of transmission fluids? Yeah, TQ95. Correct. You know, it's like how can you guess? You'll get some lunatic go. Yeah, he'll probably taste it. But I saw Craigs then on the Overtaking Lane stream, just little finger. I think it's fuel. Just judging by the, you know, we're not needing to pick it up with anything. So here we are in OG 315 now. Manny, Deborah and Kat, of course, from Victoria, the Race Parts Melbourne team. This is a 3/4 car, which I do believe next year. And it's on a 275, that's right. It's on a 275 right now. It's in OG 315 because of our rules towards a little bit more liberal with the cars in OG 315. The 275s, you'll notice we don't get as serious with, you know, we don't want full 3/4 cars in 275. They're still street-based cars. These cars, well, they're morphing themselves into semi-serious, fully serious cars under the OG 315 banner, and we love that. We've got a real freak show. Oh, he bumped right in. Matty, he's just going to have to roll it down. He didn't have the wing lid or anything. He just rolled in and wasn't able to engage battle mode, which is probably, let me grab the trans brake, let me grab the bump. let me load the thing up on the converter. He went straight in, and then the tree went, and I don't think he had time to set it into battle mode, and that's why the 1256, his earlier 439, you couldn't get any heavier hit there in OG315, and Dale Hellier, of course, he's 431. No news from Dale on message here about anything, unless they're flat out in there fixing it now. I don't know. I might have to send a little message down to Dale. They could be working hard on the car, or of course I think they had. Well, I haven't seen Terry actually in the RX3 either, who was entered. I think Terry was up here and they didn't have any issue. They did have some issues. All right, Kerry. He's off to make a phone call. But yeah, so after that first pass from Manny in the 39s, Dale with the 31, but no return. I just sent Dale a little message in to see if he's up for a little bit of info updating, or he's hard on the thrash, one of the three. So sometimes it's nice to ask, because we like to let everyone know on the stream and everyone watching around the place, you know, what all of our stars are doing in between runs. Out there now, Simon Graham's back after that nice big pedal job and a bit of spin and open line and all that sort of stuff. Russell Tonkin may or may not have accidentally handed me a refresher.
There were Kyle Hoff on the start line, ran a 4.91 in Q1. Simon Graham ran a 5.64. Currently qualified number 11. Hoff is currently qualified number 5 in the 6 Boost Camaro.
Yeah, look, this car has a ton of potential, but you know, Kyle just easing himself in. He's not letting, you know, he's not getting ahead of himself. He just wants. I mean, it's 604 cubes. It's not like this thing's not going to.
This before his?
Grubby had it. It was Grubby's car before. The previous owner, surname might have been Galea. It might have gone to Sydney. So Grubby had it, and I think even Jeremy Callahan may have had it at one stage. I can't remember. I don't know the prestige up till now, other than Kyle's got it. And he goes, this is a great way to get back in the seat. And the Kryptonite Camaro, I think George Zefsky had bought that off him. So this is Kyle's machine now. Doesn't have to worry about the beast that he built before. We've got to manage this beast now. Well, just sing them. Hey, Simon gets it out there and goes. Yeah, nice run, 472 in OG315. Let's bank that one.
Yeah, he picks up a full second there on his earlier pass. That'll move him up the ladder.
Yeah, no,
probably put him to number 4.
Yeah, no, it was a little bit more fed into Kyle's there, and it did not like it on the hit, so did not hit the mark. But look, he's still got the 91 in there, which means he's in there. But Simon, that thing looked very impressive on the hit, and it all stayed stuck and down a lot better than the first run. And that little small block battling out against all these big nasty big blocks in there. God, so Kyle Hott's a big block, Damien Boyce is a big block. Fox Cullen's a big block. Clint Hepburn's a big block. Manny's a big block. Dale Helly's a big block. Simon Graham, a little small block in there at 472. Here's another guy fighting with the small blocks. Of course, we saw Steve Carkeek with his, but here is Aaron Gregory, and we've got Casper in the water. And doesn't that look fantastic? What a wild Gemini this is. And honestly, it's got another identity. You know, we've got cars, some of them with names, and it's so good that this car's had the name Casper for quite a few years, and it's good to see that they've got a nice mural on the hood of Casper, sort of holding on to the turbo holes for dear life, as if some sort of Class 5 full roaming vapor needs that sort of thing. If indeed you are a floating vapor, how can you be holding on to something? So I'm thinking Casper's doesn't want to be a ghost anymore. He wants to be a real guy. He wants to be a real boy. Clint gets to be the boy steering it. So yeah, Casper's got its own image. I don't know whether Aaron Gregory's got a name for the old panel van. It could be old Pano, but again, yeah, if I had to pick a Pano, we've got a few Pano vans here today, but God, I do like that thing. He's done that so well. It's a tribute to him at ASG Motorsport. 515, it performs as well, and that's going to be a nice representative run that might just help get a few wins tomorrow in OG 315. We're going to Bump City again here, folks, in Q2.
Mario Gregory, a couple of wheel stands. Oh, Casper right on the ground. 464 at 154. Just keep an eye on him. He got the shoots out, 154. He went 456 on an earlier run. And that 456 with a 4 sticks in there. But that's a 64 and does the trick. All right, so we should have Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels to the lanes, please. I'm calling them in. Shall we call them in for Q2?
Just call them, mate. Let's do it.
Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. Can you get to the lanes, please? I know that Ruckus, you might have to wait for a couple of OG 315s, but not many. OG 275, you should be in the lanes. OG 275, you should be in the lanes. But we need now Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels for Q2. Whoa! Yep, Fox is here. Hello! Wake up! Friday night. He just brings that thing through and scares the trees. Oh, here he is. Pick your poison again. One of many, many utilities.
It had gotten quiet, hadn't it? He really did wake us up. Brad Cullen has run a best of a 478 in Q1. Nichols went a 513. Cullen started the session off into number 4 qualifier, has been bumped down to number 5.
Yeah, Mick Nichols 513, looking to improve on this run. Fox, this thing, I think he can just belt out consistent 470s, 460s here. Looking for a wheel stand. Oh! Oh! Just as he transferred the weight, it just unloaded the tyre, knocked the tyre off at 502 is an improvement for Michael Nichols, but Brad Cullen won't improve. But just as that weight transferred, the 315s broke loose as he transferred that weight. In Sydney, it was just next level. That thing was just coming out, carrying the wheels. And just tonight, our sticky, they're all wishing they just had a bit more that they could do to get their combos down. But again, the track is the equaliser. Here he is now. The FKN Black Ute, James Horan, 511 cubes of twin turbo Hemi with a torque converter of his own construction. Marcus Page. There he is. Loves the old funny car burnout. Comes flying through at 30 mile an hour. I'd love to measure the wheelbase actually of that hot rod. But yeah, technically this is still legally registered in New Zealand as a hot rod. 572 cubic inches with some spray on it. And it's, I think it's a Merlin big block Dodge.
What do you reckon, 80, 90 inches wheelbase?
She might be 115.
115?
She might be 115.
100?
I'll have to, I think I've asked him before. It could be 110. I'm thinking of what 125 looks like. Tell you what, you don't know until you've got 125 inches of wheelbase in your garage to realise how small your garage is. I mean, it's all right for you. You shed, haven't you?
I do have a shed, but
Yeah.
the race.
And what's the wheelbase on yours? 220?
235.
235. All right, come on, Black Ute. Get one down for drain care. Man, I think he rolled through. It's already got timed out last time. You've got to get timed out again. Watch out. James, you're going to get timed out. Oh, dude. It's a 7-second rule. We know, everyone knows, but that's twice for James now. That's twice now. He wasn't able to engage it for battle. He's going to just go. Oh, well, again, he's by the skin of his teeth. He really wants a time slip, but probably glad that he hasn't got him. But, God, that's going to be so hard to go to battle with the 7-second rule, trying to get that thing to engage for war, and it just has not worked for him today. I think he went all the way to the pointy end in Sydney, though. So,
well, how do you combat that come racing if you need that extra bit of time to bump in? Do you sit just outside, like 3 or 4 inches outside the pre-stage if you want to get your revs up and then start bumping through? Or?
I mean, the power delivery for all these cars, so lighting the wick, so to speak, you know, for when that thing's ready to go, then you hear him, it's almost like it loads up. You hear this, it's almost like an anti-lag. You hear a lot of those cars just change that engine note as they bring it up. And it's almost like, well, that thing's probably got, God knows, 16 to 20 plus PSI in the manifold right now. You want to ask that thing to move an inch.
You know what I mean? Like, this is why these cars, it's like, if you've got 20 PSI in a plenum loaded up on the line and you want that thing to move an inch, that bump is hard to manage sometimes. Glenn Finnegan, well, look, he's going to get one down, 5.57. Obviously, I think he had some problems. He had the car up in the air this afternoon doing something on the rear end, but 5.57 at 132 gets him in the field. But that's the conundrum. If you choose to go the path of some turbochargers and a Torquenberg, that to get that thing perfect to the point that you can make that thing, even if it's conservatively, in James's case, making 1,500 horsepower at launch, at your launch boost setting, you want that thing to move an inch while it's all loaded up there. That's the problem. And James was just ready to engage war, and he does fiddle around getting a few things locked and loaded, but geez, you almost need to talk to your opponent to say, listen, mate, I'm going to need, let me go in first, you know what I mean? And that might have saved him there. Danny Lansdowne, I think he might have been ticked off on the licence. Let's just see how he goes this time. Whoa, the old wagon. Don't know whether he didn't want to change gears or whatever, but it came out really nice. 1-2-1 in the 60. It's like he'd never left. And yeah, it just sort of settled itself down, then he rolled on through. So a nice hard launch, no shoots that time, so he may have been ticked off, but he's going to log a 92 there. No, this has got to be the Mercedes. Oh, put your hands together for the Benz. We can't just give you enough variety, can we? If it's twin turbo Hemis and Hiluxes, or, you know, 2 JZs and VL wagons, or, you know, blown in EFI 69 Mercedes with a big block. Beside him, Michael Bazil, this crazy. Now, it does say we're still an Outlaw 275.
We're moving into OG 275.
This is OG, is
yeah,
it?
Outlaw
Okay, both these cars in OG, is that right?
Yeah, because we just had OG 315, so we'd be moving into OG 275.
All right, well, I'll tell you, let's see Guy Hall drive this for a week around Drag Challenge. This might be a hard car to do. That's whoa, he's got the old bump steer.
No, there's something wrong with the front.
He broke
front
something.
Left, yeah. The front left might have
He's
popped off
popped
the
the
beam.
1969 Mercedes ball joint, and 5.68 for Michael Bazil. Not a bad run. Now, Guy, are you okay, Guy? Is it? He's just seeing if it's just. Is it steering all right? Guy, just asking. Like, we would have been happy to come down and escort you away if we. Oh, there's a belt off it at least. Anyway, all right. So someone's grabbed a. Oh, hang on. What's he got? Is it a trim? Is it a header? Was it a dump? I can't quite see what we've got coming back, Mark. How good's your eyesight? Is that?
I thought it was something to do with the front rim.
It might be a little dump pipe there or something. Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know. He's holding on to it. It's a trophy. That's what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just the little headlights around. Oh, there we go. Jeez, they'd be real solid cast aluminium from Germany. Those ones.
I wonder if it hit the rim because it looked like it was around the front
It
tire.
did, didn't it? It did.
From up here.
And I've seen bump steer before. I've seen bump steer before, but then I'm gone off earlier when I said it's popped the 1969 ball joint. I'm sure he's changed them before. Where are you going? Wish you're not going home already. You get a short attention span if you are. Hang around. Hang around. All right, another call. We need Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels. Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble. I'm going to call Rebels as well. Might as well.
Just call them all.
Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels. Don't say that too fast. Don't say it after a few beers either. All right, OG. This is OG. Here's Guy King and Johnny Elfs. Now, look, the old CompuLeague's developed a little bit of Alzheimer's because it doesn't acknowledge that's Johnny Elves. Or Guy King. I think Johnny Elves ended up like with a 70-something. Grunching tackle.
I think you are correct. And let's have a look at the list.
Oh, yes, so Murph. Yes, sorry, Murph. Neil Murphy. So, is your car here, Murph? Is Murph running? Murph might be running tomorrow. I did say that there were there's 5 new Camaros, not 4. So sorry, Murph. I knew about yours. I didn't know yours was here. I know yours is around, Murph, and I know it's not like the covers just come off that thing this morning at Bathurst, did it? Murph's had it for a while too, of course. So Neil Murphy.
He's running
Come
the
on, Murph, you got
590s as well.
Murph, you've got to put a radial on and come and be real cool. Then I'll even rap you even more, Murph. I think he cleaned up top qualifier at Jambo with that car too. All right, no one's going anywhere until we G this up a little bit more. OG 275 Q2, it's not sheep stations, people. Someone go to Bump City, please. Whoa, Johnny Elks gets it down. Guy King's having a crack, 481. Yeah, that's a tough car when it's on. Look at this, 510. 510 for Guy King. 510 at 145, 481 for Johnny Elves, 061 on the light. He's always such a tough competitor, Johnny Elves. And I think in Sydney, Trent Trimble just got him in Sydney. I think that was the final in Sydney. I think it was Trent. Thanks Mick from Import Media. Murph's got on, Neil Murphy, to say, oh, don't forget that I've got one of these brand spanking, pull the covers off it this morning, Camaros. Yeah, well, guess what? That's what touring car, that's what supercars are going to be, Mustangs. And actually, it's good to see a real Mustang shape come back instead of that warped, weird shaped Mustang we've been dealing with the last couple of years. And again, put those two things together, they're crazy just how different they look. So,
okay, next up, who we got here, Chris? Because we haven't got any names again.
That'll be Paulie Fuller
the
in the, I call it, well, people call it the Ghetto mod. It's a Turbo LS Gemini. But I just don't have any detail. We're waiting for the car to roll forward here.
5247. I'll have a look for us, mate.
That's the Cortina. So it's the Cortina that ran before. He's been shut down. Yep. So it is Paulie. Come on, Paulie, hook it up. There we are. The little Ghetto mod. Off he goes. 545. Nice deal. Nice deal. He gets out a little bit with that car. I think he's done a bit of roll racing with it. He's been out to Corralbin with the thing. And he used to have this beautiful little baby blue TD, I think. It might have had a turbo Toyota V8 in it. Like, he's into freaky little... He's like, I think he's up the Sunny Coast. He's like a little bit of a Sunny Coast Hoff in a way. You know what I mean? We've got these guys doing weird stuff. Some guys do it in Geminis and some guys do it in Corollas. And I love it. I love that... you can create something and come out and race with it. Doesn't matter what it is. Choose your combo. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue there for the 14 of this run, but hopefully it's something minor and they can fix it up. All right, here he is, Brimble now, and Tanya. And again, Tanya's like through the exhaust. You can't even hear this VH when it comes out. And beside him, yes, I think that is the villain. That's Trent Brimble in the VL. I think he was successful in Sydney from memory. Again, stuff just falls out of the brain. I know that was only July, but I've done a full bathroom and toilet reno since then. Big shout out to Jamie Fenwick if you're around. Jamie, don't leave without seeing me, mate. I've got the rest of your money. Jamie Fenwick's been over tirelessly helping me get my bathrooms done. And honestly, if you're thinking about getting a bathroom reno done, you just simply can't get him. You won't be able to get him, you know, for a couple of months at least. He's too busy. He's just, it's like Soberney Carroll. If you want a pool, you just can't have one. Not just yet. He's very, very busy because he's very, very good. So not just quite yet. All right, Bump City, we're going there again in OG 275. The villain, double bump and the villain will get bumped. Tanya leaves on time. He'll get some data, Brimble, but he won't get an ET. Tanya gets it, 5:05 for her. So great run there for her. And you know what? I think Tomo was more concerned about not being competitive with the car because he's a couple of tenths off the pointy end.
Yep.
But it goes to prove she'll keep turning up. And she's had more seat time than most of these guys, you would say, because she does come and do the 400 kilometres. So she gets out of this car a fair bit. So she's bumped this tree quite a few times. So she's one not to underestimate when it comes to where you might end up at the end of the race weekend. Jared Blair now from Varsity Lakes, the King Kong Racing Toyota Supra, and Brian Ward beside in the Cortina, now Barra Power. God, you know, it's so amazing to see super expensive collectible cars now. And I'm not talking about the Cortina, I'm talking about Supras and Skylines and turn up. You just, again, these things are just crazy prices for these things. You just, you know, you've got to pay good coin to get something, because this is a modern day muscle car. Oh, 2 6-baggers going, though. We don't mind doing it here in Australia. Backing off with the super early, 5:45. Great run for Brian Ward, and got to bank that one in OG. Jared Blair, 7:22. He ran an earlier run, but again, as we said, the old CompuLeague might have had a little cup of tea since last time that we had them down, because we don't have the previous ET up. But we do have Jared Blair's 7:22 now registering on the board as his best. 5:45 the Nate, looks like that's the best for Brian Ward as well. That we can see on this screen, Mark Allen. We'll have to keep guessing for the moment. Have to keep guessing. The tool developed there,
Brent Benz.
Brent Benz in Old Goldie. Going to be maybe on his own here. Let's just see how it all works out now. Again, I can't remember the ET he put in there, a 90, I think. Can we get Rebels to the lane, please? Another call. Radial Rebels to the lanes, please. So we should have round 2, Q2, sorry, of Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels. We don't have to quite focus as much yet, Mark. It's Q3 for everyone. We've got to see how well they go into Q3. And I've got plenty of notepads here. Plenty of notepads.
We got pens. We got notepads, mate. Brett Benz on the star line, the VL Calais. Now, he did run that first session, but we've got nothing here in front of us.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a 92 or something.
Yeah.
Come on, Betsy. That's not bad. Got out there with not too much fast. That's enough. Just a bit more. 5:03. So 92 and a 5:03 from memory. So look, not causing any upsets. So no zing of the tide. No aborted run. Another one in the bank.
I think that'll bring it close. Outlaw Performance Exhaust OG 275. Now moving into Q2. Simon O'Carroll's Swimming Pool Renegade.
Yeah, Simon O'Carroll. You just can't get a pool from him. Not for probably 18 months. He just does the best. He's simply the best. You can try. Definitely ask him, but you just can't get one. That's the new advertising campaign I've been trying to tell him. You just can't get him. So don't bother with a Simon O'Carroll pool, because you just can't get one. And if you do, you've got to ask very, very nicely. If you like big blocks of nitrous, he might put you up the list of him.
Are we selling him really well as one of the bracket sponsors by saying you can't get him?
Listen, he rang me. He rang me a week out.
Yeah.
A few ales in the shed. How good is it? It's a week to go. And I go, I'm not even thinking about it, Simon. Again, same deal. Let's cross that bridge when we get to it. But he was so pumped. He didn't even. He goes, I've got a car with no engine, but I'm pumped. So that engine's gone again the last couple of days. Jason Seng, Lachlan Miller. Sagging straight across the ground, no big wheel stands this time, sings the tyres, the R31. I've never think we'd ever say we had two R31s in the one event. 552 and 551. It's left a whole puddle of something. I hope it's not transmission fluid. Let's just see. Let's just see. But that R31, he spun on something. Let's just see how bad it is. It could be fuel. I don't know. They're kind of looking at it. If we start throwing something on it like rags, out come the rags. This ain't good. when you're throwing rags on something, Marky, you know that it's.
I'm just hoping it doesn't go all the way.
Oh, I think it might have. So that is no good. The R31 has had a little bit of a spoilage, and that means that we've got plenty of. We've got a bit of the thinners, we've got the rags. And we are picking this up. We don't know how far down we're going to get it. We can normally, hopefully, whatever wisp it may be. I mean, it didn't really sort of smoke up. So whatever it was didn't quite get to the pipe, to the dump pipe, and even or to the exhaust. And even if it did, you're always worried about, what's the flame point for that stuff? When does it flare up and start to play up? But in this case, it's dumped it, and we are picking it up. It's just how far we've got to go with this as to how long we're going to be. But, hey, again, no stress. It's Friday night, Mark, for heaven's sake. It's Friday night. We're in qualifying. So this is Q2, and we're just finishing off OG 275 into Renegade, our first run of the day for them. And it is Jason Seng,
5:51. That was, I think, a 52 on the next run. So
He's on the money.
He's on the money. And you know what? Seeing he's doing it without the big wheelie. Because I know the wheelie ends up being a 60-something, a 58 maybe. But across the ground, 51 every day of the week. Now, guys that hit it and missed it, Russell Eckert, nearly 600 cubes and some spray. Too much, 542 on the 50. Aris Contolian, of course, that blowing Coppo Camaro, 549 with a 6. Too much. And again, if we go to the bunker, the touch judge is right. He did put his flag up. His foot was on the line. He's out. So that means that Aris would love to get a 50-something. Russell would love to do that too. But normally when those guys are dialed in, they are on the money and can be competitive. But how many times have we seen before, Mark Allen, that when you're so close to the forbidden zone of a 540-something, that can sometimes pop up in a final or in round 3 at the wrong possible time. That's the double-edged sword of being on these fixed index classes so tied up to it that you can step over the edge. You might over-rev it 150, 200 RPM. That's enough to take you from a 50 to a 40-something, and you're going to lose that round.
Every day of the week.
So sometimes it's not so good to be perfect. Mind you, didn't we see so many runs from Dale Duffy in the Nugget hatchback there?
Yep.
Wasn't he on a string there? 50 this and a 50 that, and I know Aris has buried the 550 before, but it's, you know, that's the same for the 640 bracket. Hot Rod Williams have been so close. Davey and Morris, Shane Locke, they can all go right on it, or 30 or 38 when you don't want it, sort of thing. So we see
Just a change in the weather can do it too.
That's all it can be. If it dropped 100 foot in relative altitude, that's enough. If you're on a 50, especially if you're a forced induction thing, you are going to pick up too much. And, you know, you can only learn by what happens. And you're either smarter next time and make the adjustments and go, right, well, this is where the airs come down. You almost need the weather station. And, you know what, it wouldn't surprise me, and I'm only going to use Aris as an example. Aris is the sort of racer that probably would have a look at that. He's that sort of racer. He's another guy that's come from Superstock, remember. He was an A-gasser. He was running A-gas in the old days. And now, you know, he's retired. He still wants to keep his hand in. And having a crack in that car, I've never seen a guy so you know, focused, but yet, you know, also so casual. It's not a bad way to go drag racing.
Well,
Put it this way, you don't pull the heads off every run and you've got the blower on the bench and you're re-stripping the blower and you've got the clutch out, you're changing clutch. You know what I mean? It's not the worst extreme, but it's still, you know, got your attention.
And a few of these guys do play the game where they roll off the throttle to close the race up. So they're not going to go run quicker than that 550 or whatever the index is for their respective class. But the issue that they face then, if they back off and run a slower ET, they're leaving the door open for one of the other guys to go 3 from 3 and run quicker. So it's a gamble on your race in that third round of racing. Like, do you take it out the back door, risk going too quick? But then if you back off, you also risk missing a spot in the final. So there's those risks in play. Both ways.
And I love how the guys have come up with our home run derby tonight, brought to us by Crown Equestrian and the Kenda Tyres qualifying shootout, just to give every competitor that little emphasis that, yes, the third round is important, that you hit your target. Because tomorrow night, 24 hours from now, they'll be asked to do it again. So here's three cracks at it tonight as a dry run to how we go racing tomorrow. So we'll start taking names tomorrow in our seating charts once we know how it all ends tonight. But between then and tomorrow, we've got, I think we're putting on lunch. I think we're putting on lunch for all competitors. I think we're off. I think we're in at 12. Of course, we're starting at 4, but I'm sure you've all been made aware that tomorrow we're having some presentations around lunchtime. So we've got some awards to give out already by tomorrow. So what that we're hoping to do is when we get to our finals tomorrow night, we're not giving out 96,000 awards. We've given out 56,000 at lunchtime,
awards, yeah,
and only 40 at the end. So that's the goal. So we are around. I think everyone's all entrants, of course, and crew. I guess we'll have to feed you all. We'll do that tomorrow at lunchtime, and it's great that we can do that. So.
that's still on the cards to do tomorrow. But we've got a million things we've got to work out tomorrow. Thank God it's tomorrow, Mark, not tonight. And this is because we've got 165 cars.
Does he hit the mark this time?
165 cars and race 3 rounds all in the one day. I mean, we can nearly try. Like I know 200's a magic number that I think we've eked out before. We've been lucky in other events of the same style, 3 rounds of racing. But to get 165 to do that and turn them around and go 3 rounds, we've had to kind of come to this. And you know what? It's so good that a lot of the entry list have said, well, yeah, I'm right. What time are you starting? 4? Perfect. You know, and if you know further enough out, you know, if you're like me and you're on wages and you've got a boss and you've got to notify them, you lock that in. I'll do half day. I could have done the whole day. I'm not that sort of bloke. Well, I was last Friday when I was supposed to go to Midnight Mayhem, but I took the whole day off. But today, half day with the boss, and then tonight. Oh, there we go. Dale's on. So Dale from Castle Hill. Como broke the crank.
Oh.
So I don't know. Has anyone got any epoxy? Any DevCon? Can we fix that? Anyone got a welder? Can we weld the crank up? But he's broken the crank. Dalo broke the crank. But guess what? That's the bad news. Good news. RX3's fixed. Enigma has got one session at the end here to get something down, and he'll be in tomorrow and have to fight his way from behind. I don't know what was wrong with the RX3. We'll ask Dalo down in the pits. So there we go. So thanks, Dale. The Enigma fights again, and I would assume that our the new I call it the Crow mod, but you know the Firebird. I think Nathan they were putting together as the next evolution. Obviously the geez, you'd be mad to bring 3 up, but I'm sure anything's possible. Looks like the Firebird might have to keep its powder dry for a little bit longer before we see that start to get tested. But there's plenty of time between now and Christmas, isn't there, Mark? And you know, it's either here or Sydney. Guys are in on test days. Like, test days are just another thing that's come out of nowhere. Where, you know, back in the old days of let's go back to the old days of drag racing. It was almost unheard of for a team to privately have a test day. And the only guy that I would remember back in the early days that would hire the track and privately test would be like Victor. You know, when you've got that corporate sponsorship, you've got a little bit of budget. You know, you can afford to test.
There used to be a rule that you weren't allowed to test.
That's right. A rule came in, and I wonder who.
It was like 24
tried to bring
hours,
that in.
48 hours before.
I could almost think of 1 or 2 races that are still racing that'd be wanting to protest the rule that there couldn't be any testing before an event, any private testing, because that would make the checkbook races. And this is coming out of the minds and the mouths of the racers. I'm thinking that would have wanted to protest this. They're not a stranger to protesting other opponents. But yeah, but here, of course, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, those test days are normally here before an event anyway. So in our case, Kenda or Jambo, that is now the new trend for these events. We'll start testing from Wednesday if you want to come up early. And that's great for teams in a state. So instead of bumping in on a Friday afternoon to try and qualify and get it all sorted in 3 runs on the Saturday before you go racing for 3 runs Saturday night, to have a less, you know, than fighting chance of having a good good run. The option to come up and just bump in Wednesday, test Thursday, come here Friday and compete just gives you that extra day that hopefully justifies investment. Honestly, just honestly, if you've dropped a couple of $100,000 on a piece of equipment that you want to go and race, what's the price of a test day really worth when you could come to a test and tune and roll up for your $50 or $60, maybe get 1 or 2 runs, maybe not on a track that's paid as much attention to as what the boys from Kenda do. So it makes perfect sense to spend. I don't know what the fee is. I know that if you wanted it by yourself, it's several grand. If you wanted it by yourself, if you want to come in on a day, it depends on the numbers, but you're still paying $500, $600. You would think on average to get in on a test day. But then it's priceless because you could go up and try and save yourself the money, come to a test and tune, and go home disappointed with 2 runs where you've got, like we did last night and the night before. 6 hours to test, and with not much waiting, other than when someone else has an issue. That's the only downside. But the difference between you sharing it with 20 other races or 100, like you come to a test and tune sometimes here at Willowbank, and there are 120 cars here. When do you get your chance on track? Hey, you know what? You get what you pay for. So if you're paying $60 for a test and tune, and you get 1 or 2 runs, and you're not happy with how much, you couldn't get as much power down. That $500 or $600 that you might have to pay to get in on a test day is well worth the money. When you add up the total investment, what's an extra $600? I know that you wouldn't probably pay it. I know that I probably wouldn't pay it. But again, you've got something that you can pretty well hit the mark in 1 or 2 runs.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But the
we're
thing
not
with
3,000 horsepower here.
Yeah, the thing with these big horsepower cars is it's actually better for the spectators.
Yeah.
Because when they get here on qualifying a race day, the cars are usually sorted because of all the usually sorted, I should say, from the testing that they're done. So it's a better spectacle, it's a better program, better show.
Also, what can happen is you can wear the things out.
That as well.
Before race day. And we've seen that too, is that you can break stuff. And again, maybe that's also the luxury of getting in on a test day. You can suffer a bit of a breakage to a point where it's like, well, I'm going to fix this thing. I've paid my money. I'm testing tomorrow. I better fix this thing. To having that thing break in Q2. So it's but again, it's also whether you're a thrasher at the track or whether or not you'll just rather pack it up. You know what I mean? I myself probably not much of a thrasher at the track. It'd be like, nah. I'm here to enjoy myself. That doesn't look like enjoying myself. You know what I mean? To me, it's not enough. Yeah. Other people are different. They're nuts, some of these people out there, with what they're willing to accept as part of this recreation. That's putting 2 bulbs on and racing someone. That's a fair commitment to go, well, you know what, let's fix it. But you know what, sometimes that's the best environment to fix it because you've got all these other teams that won't shut their doors on you. They'll open up. They'll open up their trailers. They'll open up their resource base. And I wouldn't even start to imagine how many little stories that we don't know about between Wednesday and now. You know what I mean? As far as, well, and I don't know whether, in this case, we'll get all of this right, but, with Grubby breaking an axle, it's like, well, did you have a spare axle when you bought the car? You may or may not have had it. I knew that, I think Ray Bernard was ready to swing into action to make sure that he could help get him an axle. I know when Hoff broke 2 axles out here earlier in the year, it was an overnight thrash and someone had done him up another couple of axles and he was out here again the next day. Our interstate competitors, it's not like we're going to, you're from interstate, we're not going to help you. It'll be quite the opposite. It's like, what do you need? Here's my workshop. Here's my machine shop. Here's my parts. What do you need? And you can get stuff fixed if you're choosing the thrash. If you're going trailer to trailer going, can you help me with this? Can we help with this? The network is now so wide that normally things actually get fixed if you want to fix them. That's almost the best environment to do it in because you're going to get some help. And there's also a lot of people out there that will lend the hand, will pitch in. And normally you'll find these people might be even cluier than yourself. And that's, the brains trust we have here. We've got the very best. And I'll stand up right away and say how proud we are of all of our modern day Australian heroes that are either in the tuning or the engine building or the parts game, no matter what you are, whether you're a gun gearbox builder, you're a gun engine builder, you're a gun tuner, you've got the parts, you've got access to a machine shop, you can weld, you know what I mean? There's a lot of skills out there that sometimes you're going to need. Like a welder, I think we had a shout out earlier in the year, we needed a welder. Wade Wagstaff had a welder. So they were able to fix stuff because the shout out comes through. And don't forget, all racers and all competitors, if you've, by the end of the night, and again, while we're on the subject of breakage and whether you fix it or not, if you are out by the end of the night and you can't come back tomorrow, come and tell us in the tower because it does affect us the way we seed tomorrow, because we'll be seeding those fields after Q3 tonight. That's why we dangle these juicy carrots of cash in Q3, because we want you all to do the very best you can in Q3, because that really does help us seed everything, because that's literally everyone pushing a limit. So, but if you are out and can't continue tomorrow, we'd want to know by the end of the night whether that's the case. It does help us with seeding. And that also goes to if you need a shout out and you need something, a part, whatever, message us through here or come and see us in the tower. And you know what we do, Mark? We get results. We'll have someone come up and go, have we got this? And then 5 minutes later, someone comes up and goes, where's the bloke that needed that? I've got it. Next thing you know, it's either gone and got yanked off a car, or it's down in the pits, or they'll go and get it. And they're the stories that you never hear about. I mean, when's the last time you ever heard something like that in the NHRA where someone's helped someone? That was the good old days. You know, when I remember the old days of the funny cars, they'd blow the body off it and they'd do that much damage, but another team would go, well, you can have my body, or let's fix this, and it's tape and bits of fiberglass and everything like that, and they'd patch something together. You don't see much of that anymore. Those teams are so well financed that, you know, that no one's lending them anything, because normally, even in that environment too, it's not openly offered, is it? Is it not? It's not openly offered. But you know, and you don't even hear that in not so much. I don't watch a lot of No Prep Kings, but when you watch a bit of that, there's not a lot of. They'll help each other within the team, but you don't normally see another sort of team go in there to help. It's out and out war when you think about it. But here in the radial world, and I know that, you know, and various other scenes that we have, you know, being Import Jambo, Drag Challenge, that's fully that generosity is fully extended to make sure. But anyway, we'll have a little bit of a break. The Overtaking Lane guys will put up a little highlights package, a replay, or whatever we've got there, some bits and pieces, a few ads to help pay the bills. And we are cleaning up some fluid here for a little bit longer. It's Friday night. Don't go anywhere. Take a break right now. We'll be back with more qualifying here. We've just tipped into Radial Renegade, so we need Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels all in the lanes, because we'll be running you guys out for Q2 once we get this cleaned up. A break and back for more here for Radial Riot Friday night.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
With more than 200 years of total workforce experience in lubricants, High-Tech Oils is Australia's largest independent oil manufacturer, developing and producing oils, lubricants and additives. High-tech engines need High-Tech Oils.
So how you going? You've made the trip over from WA. You've got two cars over here for the team?
Yep, we've got the black GTO and now we've got this one. This one was maybe 6 weeks ago we decided to put this bad boy together. And so we've pushed it and we've made it happen. Everyone's just busted themselves, but everyone's put in the effort and we finally got here. We did all the rear end work. Eddie and Tony and everyone from Actives Automotives, they sorted out all the engine, gearbox, all that sort of thing. So we got all the chassis sorted, got it back to them, they put it all back together, and then it was just a final push.
Yeah, right. And did you have a test last night?
So we managed to do one run that wasn't, it's that thing in drag racing, isn't it? Where if one thing falls, you know, we've been trying to change a lot of things throughout the car just to make sure that we're from the start onto it.
Yep.
And in doing so, it's caused other things to unfold, but that's where you've got the couple of test days. We managed to do one in Perth, got a few little gremlins sorted, but we'll get there.
And the black one, how did it run?
It went okay, but we're in the same thing. We changed some fuel injectors, and that's caused another Pandora's box of things. So what we're doing is we're bringing everything back to what we know, where we knew it worked, and from there we're going to try and keep cruising on. But we've got flex plate issues at the moment, so we'll get this down the track and try and juggle between them.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
No worries. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on you all weekend.
Lovely.
Maybe touch base and see how you're going later in the weekend.
Too easy.
Thank
Thanks.
you. G'day Kurt, we're here from Overtaking Lane, mate, and I'd like to learn a little bit about what goes into the prep on this track, because you've come all the way from America.
Yeah.
And they've flown you out here, I believe, to do some prep on this track.
Yeah.
Mate, what goes into it, and what's different to a normal drag race, mate?
All right, that's probably let's start with what's different.
Yep.
So obviously you got slicks and you got radials. So a slick tire has a lot of sidewall on it, real flexible. Radials do not. They have a very stiff sidewall. Slicks grow, radials don't.
Yep.
So those are the two biggest differences in the tires. A slick tire wants to spin. You have to spin a slick. Even though your car's hooking up, your slick is spinning.
Yep.
And you control that with wheelie bar, torque converter, clutch, timing, how much your spin is and how fast your spin goes to a full hookup. With radials, there is no spin. If a radial tire spins, it spins. There's very little saving it.
Right.
So, to combat that, the rubber on a radial track is much, much thinner, probably a 32nd of an inch, and that, especially in the daytime, because the main thing is we're putting so much glue on these things. Probably 4 or 5 times the amount of glue that you put on a slick track.
Right.
And I guess these guys probably spent $14,000 in glue this weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
it? And so you'll also see us out there scraping it some to get, whenever you have glue and heat, it kind of creates slime, and you can't hook up on that.
Right.
And so we need the glue, but we can't have the slime. So we'll go out and we'll scrape it every now and then. We'll just take the top layer off and keep it thin. That's also why you see them when they do their burnouts. You have your funny cars and top fuel cars, they'll do the big long burnouts.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. The rubber is so thin and there's so much glue on top of it. You do your burnout back here in the rear part of the lanes, get your tires clean, warm, and then you just roll out. You chop the throttle early.
You don't want to go over the start line at all with your burnout at all.
No,
That's
not under
awesome.
power.
Yep.
But just roll through it and you'll see these tires leave a nice path of rubber.
Yep.
Back up on that rubber and let it go.
Yeah, okay.
And, so that's kind of the biggest difference. It takes a whole lot of rotating. They built a rotator here. We licensed a company, Aldridge,
Yep.
to build our equipment here.
And that's brand new, and then we've got a spray rig
Yeah,
as well.
and I mean, look at this spray rig. This thing is...
This is brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new. This is, and I'm not just saying it. Justin Simpson and Clint here built it. This is the nicest spray rig in the world, not the country, the world.
Because you've done some big events. Well, you do big, massive
Yeah,
events,
we do
don't
big
you?
ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at pretty much all the big ones.
Yeah, right.
And this is nice. You guys, I'm not sure I'm not saying it like that, but I'm not sure you know what you got here, because these guys are wholehearted. They built a $30,000 rotator. This thing was probably, who knows how much. I think they had to call NASA to license it.
Yeah, right. Probably. And what do you think of this series out here in Australia? Have you enjoyed yourself so far?
Absolutely. I mean, there again, this is what I do for a living. I'm at races every weekend. I've got several crews. We're doing 3 races this weekend around the world. This is the most fun I've had doing radial racing in 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a kick. The Australian people are so nice, so friendly, and God, I can't wait to come back down here.
And what do you say to anyone thinking about getting out there and having a bit of a go on the track? Do they get out and have a crack at a radial?
Absolutely. I mean, radial racing to me is just kind of where it's at. It becomes a tuner's race. It's not just throw it at it and go. You got to finesse.
Yeah.
And so you got to use this up here more than that.
Yeah.
And you know, there's a lot of keyboard tuning, and it's just it's a chess game, and it's so fun. You'll see them out here today. There's guys that are going to struggle because we're warm. Radials and heat are very difficult.
Right.
Where a slick tire, it's no big deal to run in 150-degree track temperature. They like it. You know, you can get that controlled spin. Out here, you can't do that. You got to tiptoe.
Completely different game.
Yeah, like during the day, you probably won't see those. You know, we had quite a few 3-second runs last night. You're probably not going to see that during the day because they're going to have to go point A, point B, take it real nice and easy, get it down to the track, and get a wind light.
Yeah.
And if you spin the tires, you're not going to get a wind light. So they're going to play smart. As we go into the evening, watch out.
When we cool down, it's
we're
all
going to go fast.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
And just one last thing, I guess. We talk about the prep on the track. There was a massive amount of prep on the track before we had anyone out here, wasn't there?
Sure.
You've scraped all the rubber off,
Yes.
right?
Took it all off. We put it back on, and that helps it adhere to the concrete better. It's fresh, live rubber. They call this, I'm not being a smartass, they call this track prep for a reason, because it's preparation.
Yeah.
You come out, you totally remove the track, put a new racetrack in. You do that almost every day. Wow. And so it takes a lot of preparation. It's not just come out and spray the track and go.
And you're watching really closely every run. You're looking at what's going on, if there's any damage to the track, minute, right?
Yeah, because we're so thin on the rubber. When a car spins the tires, it takes the rubber down to the concrete, and then you don't have any adhesion for the next car. So you'll see us out here jumping out and filling those with heat and rubber from back here. The track prep's gone to such a level now that I don't want to say it's difficult to watch because it's exciting, but we're out there working on the track a lot.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to catch you now because I know it's about to start and you're going to be full on for the next, 12 hours?
12 hours, and
If
then
not
we're done
more.
and we'll go drink some beer.
Sounds good. Mate, thank you.
Thanks for everything.
No worries.
Come
Thanks
over
for
to
being
Lights
out here.
and let's have fun.
Done deal. Out here to have a run in your XB. We came over because we were impressed by your Chev tow car.
Yeah.
But
This all about shines the bee a little bit.
it does. But how are you going to go? Is this your first test hit today?
Yeah, first hit today. We're just running on unleaded fuel, so we're looking for a tune on unleaded.
Right.
We run last Kenda.
Yep.
We're about equal fifth, I think, in the points. So
Right. Oh, good.
So we're at the top end, so we just need to be consistent and pull some good times. So yeah.
So you just be testing, tuning this
Yeah,
afternoon.
testing, tune this afternoon, read the plugs, see how they're looking, see how it's working.
And then get ready for tomorrow.
Straight to the park tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. We'll keep an eye out. We'll watch
Yeah,
you.
no, we'll have fun. We'll have the wheels up.
No worries. Thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Mate, twin turbo Hemi in this ute.
Yeah, mate.
It's pretty sick.
Got a bit of steam, yeah.
Yeah, but you've had a few problems. So.
Had a few issues. We broke the diff on Thursday, fixed it last night, put the diff back in the car this morning. Made one hit, didn't leave the start line, but we're here now. We're going to run what we've rung and see what we can do.
You're still in with a chance of $5 grand,
Yeah,
eh?
that's it, mate. Yeah, 100%.
What do you think of this Kenda event?
I love the Kenda event. It's really good. Like radial racing is just taken off here in Australia. It's a really exciting form of racing. It's the type of racing that everyone can come and do.
Yep.
The thing I like about it is they still look like a car. You know, you get your funny cars, you get all that sort of stuff. You know, they just don't look like a car. You get a lot of street-looking cars here, so it's a good time.
It's a pretty cool event.
Yeah,
and,
really
late night, eh? After last night.
Yeah, definitely. So see what we can do, roll out and have a good time. That's what we're here for.
No worries. Well, good luck tonight.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
You're out here in the Mustang?
Yep.
Yeah, so, and you've, who have you drawn tonight?
Got Wade Wagstaff, so Wade just went 390 last run, so yeah, we'll see if we can give him a run this run.
And how did you feel with the testing today? How'd it go?
Still a new combo, only 7 or 8 passes in, so we're still learning a few things and making adjustments on the run, and we're backed around from the last run within 30 minutes, so we haven't had a chance to change too much, but a few little adjustments, so hopefully we can stick it and give him a bit of a run. So.
And what do you think of this event, this
awesome,
racing?
Awesome, yeah. Used to really enjoy the lights out stuff
that
we used to run here. Hasn't been on for a while, so it's the first one back like this, so really enjoy it. I enjoy it more when my car's working better. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, good luck, mate. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
See. 10 o'clock drivers briefing.
eyes are on you this weekend so far.
Apparently.
No pressure.
No. See how we go. Can only try.
And look, this is a great car. Look, just having a look at this thing. When you sort of see it from the stands and you have a look, like you look at the paint work that's been done on it, it just looks like a normal old 57 Chev running out there with a bit of changes, but it's all airbrushed on. There's a bit of work going into it, eh?
Yeah, no, it works well, and I mean, we've had it on 10.5 tyre, big tyre, and now the radial, and yeah, it seems to be a pretty happy car all around, so.
Yeah, right. And
that's good.
You did a stint in the States with it as well a little while ago?
Yeah, so it's pretty much identical as we raced it over there, just obviously power management a bit different. So yeah, we went 379 over there. Yeah, hopefully the track comes around here and we can try and match it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Overtakers, how you going? We've got Ben Bray here with us. He's having a ball out here. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so far so good. What have we got? 3 runs left, so the 200's still available. Still got to try and catch Wagstaff's 82, which I don't think's possible.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm still here, I'm enjoying it, and I'm smiling.
And that last run, you weren't too far off the 200, were you?
No, 198. So, you know, we tricked it up a little bit. I put a little bit of wing on the back of it because it started to move a bit. I'm going to go for it, I won't lie, but if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. So there's like 20 cars here that can do it. So one of us is going to get it tonight, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
And I'd probably say this blue thing in the background, Sean Hale, he's probably got the best bet right now.
Yeah, righto. There you go.
He's only 5 mile an hour off.
There's the tip. So, what do you reckon, Kenda again next year? We're going to bring another door?
Probably bring 2 of them out.
Bring 2?
Dad reckons that he wants to have a crack. He was a bit nervous at the start, but he says that I've sort of sorted the car out enough that he feels comfortable to come and do it. So why not?
Mate, that was great. Look, real crowd pleaser, and we appreciate you bringing it out here and showing everyone.
No, thanks for having me.
We've had a live feed going, and everyone's calling on the live feed wondering when you're coming out next. So.
No, well, that's good. Thanks to all the fans. Enjoy it. Thanks to you guys for live feeding it so everyone can watch it, and hopefully next year we come back with something bigger, badder.
Perfect. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got Terry Sang here from all the way from Paramount Performance from Toowoomba. Always down here at the track though, aren't you?
Yeah, I live here for most weekends.
Are you running 2 cars today?
I was trying to run my car as well as Kyle's, but we thrashed to get it done. We literally finished it last night, and we're having some dramas with some throttle bodies, so that's it for it today now. So.
Yeah, okay. Now, I saw you run 199 mile an hour.
Yeah.
You're pretty close.
Yeah.
We're trying to crack that 200, obviously.
I reckon it's here right now.
Temperature's dropping.
This is it, and there's 4 cars capable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're the 4th car. The other 3 are in front of us. But
was there a big tussle?
So we'll see
who could get up there first? Was there?
Oh, everyone was rushing around here. We got held up as we were towing around. There was a car loading, and we had to turn around and go back. And anyway, that's right. That's how it happens. But hey, you still got to do it.
Yeah.
It's still got to be done.
We've just got to wait and see. It could still be
Potential's
an
there.
offer.
It's right there now.
No,
for sure.
Well, there's a lot of people been on the live feed as well. You're well known
Yeah.
out there. So yeah, it's great to see you and great you come along and have a chat to us.
Yeah.
So really
No
appreciate
worries.
it. Thanks, Terry.
Cheers.
Back with him, he's just done it.
You know what? I'm sorry I lied. I did say Hale was going to do it, and I really wish he did. Them guys have worked very hard to do it. All these guys here have. But the credit to them all, they were all in the braking area. They all hugged me. They celebrated with me. It was really joyful. Mum and Dad are here. Everyone's crying. The kids, the wife, everyone's having a good time. And don't know if you can see it, but that's the time card there.
Check it out.
So 396, 201. That's the first 200. And I tell you now, Grubby gave me a pretty good drag race. He left me for dead on the start line and I had to drive around him. So what can I say? The Kenda, Justin and Scott for the event they've put on, man, it's ecstatic. All my sponsors have been a dream and here we are having a good time.
Good on you, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy it.
Talk to you soon. seconds. Thanks to Justin and Scott. An awesome event. Everybody involved in it. It's great. Thanks a lot for having me. I've had just an awesome weekend. Everybody that's helped me, it's been amazing. It's been great fun. My family, Dad for letting me cut the car up and have some fun in it. Outside of that, Willowbank, everyone, the girls for standing around all day, the wife for putting up with me, and hopefully next time I can make the final and do a bit better.
On your Benny Grant.
Skid Factory famous car these days, mate.
Yep, it's a bit popular.
There's something about cars that go through the Skid Factory. Cool blokes, right? But
Yeah, great. Alan Woody are great. So.
No, I mean the people that take cars there as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially if their name's Dave.
Absolutely. Dave's are great.
But no, all seriousness, mate. Is this his first run out?
First run out in the new setup, yeah, with the twin turbos and the all the new hot side and cold side. So.
Nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. I've haven't been down the drag strip many times in my life, so 1,000 at the rear wheels is going to make it interesting.
How long have you had this car?
I've had about 10 years, so it's kind of gone through change after change, and we've never really had much luck with it.
Yep.
So I just, kind of little fail after little fail, then followed by some big failures, and then.
Was it always a drag car though?
It was originally built as a street car, and it just kind of got out of hand. Ended up with a really, really big turbo, and then I'll throw a cage in it, and then it spiraled out of control to what it is today.
Knowing you, I don't know you a lot, but knowing you, that sounds a lot like you though, right?
Yeah.
You just keep going to take things to the next level.
Yeah. And even like we made 1,000 at the rears recently at down at Cleveland Dyno and Cleveland Tow Bar and Exhaust, and we've a couple more things that we can put some more power in as well. So it'll get the car working at 1,000 and then see where we go from there.
Yeah, and you've done Kenda events before.
Yeah, but Kenda seems to be my curse. So every time that we have a big failure, it seems to be at Kenda. So big rush to get ready for it, and then. One year we had off the trans brake, I had a tail shaft fail.
Yep.
Didn't realise we put a new tail shaft, new reed case glide in it. Came back the next year, came back for the next Kenda. Didn't realise the same accident had actually cracked the pinion. So next time, pinion cracked. Fell out, shot a uni into the car's window next to me, unfortunately. But there was an official very close, but it missed everyone. Thank God no one was hurt. It was quite scary. So there's now $1 million worth of driveline in there because I do not want another one of those failures.
Yeah, that is very scary, mate. Look, we're really keen to see this get out there because we obviously watched the build, as many people did, and it's all about seeing what it actually can do now.
Yeah.
But you've got to get traction, right?
Yeah, hoping so. The tyres are only about 5 or 6 years old, and look, today's more about just prove that it works, getting off the line, myself. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with the car with the previous times I've been out. But we came out at 600 or 550 rear wheel horsepower. Now we're up to 1,000, so it's going to handle pretty differently. So. And
has it just been sitting since it got tuned?
Yeah, it has. So we've just been kind of finishing off the last couple of little bits and in the shed, and then getting it ready for today, and ignoring it half the time.
So we know you have had this car for 10 years. Yep. Mate, what was your first car?
So first car was a dirty old RA40 Celica, which we repainted and put a new engine in and stuff. And then I got the favourite car, which is a VHS LE. So second car, which is I think when I bought this, that's what I was kind of in my mind replacing. The car that I've always, if I find it, I'll buy it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
But yeah, always
last of the chrome bumpers.
Last of the chrome bumpers, and geez, they've shot up in price. It's, you used to be able to get a silver and blue one for $6 grand. Now they're 30 for a rough one.
And what started you off with your passion for cars?
Old man was into speedway, and we'd always around cars. Like I grew up in Canberra. Spent a couple of years in Canberra right at the beginning of Summer Nats. So always heaps of cars down there, and then speedway, and just always been around cars. So.
Brilliant, mate. Good luck today.
Thanks, man.
Get up the start line and watch you get down the track.
Yeah. I'm not, if I can get under 550, it'll be great. But I really just want to drive it back on the trailer. That's the real goal for today.
And there's plenty of seat time today too.
Yeah. We should maybe get 5 or 6 runs. We'll see how it's going, and if it's all working. If it's working, we might try and get a few laps in. If there's things to do, we'll come back next time. We're not rushing it with this thing. So.
Brilliant, mate. We'll have fun.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, and cheers for the interview.
Perry. Good to see you out here, mate. There's never a radial event that you're not at, is there?
No, we try and get to as many as we can, and enjoy coming up here to Willowbank, and yeah, it's
Now,
great.
everyone recognises the truck, the car. You stand out in the crowd. It was the Snickers car, but we've got the Maltesers car
Yeah,
now.
it's new Corvette that we bought in from the US.
Yep.
Yeah, it's same power plant as the Camaro, just a much more developed, newer, lighter, well-refined car.
Now, we started watching yesterday, and you had a couple of small issues in the morning, but then got some good time. So it was only just a couple of little tuning things that you had to play around with, or?
We'd been chasing a gremlin in the car, just a misfire that we probably had 4 passes where the car wasn't happy, but we finally worked the scenario out, and yeah, got it right.
And then started pulling the threes.
Yeah.
Was it 3 of them yesterday?
Three in a row there, yep.
Yep.
Today I don't know, the engine hasn't been real happy the whole weekend, so unfortunately there in the last pass it looks like we've broken a valve, and yeah, ended our weekend. So
Never good to have to pack up early, but that is racing, right?
yeah, look, it's unfortunate to come all this way. We're sort of 1,600 k's away. I don't know, it's not a race meet, so that's probably the way you look at it. We're here to practice and try stuff, so just lucky we're not at a meet. So
It is a test and tune, yeah, that's right. So you were testing the car out. You've realised it's pretty consistent threes in it.
yeah. Look, unfortunate it happens, but that's racing. So
yeah,
look, we'll get back, and with a couple of fresh engines, we'll get it sorted out and be back to the track as soon as we can.
Doesn't take long to turn them around for you guys.
No, we're a good team, mate, and we're here a skeleton crew this weekend for testing, but great guys at home, mate.
You can get across the border just saying because you're delivering Snickers. Is that?
Yeah, they just waved us through on the way up, so might have to drop my bag out on the way past, mate. So
good stuff, mate. Thank you for coming on and putting a show on for us. Anyway, we enjoy it.
No, it's great up here, Willowbank, and the Kenda guys put on a great event. The volunteers that are here helping out at a sport that we love doing, much appreciated.
No, good stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Joe, look, up until the last run, mate, you've had a brilliant weekend.
Yeah,
3 second passes now in one of the heaviest cars getting around here, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, we're running it at the radial weight rules for IHRA. Yeah, so we're stoked. We've been over the moon with the whole weekend. The progress of the car's been great. We've had some help from Jamie Miller over in the US and Frankie at Andy Engines. It's all together we've sort of come up with a good game plan, and it's all paying off. So.
And this is a car you built about a year ago.
Yeah.
Down in Profab, right?
Yeah, that's right. Me and my son.
Yeah.
Was under the car.
Yeah. And we've come out and we've done, is it 2 or 3 3-second passes now?
That was our third one. Yeah, that was our third. Yeah, so we went 398 first, and then 395. Sorry, it was 4. Yeah, we did 396 this morning, and then a 393 just then.
Now the 393 just then, a bit of oil down.
Yeah, the converter looks like it's blown the converter seal out.
Yeah, right.
Right at the finish line.
But no major problems.
No, other than that, yeah. Look, I mean, we're happy with what we've achieved over these last couple of days, and got some good data, and we've pretty much had enough for the weekend anyway now. So we'll have a barbecue, have something to eat, and
watch a few others.
Yeah, watch some other races. So
mate,
we're
tell
happy.
us where did drag racing? When did it enter the blood for you, mate?
Oh, at a very young age. I think I was like 18 years old, and started off with a 250 Crossflow turbo. Yeah. Yeah, and I've been turbocharged ever since. So
Ford man. All the way through?
Yeah, Ford man. This is the first Chev, I think.
Oh.
481X, if you can call it a Chev, but yeah.
Yeah. Hiding in a Mustang.
Yeah, hiding in the Mustang. Yeah.
No, well done, mate. And you do all this with your son as well. So.
Yeah, me, my son, my brother, and good friend Enzo. It's like family. We're all big family crew. So
one thing that I've learned, throughout doing this channel and everything as well, is everything to do with the car scene.
Yeah.
It's always very family orientated.
Oh yeah, look, I mean, it's important to me that like my family support me, and they do, and and it's great having them here. Enjoying the weekend as well with us. So it's not all about me, but like I'd like to make sure that they're having a good time as well. So
and has everyone suffered a little bit by not having any drag racing for a while now?
Oh yeah, it's been hard. Like we've been itching, and even just to get away. Like the weekends at the drag strip is always good fun. There's lots of good people around, and and it's
Fingers crossed we can get the spectators back again soon, eh?
Fingers crossed, and hopefully all this COVID stuff passes quickly, and we can get on to living our normal lives.
Back into it. That's it, mate. Thank you for having a chat.
No worries,
again
thank
on the
you.
channel for us. We always appreciate it. Thanks,
Thank
mate.
you, guys.
Yes, check 2, come in, Roger. Roger, check 1, 2, come on in. We are back, folks, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Friday night, what else were we doing anyway? Shout out to JB Fenwick, Dale Hellier. Dale Lovedabuy, a big shout out to Lorenzo Galotto for helping out with some push rods for the RX3. Just exactly the same story Mark Allen and I were talking about earlier on in regards to guys helping each other out. So the guys from Sydney getting helped out for the guys from WA. Here in Queensland, the Radial State. Thank you, Pup, for the text. Already have. Oh, yeah, right back where we started, Mark Allen. That was a hell of a bit of a leak.
Yeah, that's a little bit more than expected.
That might be our biggest leak ever. That was a cracker.
All right, we're into
Renegade.
Simon O'Carroll swimming pool.
Renegade. Now, this is the guy that tipped the 550 mark on his first hit, 598 cubes in the Kingswood. Russell Eckert, Greg Trapnell from South Maclean. Look at this. This is the biggest matchup of the day, Mark Allen. First run back, 598 plus 581. That's as close to 1,200 cubes as you're going to get. 581, 598, trying to add it up still. That's 590, 589. There'll be 589. 1289, I don't know. 1189.
You got there.
Here we go, heads up, Pro Tree. Russell Eckert, does he hit the 550? 48 with a 2. 47 from Trappy, 47 with a 4. Hey, they're close. They're close.
They're on the money. They're on the money. Russell, who we got next, mate? William Yarwood in the Super taking on Aris Cantolian. Cantolian was 0.004 of a second too quick.
Well, Trappy hasn't got one here yet, so should I give Trappy one? I'm going to give Trappy one.
Well, it's got to be 550.
Well, I'm going to say Trappy 550. So Trappy's got to hit a 550 because he hasn't nominated one. That's why you get a free nomination. It's a quick pick. We call it a quick pick from Mark Allen and myself in the Index shootout a bit later on, the third round. All right, here we go. William Yarwood and Aris Cantolian. Aris wants the 550. And, of course, Aris has already probably nominated 552, but he's got to do it in the third round. 551 rather. 554 for Aris there. So, yeah, he wants 51 in round 3. There's 54 in round 2. That's number 1 qualifier, even though on the screen it doesn't acknowledge the 51. We know Aris is 51. Sorry.
Jason's saying it's the 51?
54, sorry, yeah. Chris Shaper now and Adam Curran. Adam back with this great Cortina. And we've got 2 orange Cordies here. It's deceptive. I'm sure we've got 2 here. We've got 96 utes. All right, I'm going to put another ute here. That's Chris Shaper. I'm keeping a ute register now, Mark, in the next qualifying session.
Okay.
Adam Curran here, 556 already for Chris Shaper, so getting close to that 550 for Simon O'Carroll swimming pool. Radial Renegade, this is Q2. He's going to hit the tree all weekend, Chris Shaper. He doesn't have to wait for turbo boost or anything like that. 555 with a 7. Here comes the Cortina's response. 589 at 110 mile an hour. So hitting 2 good shots, Chris Shaper in Dad's 57, the 556 and the 555. And he's technically a ute, so he's on my little ute list.
Who we got up? We got...
Oh, God, it's Shane Bowden back again. Bowser.
He won a 676 in that first session. Joseph Pradell.
Oh, look at this. There are some, and I shouldn't say horny cars, not till tomorrow.
Yep.
Horny cars here tonight. The HD, I don't think I've ever seen a HD so cool. Turbo 350 Chev. Shane Bowden feels like, I think he might have a turbo on this thing. This thing on a Pro Tree though, someone's got to go. Time to get boost. Oh, not happy. Shane Bowden now going to belt it out the back door and go 654 at 110. Going to turn that off for a sec because I've got only 10% left on the...
Yeah, Joseph goes through for a 1072. Had some issues, obviously.
That's a shame because that's a horny car. That HD.
Racing Jason Chizotti.
Blown and injected. You got to be blown to be known, and we know racing Jason Gisotti. He can put this thing on the bumper if he needs to. When it's all glued, and in Sydney it was glued. But then I think ran a 49 with an 8 in round 3. Technically went 3 from 3 because it was a solo, Mark Allen. So he goes, I'm 3 from 3. I said, but you went a 49 with like an 8 in round 3. He goes, yeah. I said, technically I can't count the run because you're under the 550. I had to consider someone on the right side. He finally understood. But don't you think that would have been a logical assumption, Mark? If you would have,
that's right.
If you would have tried and stick to the letter of the law.
Yep.
And he eventually come round. He was very, that's the new term, very salty. Very salty for a bit there in Sydney, old Racing Jason. But we kissed him, mate, up. Dean Ferris and Racing Jason out there now. Now, Disco Dean, I love that we've got guys in our own home state of Queensland with race names. Like, we've already got, we've heard of Disco Dean, of course, in No Prep Kings. But I kind of think Dean Ferris has been a Disco Dean in his own world for a long time before we've heard of this Disco Dean in
He's
No
the only
Prep
Disco
Kings.
Dean I know is Dean Ferris.
Yep, and Chizotti, the same thing. When your name's Jason and you like racing, you become Racing Jason. So when your name's Dean, you can be cool, you can be Disco Dean. Here we go. Barra-powered Mark 1 panel van, blown and injected, big block, Chev in the HQ, 550 is the goal. Simon O'Carroll, swimming pool, Renegade Q2. Time to go to Bump City for Disco Dean. Off we go. Oh, wheels there. A little bit of a pedal for Disco. Racing Jason. He did a Racing Jason with the wheel stand antics. 564, an earlier 565 for him. Disco Dean, 585 with a wheel stand. An earlier 563, a little bit quicker. Oh, it does sound sweet, does it not? This is another generation drag racer. Of course, we've heard of Dave Rogan, who was a pro stock racer in the early days. Well, this is Matthew Rogan, I do believe, the boy, and he's got a taste for a bit of Kenda Radial. See him quite go down the pro stock route, but let me tell you, that sounds very healthy. That 565 in that IROC. Rogan Industries didn't have the best of luck on the first hit. I think he blew the tyres off. Brad Lynch from Greenbank, the HQ, 415 cubes. They could both do with an improvement here, Mark Allen, because they are nowhere near. When you look at the tail of the tape from round 1, they did not get hooked up at all. And I'm looking at what Lynch nominated for the next round, a 560, so he's been way off that. Rogan wants a 558. That's a bit better. Little bit of stink taken out of the Camaro on the hit, and that's a lot better. 589 at 120. It does sound good. 709 is a whole second improvement there for Brad Lynch, but again, he wishes for a 560 by the look of it.
Yeah, Lynch, it sounded like Lynch was pedaling as well. Okay. Rodney Taylor in the Capri, and Josh Vesneva.
Who was making all that cranky noise? Was it John Vesneva? Didn't we just see it, the sexiest HD about 2 runs ago? Guess what rolls up here now? This HR Ute. And again, we might have lost the old... I keep forgetting I'm doing a Ute list. So John Vesneva's on the list. So is Rodney Taylor. So yeah, Rodney Taylor, I think he's from Victoria, part of the Carl Cox crew. He's got this car, so it's not Carl's 6-second single turbo.
I thought it was.
But it's a twin, very much a twin. Yeah. Very cranky 454. I don't know whether this is Carl's or whether I think it is Rodney's. It might be Rodney's under the Carl banner, because Carl actually got quite a motorsport team going around the world, not only on 4 wheels but 2. John Vesneva, just a killer looking HR. It's got some now, but so's Rodney Taylor. Nice hit, 573. That's going to put him right in the middle of a sweet spot for Renegade. And Vesneva, a 613, is an improvement for the HR from his earlier 729. But yeah, Rodney Taylor, when you break it down, is about 4th qualifier. Thank you, Janie. Janie's got some texts on there, and yes, acknowledging the Racing Jason name. Craig Stokes now from D-Bay, the VC Commodore, LS on board, an earlier 988. He wants... Let's see where Stokes
I think he's just jumped through.
Did he really? So he's not going to get anything this run. He wants a 554. So that might have... I'm not sure.
Well, it's definitely quicker than his first pass.
Yeah, but he didn't get an ET. So guess what?
Jumped through the
it's
beams.
all got to be Q3 now for Stokes. If he can go 554 and be right on what he's nominated, but don't know whether there was a Sunny Coast VC of the similar colour with a Turbo LS. It might have been, I forget his name. I could say Matthew Wright. It may not be the right name, but there was one I remember. So maybe Stokesy's picked that up because Stokesy normally had a yellow XD. And the way XD prices are going, he might have cashed in on the up, if you know what I mean. Because he's gone a bit quicker now. That Turbo LS VC, very impressive. But, geez, you've got to hold yourself into stage to get an ET to be a part of anything like our Index Nominate Your ET shootout for round 3 for all of these fixed index classes. And, of course, the Home Run Derby, thanks to Crown Equestrian, where we're asking all of the Outlaw and OG classes to give us their best shot in round 3, see who hits the home run. And again, it's all determined on who was the quickest. There may not be the quickest run of the event, but during Q3 might have been the best of, who knows, a bad bunch. I spoke to, of course, Luke Marsden on the way past here before. So what are you putting in at, Luke? Like a nice safe 73? He goes, no, I'm going to go for it. I want to bury a low 60 with this thing. I think I'm going to do it. So that's the word from the tuner on the way past the tower from Wade Wagstaff's crew chief, that Luke Marsden, they're going to have a crack at it. They've already got a nice run in, so they're going to have another crack at it. So here we go. Parlo is back. This is Parlo Boney, Barra Powered XD. They are a nuggety shape. Do love that squareness of the 80s. I really do love the 80s shape still. It just feels like your upbringing. All right, we're just locking the, unless we've swapped. Oh, yeah, we are. We've swapped. We're into the 580 class now. Rebels. Craig Scott, not Rebels, rather, Ruckus. Yeah, that'll be the RC Metalcraft Ruckus now. 714, and I don't know, Heath Scottney.
59, I think he might want to be.
Well, Renegade's REN, RR must be Ruckus, I would
That's
say.
all right. I'm sure Scotty will move people around if they're a little bit too quick.
Yeah, Heath Scottney in the midst, he found a lot more performance. Would be a great run in Renegade, but too quick for 580. Jeff Rice now and Lee Ellison. Okay, we need Outlaw Radial and Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial and Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. So here we are. We are in Ruckus. He's ready to let loose Jeff Rice with an earlier 595 on that 580. Whoa, might have broken something. No, just went out of gear. Ellison goes past, gets a 612 in, earlier 615 for him and Jeff Rice. That cost him there in that run. Now, Rice will be in Ruckus, so that means he hasn't written one down, Ricey. So I'm going to give 580. I'm going to go Ricey a 580. I'm going to go 580. He's won a quick pick. He's won another quick pick, Ricey. We've given you a 580. We normally put you on the minimum to just say reach for the stars. All right, Brett Wills and Ismet Vodjic back. So the hatchback Tirana, the UC, 406 cubes. He got an earlier 610. Brett Wills got into the fives, 596 from that gorgeous HD Prem with a very stout 420 cube small block on board. Oh, though, Ismet hits the tree like he wanted it. Here comes the fast closing car of Brett Wills. A 74 was too quick, but Ismet's in the ballpark a little bit.
Yep. And
a 593 is a nice, safe, fast run there for Brett Wills. Ismet Vodjic. Now, he wants a 590, Ismet. Well, he's a bit too fast for that. You better back that thing off to try and have a shot at that 590 next round. Now, here he is again, just to remind us. That was run of the night, last run for Sean Helson. Can he do it again, folks? And if you do, I need you to clap, cheer and whistle if he does it again. For those people watching on the stream, not just that camera switch. If he carries it long enough, it goes from camera 1 to camera 2 still in the air. Stout 451 cubes, small block for the glorious XA. And Connor Whitehouse, the RB30 in the R33. On the tree, Helson just hits it. Oh, straight it on the ground that time. He might have let go of the button, I don't know, but he didn't hit it with the same malice. And a 584, he went quicker without the wheelie. 584, Nelly puts him in top spot. 592 for Connor. He went 81. So Connor's still pretty much number 1, and Sean now number 2. Connor Whitehouse, if he can cut a light, he's
going to be one to watch,
He's
mate.
going to be one to watch.
He's probably just got to worry about going too quick, obviously.
Again, I'm worried about the air with the boosted cars as we get close, because 81's close to that 580. We've got to thank RC Metalcraft for Radial Ruckus. It's a great 580 class, and geez, it's just when we used to get excited about Rumble and Renegade, and then in between that, we've got another tight class as well, and we just keep splitting the decimals down. Who did that? Who did that big skid? We can't see anything. Bruce Henderson, Colin Beavis, I guess they're in the stage. There they go. I can't see them. Thank you, Bruce Henderson. Now, Bruce wants, what does Bruce want here?
He's gone through with 623.
Yeah, I'm trying to find
Beavis
his name in here. He wants a 15. So Bruce wants a 15, and Colin Beavis, he wants a 615 as well. So they both nominated a 15. Big shout out to Paul Turner. Yeah, g'day Paul, family. Yes, it would have been good to have you guys up and having a crack. Racing Jess's car next weekend, so I get that. It's a hell of a commitment to come up and travel in a state when you've got another weapon ready to let loose. You know, you've got to juggle the kids, which ones are racing. I get it. Here's Reese Carkeet. He wants a 580 something. He went 78 on the last run. Another call, please. Outlaw Radial to the lanes. Outlaw 275 to the lanes. I'm going to say 235 as well. Normally we've got to say that too. Outlaw 235, you should come to the lanes too, please. But we need Outlaw 275, Outlaw Radial, final call to the lanes, please. Derek Logan went 706 and I think didn't have a perfect run. But Reese Carkeet can really put this Gemini close to the 580. He just went too quick that time. Here we go, clean greens, both sides of the racetrack, nearly identical on the 60. There's better, 83 and 82, Mark Allen.
Have a look.
Do we sharpen that up?
Look at the win margin across the finish line.
What's that? 18 thousandths.
That's 1 thousandths of a second, 18 10,000ths.
1.8 thousandths of a second.
0.001. That's the racing you come here to love at Kenda 660 Radio Riot. Next, what are you looking at here, Diggs?
581, 582, 584. Like they're getting tight. Harry Thwaite now and Matty Loy. Matty Loy went 14 on a good tree. Harry Thwaite went a 753. The 1 tonner can improve. Now, what did Harry Thwaite want in round 3? What's Harry Thwaite thinking of in round 3? And again, I'm glad this is in alphabetical order. He wants a 595. Matty Loy kind of wants a 596. So we've got to make sure we just keep reminding ourselves we're in this habit of what we're doing in Q3 that we're kind of dancing over now. What these guys have to do in the Kenda Index Shootout in Q3. The number they need to hit. It's very important this run to see whether or not they're in the ballpark because they've got to hit a home run. Well, that's, of course, our Outlaw class is. But Junga! You can't leave it there, son. 619 for Harry Thwaite. A big improvement. But Matty Lloyd, look, that's... God, I don't know where I was looking, Mark Allen, but all I know is that I was trying to look at the reaction time. Well, Mark wants the replay up. All right, we'll get the replay back up, Mark. Sorry, I'm 9% battery, mate, so I've kind of struggling for... Oh, now we've got to watch an ad. Oh, we're probably going to miss this, Mark. Get rid of this good guys ad. I'm not going back. Here we go, right on time. We're looking at our stream. Junga just goes out, Schnapsville. Snaps it at about 40 foot. Now, look, that could be right up at the flange. Well, that's got... There's no flange attached. He's sheared all the wheel nuts off it, I think. Because in the replay, we can see here, there is nothing really attached. I saw almost daylight through the rims, right? So let's have a look at the replay here. Again, thank goodness for our Overtaking Lane live stream. Gone back a fair way. My kids hate that when I go back on something and you've gone back too far. Oh, what? So you got to wear another 30 seconds of something? So we've got the replay here. It would be good if we had that start line camera angle. You know, the one just behind the tree for that one? Because
Junga was close to the camera.
Hey, boys, did you get footage from the 60-foot? Did you guys from Overtaking Lane get footage from the 60-foot like we've just seen a couple of earlier camera angles? Because Junga come right for you there. That would have been a great angle to see. But look, you have a look at this. I'm just bringing the stream back to have a look here, thanks to Overtaking Lane. I'm sure when that wheel rolls to a halt behind him, there's no flange attached there. So he hasn't sheared an axle. It's like broken studs off or done something there by the look of it. That's the call that I'm making from this great back angle thanks to Overtaking Lane. Here's our replay. Junga goes in, snappy, and something flies off over there.
Yeah, something came off the car.
But you watch when the wheel stops, there is daylight between all the holes, so it looks like they might have just sheared something off and left it all laying around. So there could be 5 threaded items laying around there on the line. The nuts attached. Where do the nuts go? Junga, where have your nuts gone? And that's the old HQ wagon. That almost eclipses Sean Helson's wheel stand as a spectacular thing that happened tonight. Junga's gone for the 60-footer as the fastest 3-wheeled HQ wagon in the country. But Junga, can you fix it? I'm sure he can. Junga can normally fix anything on this thing. What do you think, Junga? What do we got to do? Can we fix that, or what do you got to do there, mate? That's holy dooly. She got some stick there, and now he's got to get the thing away. Big shout out to all where's our spot on kids waving over there? G'day kids. Oh, there's all the bunch of them down there, right up at the action to see Junga's three-legged Kiwi, and he's snapped that right off there. Good to see you, kids. Friday, did you go to school today? Next question. So, this can be used as an excuse to come out for an excursion. It's you learn a lot of lessons out here, and physics and mathematics.
Physics, mathematics,
yeah.
Science.
Don't put them on the spot now with a test because they might not pass. They're having a great fun running around with all their drag friends. And they're all like family, of course. This is a part of a family outing. There's a lot of families out here with their kids and mates and relatives, and it's that environment, I think, that makes it so attractive for people to keep coming back to it because it's got that feel about it. It's like the family gather. It's another family gathering. We've had a few Kenda family gatherings this year and other events that we do, and we all tend to hang out for that. Yeah, g'day kids again. There they all are. Yep. Great fun tonight. Great having some fun. But, yeah, there we go. So, here we go. We're looking at refitting it. Can we refit it? Can we just...
It looks like they're going to drag it off.
Oh, we're just trying to... Oh, here we go. Away we go. I'm looking at the live stream that's delayed.
Just watch the...
All right, here we go. We're walking it back.
Chris.
Walking it back. There we are. Oh, dear, Junga. Spectacular. Spectacular. And... just goes to prove, is there enough bite out there? Yep. That's got don't tell me has it got a 10 bolt in it, Junga? Has it got a 12 bolt in it, or has it got a 9-inch? I just need to know. You just want to know what do you got in it? You never know. Like, some of these things, the old 10 bolt, 12 bolts are pretty strong, but the 9.0 is probably an easy conversion on the thing. I don't think it'd be the hardest car to put a 9-inch in it, the leaf spring and all the deal, but whatever it was, one side of it ain't that good anymore. It's not so good anymore. But it was weird that you see that, there's just nothing attached to the wheel when it came off. And that normally if something does break, sometimes it'll break break about an inch of spline off on the inside of the diff and it ends up coming out on the, it can sometimes come out on the bearing. But just might go to show he's still got just the old drummies on the back, Junga. So it's might be an old 9-inch drummy, so it's done something there. Anyway, I would say it'd have to be nuts, and I'm sure we've picked up Junga's nuts, and the rest of the track looks like nothing. We've had to patch up too much there at all, not picking up too much on the track. So he's managed to keep it all attached, and nothing's come out. So no diff oil has escaped. So I don't know. He might. I don't know whether he'll turn up tomorrow or not. All right, so we're looking at the live stream here. So got the kids waving here on this stream. So keep an eye out on the big screen there, kids. You might end up on that TV in a couple of seconds here. I'm just watching might be a little while yet. You can see if you can watch there for a couple of minutes. They're pushing the Junga Mobile back here on the live stream. But, yep, away he goes. And we're still in the pointy end of Ruckus, like Q2, all right, smack bang in the middle of that group. exciting cars to see.
Well, he missed the 60-foot marker and he missed the cameras from Overtaking Lane, so
That's good driving, Junga. That's
driving.
That's really good driving. Just to miss all that. Put it this way: from when he launched to when it broke to when he stopped, he got off it pretty quick to stop it before 60 foot. It was only going to go so far anyway, and I tell you what, that poor old centerline area between the start line and the Christmas trees had a flogging already this year. Like, I've never seen an RX-7 go up on there, but remember that? Did you see that footage from Jambo testing this year?
Yes.
You saw that? Yeah, that was, and just goes to prove that's how wrong these things can go very quickly. He was doing the burnout. I think one tyre just gripped more than the other, whether he was just lifted off the throttle or whatever, and it just snapped on him. And next thing you know, it's up there, sitting near the start line beams.
Another reason why you should never turn your back on a car in the burnout.
Absolutely, a great lesson there for Mark Allen.
There you go.
Another drag strip lesson, number 48 for Mark Allen, multi-Christmas tree winner and championship winner. With now, do you know? There you go. The kids are on the screen now. There they all are. There we go. There you are. Big stars. There's all the spot-on kids up on the big screen, waving away. Now you're a data guy. You've told me what your heart rate's been between the beginning and the end of a run. How many runs have you done?
How many runs? Oh,
have you counted every time slip?
Oh, I've got the data logger there.
You've got the data logger.
I can tell
you.
For
how many years have you been racing that car, or modified, or junior?
Oh, modified.
So from junior. So your whole career, how many years?
Next year's 30.
30 years drag racing. Yeah, you got a few. You got a few.
93 I started in
You got
junior. And speaking of someone who started in junior drag stuff, it's this man right here, Michael Adams.
Yeah, well, you know what? Isn't that ironic that we just mentioned that, because it is so true that you grow up with these guys, and eventually you either come back to the track or you don't. You've done your racing and you go and do something else, and it's so good that the Adams, they never really stopped racing. Gav used to tell me they'd go to the States and race these things like at the cutting edge, some of the very best, sometimes bracket races in the States, big dollar stuff.
I was talking to Michael actually just before he passed.
Oh, Rahim Tar.
It's still the original tyres on the car.
Is that right? Michael Adams, going to love an 83. He's a bang. I hope you're addicted already, Mick Adams, because you've gone 583 on the 580 class, 074 on the Pro Tree, and that Coppo Mustang did everything perfect. Look at that, 581, 582, 583, 584 so far. And I'm running out of room for the Ute list. Give me those names quickly. More. Here we go.
Shane Blinko and unknown. 10137.
10137. Oh, spin. Wow, Shane Blinko, he spun the XC Falcon right off the line, and the 865 was the result. And the green XF, 855, and earlier 814.
Heath Scottney is
What's
10137.
What is it?
Heath Scottney.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I wonder if he's related to Craig Scottney. He could be. Or no relation at all, like Alan and Alan.
Yeah.
All right, we're having a switch over. We're into Rumble now, our 640 class. That's thanks to the All Over group, our 640s. Here we go. Trevor Owen, I think he's got that spanking 202 in there. Geez, that's working hard. The 202, good on you, son. 678, great run for Trevor Owen. Craig Williams, 712. 712 at 97 mile an hour, but Trevor Owen, that's your cranky little 202. Harry Haig, I don't know what number you are on the sheet until the next session comes up. I can't quite tell you what number you are, and who are you referring to? Are you referring to Manny? And if you are, you might be in OG at number 1 if Dale broke the crank. So Dale's 31 might have to be relinquished, and your 39 might probably be number 1 if Dale's admitting defeat. All right, here's Barney Lindner. Darryl Beavis. Barney needs to go slower. He needs a 40 instead of a 635. 669 for Darryl Beavis. Let's see what these guys have nominated. Oh, Barney cuts the cherry. So we are in the big Rumble field. Now, Barney kind of wants...
Barney goes 43.
He wants a 4-0. So there's a 43.
That's tidy. 668 for Beavis, the 105 mile an hour.
Well, he kind of wants a 57. So Barney
gets himself back in with that really good number of 43.
There's another ute for you, mate. Troy Hutton, HK
Troy
ute.
Troy
He
Hutton.
ran a 683 in Q1. Greg Barrett beside him in the VC Commodore went a 688 in Q1. Both guys out here. Yeah. Both these guys running in the 680 zone. Let's see what they do this time around. We see another 687 from Troy Hutton. But Barrett goes a bit quicker, 665, 107 mile an hour.
Well, that's right. Barrett and Hutton. What did Barrett kind of want to run? He wanted 690, and Hutton kind of wants a 680. Oh, they're close. Hutton's close. Hutton might be on something. So might Barney. Barney wants a 43. What does Damien want? I'll have a look here for Damien Morris. And he's over the page here. He wants a 42, a 43.
Oh, 43.
And Justin
43.
Gall wants, what did Gall want? Gall wants a 43. So he's got to do that again next round. 43 with a 2. So again, if that was Q3, Justin would just about have his hand on that. $500 thanks to Kenda. Woo! That's got to happen next round though. Guys, I'm excited. I'm excited for this. I always do, because it's someone hitting the target. Someone's winning $500 here on Friday night when qualifying never used to have any money attached to it. I love that there's a little bit of money, and you don't have to, we're not getting greedy.
Nick Harvey in the wagon. Already in full stage, waiting on competitor 7554. Chris, you don't know that guy?
Yeah, Joe Dirt. He needs 7 seconds to get in here. Joe Dirt from North Queensland. 662, not bad. Nick Harvey, 655 with a 687 for Nick. What did Nick want? Let's have a look. Harvey kind of, well, he hasn't written one down, Harvey, so what shall I give him? Shall I give him 666 clickety-clicks? I'm going to give him a quick pick. So what did he just do then? 687.
Yeah, are we going to give him the index or?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's in 40, so shall I give him 40? I'm just going to give him a 666. I'm going to give him all the sixes. It's a little bit like a game of bingo now. It's a little bit of quick pick. It's a little bit of a scratchy. It's a little bit of bingo. We're just going to throw everything in there. So I'm going to give him a 666, right? He might nail that next week, next round, pure fluke. Hey, that's so random, it's not funny. You can't fix this stuff. We can't. Shane Locke now he went an earlier 53. Gary Green went a 659, so pointy end here of the 640 Rumble class. Locke kind of wants to lock in next round a 43, and Gary Green wants to lock in a 49, Eddie. So let's just see how they go here in Q2. Are they ready for Q3 to try and get the $500 in each one of these brackets tonight? 56 and a 50. God, this is a tight field, Mark. This is a tight little field, and again, we may not pull up, the number may not pull. Oh, yeah, that's good. Everything from a 43, two 43s, a 44, a 49, a 51, 53, 55, 55, 57. It's great. It's going to continue. Jamie Freeman now and Chris Sword. 676 earlier for Jamie. Chris Sword a 696. Freeman kind of wants... What does Freeman want there? Is he even on my little list here? We're still in Rumble. I'm still looking for Freeman. He's not in there. All right. Well, he doesn't get the play if we can't find him in here, I guess. Chris Sword, he wants to go a 48. He goes a 41 with a 5. Numbers. That's got to be number 1.
I think that goes to number 1. Freeman goes 673 beside him. Let's have a look at the qualifying order. Yeah, that 41 for Chris Sword goes to number 1.
Wow, this
Bumps
is a
down
great
Damien
little
Morris.
field. The all-over group Radial Rumble, the 640 class, just never ceases to amaze. All right, here's Paul Allen. Now, Paul Allen kind of wants a 665. Nathan Peters reckons the Barra-powered Valiant might give a 46. That's what he's banking. He wants the $500 on a 46, and he's got to try and run it in Q3. Can we have final call? Outlaw Radial Q2, Outlaw 275 Q2, Outlaw 235 Q2 to the lanes. What?
It's Q3.
Q3 rather. Sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Or 649 for Nathan Peters.
Well, they know. Well, if I don't lose count, they'll lose count. Q3, Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 to the lanes, please, please. Please to the lanes. Outlaw classes to the lanes, please. Outlaw classes to the lanes, please.
And Paul Allen went through a 664, so he improved by a couple tenths as well. Peters dips into the 40s.
All right, here's Luke
49 next up.
Pomerenke. This is the VK. Yep, VK. Yeah, it's a V. Geez, it's deceptive because normally I think the lens work is different on that. I can't quite tell from here.
I need to see the grille.
I need to see the D pillar. I need to see the D pillar because that's the first one that went to the 6-window treatment in the car. The VK, then the VL took it too. 650 and a 646. Pomerenke 646 is an improvement. A 50 is not for Michael Harper. The 44 earlier keeps him in check. Now Harper did say here that he wants a 42, so I can't wait to see if these dreams come true. So first call, second call, third call. Outlaw classes to the lanes for round 3, please. Outlaw for round 3 to the lanes, please. Now here's Nick Sartoglu. Now of course Nick's the one that saw some Phantom Amber and got nothing in that first run. Tara Johnston, she got a 708 in the Supra. The next, let's see what happens in the third one.
Sartoglu will get a pass this time around. Goes through runs 6:44.
Oh, here we go.
He joins the 40 club. Johnston goes within at 6:89. Is Tara a female driver for your female list?
Yes, okay, we'll put that on Tara, of course. Tara Johnson.
I'm assuming.
No, that is Tara. Yeah, that is Tara. She identifies as Tara. Ben McCallum now, and entrant 7999. Now, this is in the Rumble class. I don't have a 7999. I can't see in here, Marky. There's a lot of cars in the class, but it is the panel van, which we will know by tomorrow, you would assume. Ben McCallum has got an earlier 1026. McCallum is one of these guys without an ET. If we want him to play, let's have a look. 673 there for the panel van, 745 for McCallum.
A big improvement for McCallum. He picks up a few seconds, 109 mile an hour, good speed, 745. So he's got the speed to run in the 6s.
I'm going to give him a quick pick. I reckon he can run a 6 with that thing, so I'm giving him a quick pick. Yeah, so I'm giving him a little 690 in there.
Yep.
Just to give him that chance to get in there. Now, Bill McKee and Adrian Kennedy. Kennedy's earlier 755. A 667 for Bill McKee wasn't too far off. Now, McKee wants... He's thinking of a 660 in the big wagon. And for Adrian Kennedy, he kind of wants a 656 as well. So that thing thunder away that wagon. Let's have a look as they hit the stride. Oh, they might get what they want. 659 and a 663. So as I said, Kennedy wants a 56. McKee wants that 660. 59 with an O. He wants a 660. Might nail it the next run. Maybe a Holden station wagon might be the weapon of choice to take yourself home $500 from qualifying, thanks to Kenda with this great index shootout for Q3. Let's see what happens. Luke Hauser, he's warming up for this round before next round. He wants like a 45. Andy Fensom is thinking about a 642 with the Tirana. But again, we won't know till Q3 who gets the dollar. And we go down to the third decimal point if we have to. How's the little Buick going? Turbo Buick. V6 powered Corolla, yeah, 656 for the big fella, 657 for Benson, 10th and a bit off where they really want to feature dollar-wise. All right, we are still pumping them out here in the 640 class. Another call for Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 for Q3, please. Johnny Nason, Timmy Cross. Timmy's not going to win best reaction time today, but hey, John Nason wants a 658. He just went a 59. He's ready to give his best shot in the next round. Timmy Cross, 673. He, looking here in Rumble, he was looking for a 58, Timmy. So, yeah, he's you got to be in it to win it. And even then, we'll give you a quick pick. It can win on a quick pick. So, let's see. Here's another ute. Who beeth this?
Keith Berry.
Keith Berry in the ute, and he's, of course, from Georgia. Is that right?
Yep,
Gainesville, Georgia.
Running for enemies everywhere.
I think that was
Benny Dreyer in the lane beside
him. He might have come over as a guest of JV Farmer because of enemies everywhere. Keith Berry, good to see you here. Welcome, our international visitor competing. Big shout out, I think.
For everyone watching right around the world on the Overtaking Lane stream, shout out to David Reese, of course, from the United States here as well. 6:43 with a 1 for Benny Dreyer. Now, Benny Dreyer kind of wants to play with a 5.0. He only went, so he's gone faster than he thought he would. So Benny Dryer's a bit too fast for the 500 next round, but a 43 puts him in 3rd spot. I think Barney comes down to a 43 as well, remember. So Barney, there's a couple of 40, about 3 43s in that lot. All right, here he goes. Mick Grillis is back. Matt Britnell. Now, Grillis wants to play a 6:44 game. Britnell Britnell might be a quick pick here. Quick pick. It's an XY with an LS3, so we'll give him a hell of a, we'll give him a quick pick. Britnell, let's see what Britnell does this round. He goes to 6:69. Oh yeah, righto. I'm going to give him a quick pick. And Mick Grillis, well, his 6:44. We'll have to see what happens in Q3. All right, this must be our Joel's Garage Gear Rebel 7.0 class, and it doesn't get any less intense than this, Mark, even though we slowly start to pull the indexes down. We need another call, please. Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 to the lanes immediately. OG classes, if you're ready, you should roll as well. Why not? We look at the time of night. Let's be as good as we can. All right, Paulie and Andrew Paul, John Dangerfield. Looking for gears. The Camaro's looking for gears. The wagon hits the stripe. He hits the stripe here in the Rebels class. And what was Paulie nominate? Paulie wanted like a 799. So 863, go figure. Let's have a look here.
Okay, next up we've got Craig
Valiant.
Della in another ute.
Craig Della.
Chris Hankin in the HZ beside him.
All right, well, Hankin's kind of hankering for a 725. Della, D-E-L-L-E-R, 749. So next round, let's see what happens. Oh, 809 and a 45. Yeah, 25, so 2/10 off. So, hey, it can just happen. Your numbers might come up. It's a little bit like Lotto. It's a Pro Tree lottery, really. Roll the dice. Another wagon, Ben Cox and Raymond Godwin. Now, according to us, these boys haven't had a run yet. Benny wants a 708. Or, again, the CompuLink, we had to split them.
Computer, yeah.
Godwin wants like a 764. Great quality stuff. Both appreciating assets, I can tell you. You want to try and get a VH wagon 308 from somewhere? That's worth quite a few dollars just there. When you would normally never assume that was the case. But, hey, they're all coming up in value. So Cox, 765, 708, 759 for Godwin, 764. So this 7.0 class, Joel's Garage Gear, it's an exciting category because you can still play all the way down to 7.0s. And you know what? We just see such cool machinery turn up no matter what. When's the last time you see a Fairlane wagon as such? Terry Mansfield French, 557 from memory, went too quick by only a smidgen. Todd Armstrong beside the big Chevy pickup. He's kind of looking for a 710. Where Terry Mansfield French reckons it's a 705 in the wagon. Let's have a 53 too slow now and a 775. But again, you just don't know where they're all going to hit the straps there. So this category is great for that. Here's Mark Arnold. So Bluey out there now in Reggie's Tirana. He's in the 7.0 class. He thinks it could go quicker, but I said, well, and apparently because he can't change your category, so you got to pick one. So he's picked the 7.0. It's his first hit today by the look of it, unless he did have an earlier hit. But here we go. Let's have a look on the Pro Tree. Bluey reckons he can handle it. Beth Mansfield French needs 7 seconds to get in. Out he goes, Bluey. Got out-reacted by Beth there, and he hits the 660. Watch out, Bluey! Oh, 710, not bad. 710 for Bluey Arnold. Whoa, Bluey Arnold might be going all right on the 700. So that's not a bad effort there for Mark. Of course, brother of Mick Arnold that we see in 235. And not a bad hit in Reggie's Tirana. I don't know. Oh, come on, Reggie. Why aren't we
aren't you running with all our other girls like Tara and Tanya and Beth and Michaela? They're out there having a crack. I reckon it's time for Reggie Arnold to get out there and have a crack now that Bluey's sorting it all out. Mind you, he did go 96 to the 660, so that thing is a good deal. I'd like to know whether Bluey did leg that thing out each gear, 6.5, 7, and give it the berries, or whether or not he just took it easy and took a punt. Not a bad punt. You haven't lost your touch there, Bluey. So we continue on with this great Q2 action from Joel's Garage Gear. Radial Rebels, the 7 flat class. Now another call, Outlaw categories to the lanes, please. So that includes Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235. Our OG categories, if you are ready, it'd be nice if you rolled around early. We're just trying to lock and load you all guys in there. I know we might still have that little gap for the prep, but let's not leave it all too late. Let's get him down for Q3. Richard Field and Michaelia Lynch. So Michaelia Lynch and Richard Field. Now Richard, from memory, his first hit wasn't too bad either. He kind of wants a 710. He want kind of. Oh, Michaelia, are we okay? Oh, geez, I was looking over at Richard Field to see what ET he'd run. I didn't quite see Michaelia's sashaying all over the place, but I'll be pulling up the stream right now to have a look at that, Mark. Let's get our instant replay back. And let's see what happened there, whether she just spun it or whether or not it had a little bit of an issue there. But thank goodness I've got the stream here. We've just slight delay here on the iPad. So here comes Michaelia. So 2 lights on for the Ute. And then off she goes. So I think it just spun the tyres and she just kept, maybe kept driving it until it got out of shape. But yeah, no, she got it down there. I didn't get the name of the Ute on that one, but that was another Ute that slipped through the slipped through the cracks because Michaelia distracted me. That was a Ute I didn't get to write down. So anyway, we'll get him next time.
His name's on this.
I know it's not even on that list, so we'll find him. He'll pop back up again.
Philip Petrovic.
I think it was Richard Field, to be honest. I think it was.
And Randall DeBock.
I think it was Richard Field. So that's another Ute.
Yeah, Philip's already in stage. The big Ford's already in full stage.
Randall DeBock, he wants like a 702. He's not greedy. Phil Petrovic, he plays the game as well. He wants a 7 flat. Won't be happy when there's a 7 flat. 12 and an 08. Oh, I can't wait for Q3, Mark, for these guys. They're all getting very, very close. Someone's going to take the 500 in each one of these classes very, very soon in Q3. And don't forget, we're starting Home Run Derby in only a few pairings. So we've got to write down home run. Now, I've got a bit of a home run derby thing going on here, so we might write some stuff down. There'll be some notes there anyway.
Any pinch hitters in there?
Pardon?
Pinch hitters?
Oh, I didn't know. Baseball analogy. Sorry, mate.
Ross Costello and the HC Holden JSR Performance.
I thought you swore. 773 there. And a 713, Ave Murray Flay, he wants to go 708, went 13. Pinch hitter. When you say it like that, it sounded...
763 for Costello and the lane beside him.
I can't wait. This is just...
I know Clifford's got a 710 on his car.
Well, Kyle Wills here theoretically wants like a 715. Here's 2 more Utes. Hang on. Right in front of me. Kyle Wills...
Ian Clifford.
Okay. Utility Central. I forgot we had a few in Rebels at the end here. So 1 JZ in the Hilux. And I think we are Barra in the EL. Great cars. Just can't cut a light. They've got to light the wick up. 717 though for Kyle Wills. He kind of wants like a 15. So 717 for Kyle. Comes with a 2.94 second reaction time.
We won't talk about that.
No, we won't talk about that. Not yet. Not until you might have had your backside handed to you tomorrow for a light like that. But this is one thing about Kenda 660. It rewards people good on the tree that can stage a car and get the most out of each combination. And we see the cream rise to the top through the various sessions. And, you know, we've seen that tonight with qualifying. I know it's going to get a little bit tighter real soon as we try and do our home run derby thanks to Crown Equestrian. So that's going to be crazy. And I don't know what Scotty will have to tell us, do we give that stuff away tonight or we give it tomorrow at lunch? That's a good question.
Tomorrow lunchtime.
Tomorrow lunchtime
yeah.
we do that. So there we go. So you won't get your 500 tonight, but the home run derby tomorrow, I think we might be able to pay that out. We'll just wait for confirmation on that. All right, a few more here in Rebels. Joel's Garage Gear bringing us that. Jay Allen and Lance Taylor. Just had to quickly make sure there were no utes there. I want to keep the ute list up. We're going well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got a dozen. We've got a dozen so far. All right, clean greens, both sides of the racetrack. HK and LC, both with 350 Chevs. They hit the stripe. 719's a good number. 796 there for Lance Taylor. So Lance Taylor kind of wants a 770. Jay Allen wrote down here he wants like a 20. So let's see. All right, another call. OG 315 to the lanes. We need you there. The 275s. You know what? I've called you 275s. I want you to the lanes as well, and 235s. And the rest of our guys, just get ready. Carissa Clark. There's another one of our. I knew there was the other one. Carissa Clark in the big Chevelle. And what about Jason Carpenter? I think, did I give Carpenter? We ever given her a quick pick? I'm going to give him a quick pick after this. Jason Carpenter, LS1 on board the 32 Chev pickup. He goes 707.
He's got to go 700.
We've got to go 700.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to put him in. You're right there, Mark. I'm going to put Jason Carpenter at 708. When you uncork an 07, I'm going to give you 7,000 worth of gap to have a shot at there. So let's see what happens there. Carissa Clark, she kind of wants a 700. She's gone 761. I love this light. How good's this light? I kind of like it. It's good. It's a little bit of track prep time. That means that, Mark, we are not too far away from Q3 of everything here.
Our notes ready, mate, for Q3 with all the
we've got
stuff.
notes everywhere here. Yep. We've got the Crown Equestrian Home Run Derby just about to... I'm going to have some squiggles. We'll have to do some squiggles here, diggles with the squiggles. So every single run I'll probably write down to make sure we can look at the ETs there because we're getting various things happening up there each round. CompuLink's picking up this, that, and the other. So
well, you just write down the first ET, and then if it doesn't get beaten, we'll just...
That's right. We just keep writing up there. So
you don't need to really rewrite everything.
Oh, look, mate, I'd rather write too much than not write enough. That's my theory on life. Also not, but then again, here I am saying I don't want to think as much as I do, but I'm writing too much. So yeah, I know, and it's a paperless society. Just ask us. Hello, madam. Any information required here? A public service announcement? Anything? Normally, madam, when you walk into this box, we're looking for answers. Talk to the man here privately, if you will. But that's where we are. We've finished our Rebels, our Renegades, our Ruckus, and our Rumblers for round 2.
I do have something to announce.
I thought she had something to tell us. What is it, Mark?
The food will be closing in 15 minutes. So if you want anything else to eat, they'll be closing in 15 minutes.
The restaurants will be closing in 15 minutes. So if you do want something, that's it. I mean, she could have just yelled that out to us. But you know what would have been really nice, though, to get that message through even more, would be some form of complimentary sample from the food area. That would have helped us.
Yeah, definitely.
One would love a bit of a snack at this time of the night.
Dagwood dog with a bit of sauce?
Look, a Dagwood dog. Look, all I'm thinking, maybe a free Dagwood dog with some sauce. Maybe 2 of them up here would help.
Can of Coke as well. Just
can of Coke would be really nice. Maybe some nuggies and some chips.
Yeah, chips.
Just a suggestion that might have been nice to come up here.
Just,
a chicken
just in
burger.
case, just
I mean, because we
variety.
can plug these people tomorrow. I mean, really, end of the day, they're going to be lining up anyway. So to them, it may not have a lot of gravity on what we're suggesting or saying. You know what I did suggest to Lance Warren, because Lance down at Heathcote, Lance loves his drones, right? He loves getting up all the aerial photos. He aerial vision. He'll fly the whole 116 acres and show you the whole place. He's very proud of it. I said, Lance, you know what? You need a bit of a gimmick here as well. I want my hot jam donuts delivered by drone next time I come down to Heathcote. So I'm trying to give him plenty of warning for when I go, which is 2 weeks for Drag Challenge. I want it because the kitchen's on the other side of Heathcote, so where the commentary box is. So for us, it's like us being here, and over the back of the mound is where the food is. And you've got to walk all the way around to get to it, and there's normally a line-up, and because, when you go there probably 3 or 4 times a year, no one at the canteen's going to know you, so you can't just go up the side. They'll tell you to go away. But I said to Lance, it wouldn't be good that I want to have a dream. One of my dreams is to get those donuts delivered by drone. So fly your drone over, pick up the donuts, fly the drone over to the window and give me the donuts. That's what I'm trying to get happening in the next... Oh, hang on. Who needs drones? We've got Jared. Jared's just flowing in here himself with a donut. I was talking actually about in a couple of weeks getting them delivered by drone, but this will do, Jared. Thank
Look
you.
at that. Thank you
Better
very
than a
much.
drone. I mean, fresher. How's that? I didn't know that we had high-tech drones like Jared working and interactive. Like, in other words, tapped into our thoughts. Goes to show he's listening. And now we've got donuts, which means we're having a snack. We're going to go to some Overtaking Lane highlights and some sponsors. And you better strap yourself in. Final call. Q3 to the lanes, please, for Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, and the 4 categories that we just saw for Q2. Get ready, don't roll. We'll get you guys out as well. I'm breaking it back with more, a little bit of spray, a little bit of prep, and let's see what they can give us here and who can hit the home runs and hit their indexes in this last Q3 session.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
.1029 in the 60.
Down here with Hot Rod Williams, mate. We hear the call come out. This car always gets everyone excited when you get out there. Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Cross flow.
Yeah, old taxi motor, push rod engine.
Fair dinkum, with a hell of a supercharger hanging on it.
Yeah, it's probably only a pup really, a 471. So yeah, but in saying that, it's been pretty good fun.
What sort of weight in the actual rod itself, mate?
Weighs 2150 pound. Yeah. In old school terms.
Old school terms. Yeah, I'm going to have to go put that into Google and have a look and work that out.
I'll give you something to do.
Mate, I mean, it's always pretty reliable. We see you out here all the time.
Yeah, thanks. Not too bad today. Track's actually sponges before, but we went 6:45. I think we might even be sitting at top qualifier at the moment. So, but there's still a few hours left in the day. So, yeah, it's going good.
Mate, well, how long have you owned this?
Mate, I built the car in about 95.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. So you've been running it for a while then?
Yeah, it's had a couple of combinations. Had turbo cross flow in this before now, and the girls have that in their rear engine dragster, and yeah, built the blown engine for it. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, heaps of fun, lots of memories, that's for sure.
So it's definitely a family affair for you?
It is, mate. Yeah. Yep. My two girls both race a rear engine dragster of ours, and we've got recently, sort of over the last couple of years, we've got an altered that we've been running with a blown barra in it. So it's got a 671 on it, alcohol injected. Yeah. So no, it's been good fun. Yeah.
Well, we know where they get their passion for cars, obviously. But what about yourself?
Don't really know. My old man was never really into it. Just always loved the street car, street machine theme over the years. So yeah, it's been really, really good. Yeah. But don't know where I actually get it from, where it runs from. It's not my old man's anyway.
You're starting it in the family now, though. That's just coming from you.
Got that one going well.
And one other question we always got to ask, mate. What was your first ever car?
A 65 four-door XP Falcon.
Oh, wow. I bet you wish you had that one too today.
Apparently you can't raise a family in a car, so I had to sell it to buy a house.
But you can, what do they say? You can't race a house, but you can race a car, or something like that. Run the other way.
I know where you come from.
Good stuff. Great stuff, mate. Thanks for having a quick chat with us, and
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers.
G'day, Buff, mate. We're just out here having a look around, and I spotted a Mitsubishi Scorpion, and I was just saying to a few people, I hadn't seen one of these since about 91, 92, when a mate in school had one for his first car, Butch, shout out to him, but it didn't look like this.
Oh, but this is how they all should come off the factory.
Mate, what have we got running in there?
600 cubic inch big block Ford, Glide, 9-inch. It's actually an ex-Victorian car.
Yep.
Black down there, I think was Michael Harper, I think. He's a big block Chevy in it.
Yeah,
years
right.
and years ago. I think that was back in 91. So that's how old it is, or it's probably older than that.
Well, I'm amazed at how much room's in there, but obviously there's a bit of cutting there.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Make it fit.
Shoe on him in there, she's all good.
This is especially to a few of those Americans over there in the live stream watching us at the moment. They said, you know, us Aussies, we like to throw big engines into small cars.
And little cars, yeah. That's okay.
Here's one for you guys, mate. What was your passion to get you into cars in the first place?
Mate, I've always been into cars. I've had a crack at everything from motorbikes, go-karts, rock crawlers. I just go from one sport to extreme to the other sport to the extreme, within budget, of course.
Yep. So. And was this your first sort of full-on drag car that you've done?
No, I had a Mark 1 Cortina years and years ago with one of my mates, and he put the engine drive line, I done the car, and then we just took turns driving. It was good fun. Had an XY Falcon before that.
Right. And what about your first car, mate? What was your first ever car?
XW Falcon 500, 3-speed column shift.
There you go. That's the second Ford for a first car today on the video, mate. Well done. And we'll watch you out there. But I've got to share it. We've had a few stuff rounds today. It hasn't been the easiest day for you.
No, no. Thank God my wife's there because she's running around getting fuel and all sorts of stuff for me. Keep me going.
Someone stitch you up with swapping a few jerry cans?
Yeah, my young bloke. I reckon it was him.
A bit of diesel in the jerry can.
Bit of rivalry, I think.
Doesn't run too well on diesel?
No, definitely not.
All sorted now, though. And, mate, what was you got a PB out there before? What was it?
We went 570 at 122. 122.
Pretty bloody good. So, just keep hunting the 50 now, eh?
Yeah, just got to get the 60 feet down. That's its downfall, so.
Yeah. So. Mate, we'll be watching for it. Good to see you. Thanks for having a chat.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, indeed. Looks like the spray has gone down. We've got pretty much, we've got a nice little assembly there on the start line. Everyone's having a bit of a look and ready for this last session. So I hope we've got everyone from Outlaw Radial to Outlaw 275 and Outlaw 235 assembled, including our OG classes. We've asked the OG classes to the lanes too. Why not? Let's get into the class. This is Q3 for everyone. We're about to try out the Crown Equestrian Home Run Derby. $500 per class for the next 5 classes. That's right. Outlaw Radial. Someone might hit the quickest. It's about the quickest DT, Mark Allen, in Q3 for the Crown Equestrian Home Run Derby. So we'll be watching Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, OG 315 and OG 275 to see who hits the quickest DT in each category. Then we turn around and call the next 4 categories being Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. Just, I suppose if you're ready, you could, but we're going to be doubling lanes up here. So we're sort of just holding off on our 4 fixed index classes before Q3. But that's how it goes down. This is how we roll with Kenda. We come up, well, not we, Scotty and Justin, they talk it over, come up with these great ways to make exciting aspects to qualify. Remember, normally we've tried stuff in the past with Riot. Remember, we're battling for the belt through every round of Q3. In fact, we seeded qualifying one right here, where literally every run in qualifying bore points on the belt. So all of a sudden, every race, you actually had to win a race to do that.
So we've tried that concept, but I love this. If you've got these great sponsors like Kenda and Crown Equestrian throwing money up to go, how quick can we get everyone to take, or how seriously can we get everyone to take Q3? And I think you're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because something sounds cranky. It's one cranky Pro Charge Camaro, and it is one cranky Turbo Chevy Nova, the first pairing of Q3.
Well, Mary was a little bit sideways in the burnout.
It sounds like a different beast, that 564 heavy on that high idle of Daniel Sabolics, cackling back there. That's all buttoned up. It went 388 and 379. Paul Mary's gone 395 and a 669. So here we go. Paul Mary, Dan Sabolics.
Sabolics went 350 something in Sydney, didn't he?
He was the first in the 50s with a 59, I think, to Wayne 61, I think, from memory. I think that's what it was, or a 62. I can't remember the UT, but I just know that one at that stage. And the first Q1 in Sydney was the quickest side-by-side radial run in Australia. And he has since then run 3s at Heathcote. He's been testing in Sydney as well with both this and the HQ for Drag Challenge in 2 weeks' time. The bug has bitten the boy from Wodonga. And of course, Sabolics Construction sponsors, of course, Lotus Caravans, Paul Mary, PST Performance, the twin turbo Proline Nova. What a beast. We are so blessed to have these beasts. Let's see what happens in Q3 right now. Put a number down and see if it's the quickest in the class. Now remember, I think we've got about 5 in this class, so we'll know very soon who wins the first home run. Who hits the home run in Q3? What will it be? Outlaw Radio! Oh, we got out there. Mary's dancing around, gets the 660, 411. 411 for Mary. Sabolics goes 107. Now he was, look at the guys on the tree mark, Alan. 075, 076, 107 to the 60 for Sabolics, 106 to the 60 for Paul Mary. And Paul Mary's 411. Dan Sabolics goes through, what does that say down there, an 807. So it came out, and then it just, as we were trying to feed some more power into it, and remember, we're still kind of a mixture of converter, initial engine launch, power delivery, converter slippage, slight converter lockup, perhaps slight power delivery. Normally, you can get the converter to do a little bit of that management through there. So right there can be a crucial converter application of lockup, percentage lockup. Didn't quite hit the mark then. I don't think it was more of a power thing. It was more of a, just the converter off by a bit. Now, here's the benchmark. Now, as we said, I spoke to the tuner, the crew chief, and that's Luke Marsden. That's Dad out the front right now. That's Andrew Wagstaff, father and son combo, Wade of course driving, Andrew. The ultimate father-son activity, you would have to agree. Lukey Marsden, the crew chief, said, I said, what do you got, a 73 in here? You want to play safe? And he goes, no, I'm going for a bottom 60. So that was the crew chief. So let's see. And again, it's only just one run, but so far it's a 411. Wade Wagstaff could play it safe and win $500. Do you think that matters right now? No.
Not at all.
Is this firing a shot to the rest of the Australian radial community as to exactly who is the boss at the moment? Who could get the belt? Let's just see. He's punched the hat. Luke Marsden walks away. Wade Wagstaff goes to put the first light on. What has he got for the 57? Put it to 69, a 369 for Wade Wagstaff. That's what he's got, 369, 203. That's as close to the home run as we're going to get, folks. But hey, that's just how crazy this game is. We've still got two of our, well, we've got some 370 performance that we know has already happened for Johnny Ricker with the car coming up, the blue Camaro, the Turbo Hemi, but beside him, Jared Wood. That car has a 3:54 time slip attached to that vehicle in the States. So, if there's another pair that could hit a home run, I am hoping they both go close to cracking the ultimate. As much as I love Wade and the whole team and that I think that 69 might just stick, I'm hoping we see a good one from Johnny and Jared, purely because those guys deserve it, because we know they work as hard as the Wagstaff team. They want their 60s. They want 50s out of those cars. They are capable.
Well, you look at what Jared Wood has done actually today. He went 396, only 160 mile an hour. So he was off of it early, still went 396. So there's a massive amount of potential there.
Oh, a little bit sideways there, Woodsy, but here we go. The Reese Brothers Camaro from the States, El Diablo, beside him, Johnny Ricker. Race Parts Melbourne. Johnny the Turbo guy, twin turbo heavy, 5-speed Liberty. Get this, blowing small block for Jared Wood, 5-speed, I think, tie drive. So there's 2 5-speed gearboxes out there. This is how wild Outlaw Radial gets. Tricky gearboxes, awesome engine combinations. And, yep, that's right. These Camaros, fresh release today.
So is he getting it into top gear by the finish line?
They are. A lot of them are. If you listen to the ones in the States with 5 speeds, they're going converter, converter, bang, 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 bang. Lock it up, bang, 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 bang. Let's have a listen down the end of this small block. Okay, another call. OG 275 and 315. 315 and 275. OG. All OGs to the lanes, please. All right, 369's the benchmark for the $500 thanks to Crown Equestrian Home Run Shootout. Home Run Derby, rather. All right, so the crew just pulling up early to watch what Johnny Ricker does here. Jared Wood, blower versus turbo. Someone's going to light the wick here shortly. All right, Johnny's ready to bump it in. Johnny Ricker gets down a little bit there. 400, 441. 400, that's 203. Give us 203, Johnny. And 441 for Jared. Yeah, well, he got through there. He got one down, a percentage one. And Jared's 441.
Huge speed, 203 mile an hour there for Ricker.
173 mile an hour. So, yes, crazy. Yeah, so Johnny's crew just pulled up there to watch that run there and got the attention of race control. So, if that is indeed Outlaw Radial, from my reading, the Crown Equestrian first home run hit, Wade Wagstaff, 369.203. So, there we go. Woo! We're just getting warmed up now, Mark Allen. Oh, look at this one to start with. All right, so Lorenzo Galotto. Lorenzo. I can say that because I've spent a bit of time with Lorenzo and his tune of the rock through previous drag challenges. Here's JB Jeffries beside him, so he can get it into the below 4 second zone here as well. So again, that was our first hits for Outlaw Radial thanks to Race Parts Melbourne. Q3 now, and Fuel Tech USA. Q3 now for Spot On Performance and TSP Racing, Outlaw 275. Lorenzo, a pair of 420s today. Now get this, shout out there. So so Terry driving the RX3, bent push rods, needed new push rods. Guess who had spare push rods? Lorenzo Galotto. So Lorenzo has helped get the RX3 out here for Q3. Wouldn't it be funny if the RX3 had pipped Lorenzo for the home run? They'd almost have to split it. You know, these blokes, they're the sort of blokes that would do that. You know what I mean? So here we go. From Wattle Grove in WA, Lorenzo Galotto from Jamie Jeffries. Local lad from Brizzy. To the south of the east side. I don't know exactly where he is. Haven't been to his place. Jamie Jeffries, the best of a 472 today. Lorenzo, the best of a 426. Let's see what they do in Q3. Part of this Crown Equestrian Home Run Derby. Big block Chev. Bump City, baby. Q3. Oh, Lorenzo deep. It doesn't matter. Lorenzo gets out 114 in the 60-foot. Good run for Lorenzo. 432 will do. Jamie Jeffries 479. 432 with the 2. 479 with an 8 there for Jamie Jeffries. So Lorenzo's fired his last shot tonight. A 32 with a 2 and earlier 26 with a 5. He'd had to take that second bump that just barely put that light on. It just goes to show Lorenzo's put that car in and other cars in. He's done plenty of racing, Lorenzo, but goes to prove when all you need is another inch and you've got 572 cubes and you've got plenty of boost in the manifold, that whole thing's percolating and you want an inch out of it. Good luck. This is what these beasts are. This is the enormity of what these guys are holding behind a little button under their thumb there. That's the stuff that's amazing. Because we've seen a lot of runs wasted that way, have we not, Mark?
That we have, mate. Steve Bazzina on track now. Next W Ford for Dandy engines. And this is the Mazda you've been talking about.
Yeah, the Enigma. Terry Androutsos, the RX3. I think it's 620 odd cubes, a twin turbo big block. Steve Bazzina. I think this is a Proline 481X. I forget what cubes it is. It's a 540. It may very well be that. I think it's got twin 88s on it, hasn't it, Frankie?
Well, when you're talking the home run derby, 432 is the time to beat.
All right, Bump City RX3 XW. Oh, there we go to get down the track. Bazzina, not a bad run for Bazzina. 58 to a 52. 458 for Bazzina. 452 for Androutsos. So great runs there. 452 with a 4. So Terry goes into second qualifying position behind Lorenzo. Bazzina third with a 458. Jamie Jeffries, Randall Laurie, who's coming out right now, Nathan Rose, Jim Whitehurst and Tony Webb. So at the pointy end, where, you know, a 30's going to take it right now. I don't know whether anyone else can get in front of Lorenzo just yet for that second home run. Oh, love it. Love it. Everything about it. I want to take this car through a McDonald's drive-thru. Just because it's got that logo there. Just that. Everything about that car just kicks goals. Now look at this, Jared Blair from Fast and Lakes, the Supra. Supposed to be beside him. I can see him back there getting ready, or not. He's scheduled to run, he's being ushered forward. No Supra, where did he go? He's been pushed back. Not a good look. Not a good look. So it's going to be Randall Laurie on his last hit of the night. This is Q3. Just another call. Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. Q3, Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. Randall Laurie on his own. Can he do another 499 with a 9? This car's been hitting all the right marks. It will be that consistent player that's going to unsettle some of these quicker guys, I think.
Yeah, very consistent car for Randall Laurie. Gets out strong. Sounded like it sort of laboured as it changed gears then, didn't it?
It's done it since the first pass. That second gear seems to be a nice, tall second gear. Just hauls itself to the other end once he gets out. 497, 140 mile an hour. Now, it could be anything from a final drive thing in there that's making that do that, or it has a deliberately big top gear. You know what I mean? It's been very obvious from the very first run. That's what it's done on the change. Just lumbered itself the rest of the way. I don't think it hurts it. No doubt that doesn't hurt.
It's consistent. 497 again.
497. And that baby is getting through. Okay, so that's... we still might have one or two more here. We're seeing them... Here we go. Nathan Rose. Nathan Rose here. It might be Jimmy Whitehurst beside him. We don't know where these guys could end up, but they're going to have an ET in there that, well, at the moment, 32 with a 2 is where we're at.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very tough to beat.
I think we are in Outlaw, or are we switching because our little screen's locked up here? We might be in OG.
Might be moving into.
Well, it does say.
235,
hang on, is that Whitehurst out there? There might be. I can see that. Well, Nathan Rose, they're all on our They're all on our little list
No,
here.
Outlaw 275, I can see it
Okay,
on the
they're
side
both
of the
saying
car, yeah.
Outlaw. Well, they've qualified in there
Yeah.
before by the look of it. So let's see if Nathan Rose can get a 70 out of this thing, 470, because it's got a very stout, I would roughly estimate 2,000 horsepower twin turbo traditional small block Chev. Jim Whitehurst, I think, I forget what capacity he's got there in
It's
the
not on
VL
there.
Calais, but let's see what Jimmy can get out of this thing on this run. Cast a little performance, so I think Dale's been helping Jimmy get this thing ready to bump in. Both guys going to Bump City. Whoa, both well done, boys. Oh, we rolled through. Doesn't matter. He's going to get an ET anyway, Nathan Rose. Not a bad one either. Yeah, 497. 497 with a 2. And Jimmy Whitehurst, 582. Rolled in, bumped in a bit too far, and then, pulled the bulb out. And, Nathan Rose, 497 with a 2. If he matches up with Randall Laurie tomorrow, they both went 497 on that last run. So it's not always going to be a cakewalk in this category at all, Mark.
Not at all.
Won't be a cakewalk in this category at all.
I think that'll be Lorenzo.
The big boys might just have to be careful how they go. But if that is it, because it doesn't, I think Webby might have put one down in Leroy Brown. Of course, James Brown has got a little issue. The hatchback put some good numbers in testing, but has not come back today. But has put Leroy in the field with a 549, so I would dare say Webby put the one in to get in there, and then he'll come back and do 3 rounds of fighting tomorrow. We need Renegades and OG 275 for the lanes. All right, so we're starting to call the fixed index guys too. So final call for, what was the first one he showed me? OG 275. Final call for the OG classes. First call for Renegade to the lanes, please. Well, if I'm going to say Renegade, we might as well... I'll just say the Ruckus, just hold off because we'll still have OG 315 in the lanes yet for you. But now that we've vacated, now that we've got 6 and 7 spare, Renegade to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Renegades to the lanes, please. Ruckus, get ready, don't roll. Rumble, get ready, don't roll. Rebels, get ready, don't roll. Right. So, is it safe to say that our second home run for the Crowd Equestrian, $500, with the quickest ET in Q3, Lorenzo Galotto, 432 with a 2.
That's what I've written down, Diggles.
That's what I've got here too, Mark.
Yep.
And it's good to see.
Now we're moving into Outlaw 235, brought to us by Haltech.
Yep, and again,
number 1 qualifier, Scott Cortina.
It could be Scott Cortina. It could be Alex Bamford. Now remember, you don't know what this standard is until someone gets the first pair of ETs up and we're swinging from there. So this is their final swing to hit a home run tonight. The Cortinas have done enough to qualify with a 469. However, the temptation to just try something to see if we can crack a 50 out of it, it might hold it. As we said, the air in Sydney was mine shaft, like zero humidity pretty much, super sticky flat track, plenty of the right bite, and that's where the miracles happen. Let's just see what they do in the last run. The boys have got plenty of runs on the deal now. Never underestimate the Gazzard brothers, the Leaf Spring Kings. Alex Bamford, twin turbo small block one in June, goes through the stage. Cortina comes out, 1-2-4 in the 60, puts a bit more power in it there. 68 with a 3. I'm liking that one. 468 with the 3 now. Bamford 580, not a bad run for Bamford, so he can be very consistent. But boy, aren't the Cortinas being consistent? That's improving in Q3 too. That's not just logging a run. That's improving in Q3. So that's our first to improve in Q3. We saw Wade go a 69, which was just off his 66. We saw Lorenzo go 32, which was just off his 26. But then we just saw Cortina knock him down by 100. All right, here's Juan. Now, I can almost try and guess what Juan might run. He might run a 524. That's what I'm thinking.
I think he'll step up. Let's go 21.
All right, well, you can almost
521.
set your watch to this car. You can almost set your watch. 400 cubes, turbo, small block. How's Simon O'Candles? The thing's out to 648 cubes. 648 cubes. They were waiting on one vital component to assemble that engine this week. Guess what it was?
What's that, mate?
Fire rings.
Oh, really?
So the fire ring for the deck, I think it was the last thing they needed for the piece of the puzzle to get the motor together, which I think it only went together about 2 days, Nelly, before today. And here it is on the line. Plenty of range trust in the background there. Can O'Candles go quicker than a 68.3? One, we know he's just going to bump that thing in. He's got that thing lit nicely. It'll just come up beautifully when he needs to. He can win a few races that way. Outlaw 235. Now he's still going to get an ET here, Simon. He's going to get an ET. Let's have a look at it here. O'Candles 71. Oh, that's been our closest so far. 71 with a 9.
Oh,
one goes
5.
536 with a 9. So he just
down.
went backwards a little bit, but Simon, 71 with the 9's improved as well. Look at those first two. 468 with a 3, 471 with a 9. And Haltech Outlaw 235's got a little bit more to offer just yet. It ain't over till it's over, but that's a nice bunch. 468 with a 3, 471 with a 9, 475 with a 3 from Ben Taylor, which I don't think I've seen him from memory today, but let's just see what happens in this session. Shannon Reeves, we still haven't seen the Hoff, Mark Talbot, or Mick Arnold yet.
Yeah, I think
that was from yesterday, and it's still in the screen.
Yeah,
Benny Taylor, I think, was the Camaro.
The last round they put.
Yeah, that's ringing a bell. That Benny Taylor won't feature in that unless he miraculously appears.
Yeah, no, it was just when they put in Carroll's
But that's one from yesterday. Yeah, all right. Rowan Brown and Mark Talbot love a 6-bagger matchup. It's a 2JZ in the LJ. He's from Marmore in North Queensland. EFI Performance, LJ2J. And how about Mark Talbot? And again, gorgeous barra conversion in this Capri. It's just meant to be when you have a look at it. You almost want one when you see it. It's like, wow, what a perfect combo. That slightly longer engine bay the Capri's have got suits the barra perfectly. Mark had got down a 548 today. Let's see what he does on this one. Outlaw 235, plenty of variety. They can all do something here. Bump City. Oh, some sparks out of, and flamage. God, all sorts of things out of Talbot's. 526 for Rowan Brown's a great run for him. 526 with an 8 and a 582 with a 5 there for Mark Talbot. So Mark ran an earlier 48. Rowan Brown, that's an improvement, 526 with an 8. But, gee, I saw all sorts of things out of that thing.
Yeah, it was definitely some sparks from underneath.
Let's see if we can go to the videotape and have a look there, Mark. See if we can pull that up real quick. Here we go, right to the replay. We can see Rowan Brown bumping in second. They leave the line. Now we go to the second camera. We just see a bit of spark initially and then more spark. Yeah, that's interesting. There's some sparkage going on there from that car. It looked like a little bit of flame, but it was spark. And then a bit further down, it did the same thing again. And we're just going for a bit of a, well, he's gone for a walk out there, the starter, of course, Brady. And he's going out to 330 to make sure whatever the sparks were maybe some impact within the vehicle and not something that's been flung off. He might have found something here. We're going for a quick look. We're on the buggy. Could be from any part of the vehicle. It could have thrown something off. You know, the back uni joints, the U-bolt. It could have thrown a nut off one of those. It could have done something. Whatever caused the thing to spark like that.
Yeah, they're picking something up there.
Yeah, right. They have. There's something started to come apart on Talbot's car. It's slowed to a 582. So, I mean, sometimes it can be something. Maybe it loosened the converter bolts, and it's the edge of the head of the bolt touching the block as it comes around. That can be a good one. I've had that happen to myself with loose converter bolts or loose flex plate. It's done a little bit of that when it comes loose. It could be, as I said, something in the driveline that might have flung off. Sometimes I think of the old days. They used to sort of balance out the tail shafts. Used to put the weights on them there. Sometimes you wonder how long before some of those things come flying off.
But it did it a couple of times on the run, and they are still in pursuit of something there. So that was an interesting little scenario. And I'm going back through the stream again real quick there, Mark, to find that. Just have a look at that replay again, just to see what it was from Mark Talbot. So we're just checking. That's the end of the 235. And here's the run between Talbot and Rowan. So it just...
I'm just having to...
Oh, no, lots of sparks early, and then drop just before 660, and there we go. So word from our secret squirrel. We won't name who she is, but Manda reckons there's some debris down there at some debris on the track near finish line. Secret Squirrel, can you confirm, are you referring to our 660 finish line or our traditional 1320 finish line? If you're seeing it at the 660, that's where we're at now, and hopefully... Oh, near the time boards, all right. So there's some report that we might even have some down near the time boards, which is a bit past 660. So we've got people on the ground. We've got the spotters. They're letting us know. So whatever's come out started to come out more and more on the way down, and it... God, you start to get bigger conspiracy theories. That started to be like it's a little bit more than maybe a loose flex plate, or that could be it. It's definitely started to fling something around here. Not being able to hear it down that end gives us no clue as to what it might be. But whatever it is, they're picking some stuff up. Now, whether or not it's got any oil attached to that or not, we are off in pursuit of some sort of answers there. So just bear with us. That is Haltech Outlaw 235. Let's just check with race control as to what they might be finding down there, if we've got any sort of two-way communication with what we're doing down there. But on paper, the Scott Cortina 468 with a 3 looks very, very hard to beat in Haltech 235. And this is all thanks to the Crown Equestrian Home Run Derby for our 5 categories, including the 3 Outlaw and the 2 OG categories, the quickest ET in Q3. And then very soon, we'll be calling the rest of the categories up. We've called for Renegade to the lanes already, but we'll call Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels very, very soon. But we'll just get a bit of a word there from race control in regards to that. And we're still just trying to work out what we may have picked up from down the bottom. But the Kenda index shootout will happen very soon in those last 4 categories as well here in Q3 to see who wins the 500 out of the rest of those. So that's what's that? 4.5K. 4.5K we're giving away here in Q3. That's some pretty good. There we go. Word is bits of bell housing down the end. So she's broken the bell housing or something down there. It's whether it's a Barrett, a Power Glide, bell housing or whatever, but they're picking up bits of that. So maybe the theory of the loose converter bolts and some stuff letting go might be, we might have been on the right track with what we called from here, but that's not good that there's bits of bell housing down there. You can only hope that nothing completely has come apart to the point that we've pulled any oil out of that converter or whatever. We don't know why there's bits of broken bell housing. I mean, it could be bits of broken block yet. We don't know, but from what we can see, we may not have had anything in regards to liquid go down because we're not in that stage yet of trying to identify or pick up any liquid down there. We're just picking up pieces. So it's okay if we can pick up pieces, but as long as nothing's leaking out of there. I remember one pass here at Drag Challenge, we had someone, I don't know what broke, whether it had an engine plate or whatever, but it literally drove... The transmission literally, I don't know how it happened, but literally dropped the transmission to the pavement through the finish line. Something had happened, I don't know what it was. It may have been a failed bell housing even there. A big crack through the case and sent basically the whole front pump and everything driving into the asphalt through the finish line. And I think it was something as mild as a little 253 Trimatic. I think it was in a old pickup truck, like an old Chevy truck or a Land Cruiser or something, but I remember the story of that one cracking the bell housings through the traps and basically driving the whole front pump of the transmission into the ground. And the cross member didn't save it when it happened there. And when you think about it, there's nothing to really stop it from going through there unless it had an extra bar across there, which before too long, you'd imagine we might end up having a rule like that. We might have to put some sort of retention there if we get the odd failed bell housing for whatever reason. We are always looking at things that can happen to help us if we start seeing a pattern. It's like that's how burst patterns were kind of invented back in the day for blowing cars. Some way to stop blowing the manifold. Burst panels are now, I think personally, should be mandatory on any boosted application of nitrogen, so you don't blow the manifold. And now you're finding a lot of these boosted cars are having that little thing built in. We're just talking about how we might need an extra bit of bar work under some things that, you know, if you do break a bell housing, what stops the gearbox from ploughing itself into the ground, like you saw at Drag Challenge. Thank you, our secret squirrel down at the end there, Manda Pants. Thank you for identifying the issues down there. All right, so we've got Mick Arnold now. Mick might be one that can crack something out here. And who knows what Shannon Reeves can do.
Shannon Reeves in the second round had a pretty solid pass, but actually bumped through the stage.
That's right. Mick on the Nankings. Shannon's got to get the stick in. Here we go. That's a little bit better for Shannon Reeves. Good run from Shannon, 493. There we go. Renegades to the lanes, please. Renegades to the lanes, please. 8:54, not a happy day for Mick Arnold. Unless he can find himself another set of 235, Mickey Thompson. Yeah, I don't think he can't race at the Nankang at the way that it is. But anyway, our last one in Outlaw 235 is Matt Dack. So can Matty Dack crack out quicker than a 468.3, Mark Allen? It'll be a miracle, but I think it's an RB on board. Beautiful little car, Dado 1200. Sound six-banger. Almost did it all in one gear, didn't he? 616 at 122. So, I do think we do concur, Dr. Mark, that our third home run of the night and our first improvement on previous qualifying, the winner of Outlaw 235 would be the $500 home run thanks to Crown Equestrian to Scott Cortina. There we are.
Yep.
Three so far. We got OGs to still come. We win our first call, Renegade. Second call, Renegade. Renegade round 3, Q3. Renegade Q3 to the lanes, please. Renegade Q3 to the lanes, please. Ruckus, start rolling. I'm going to say it. Ruckus Q3, start rolling. Guess what? We're starting to empty the 315 lane right now. And that's where they've got to come up behind the 315s. So, third call for Renegade. Q3 to the lanes. Ruckus to the lanes, please. Q3. Ruckus. Radial Ruckus Q3 to the lanes, please. I'm saying it. Ruckus Q3 to the lanes, please. Rumble and Rebels. Rumble and Rebels. Get ready, don't roll. All right, Casper's back. So's Kyle Hop, Mr. 6 Boost, and there's Peter out the front. Kyle trying to grab some gears here, I would think. There we go, he's got it. How's that simultaneous cruise sprint? As soon as Kyle got reversed, they both stopped at the same time. I wish we could see that again. That was pretty funny. Oh, he's in trouble. Sprint. Oh, he's in reverse. Stop. Out he's back. Now, Clint Hepburn. This could go somewhere too here, Mark Allen. This could go anywhere. This will be the most unpredictable so far home run hit. Where can it come from?
Especially if Dale's out. Earlier.
Well, if Dale's out, I do think Manny is in on account of that, 3/4 car, but he's on a 275, so he's technically an OG. And yes, you're allowed to get down to about as quick as a 400. As we said, Pazzo went a 399 in Sydney. It's like, oh, okay, Pazzo, you could be an Outlaw Radial car now, but well done. But here we go, Kyle. Every lap in this car is trying to get to this goal of being in
that low 4-second zone with this car. It's got all the potential. They're both big blocks. What have we got? 604 cubes for Kyle, 540 cubes for Clint Hepburn, and 4 hairdryers out there. Let's go to Bub City one more time tonight. You may enter Bub City. Bub City, baby! Oh, Clint Hepburn. Oh, Kyle's on a good one too. Great run, both right, gentlemen. 545, 454, 458. 454, 458. So Kyle Hopf, 458 with an O, and they're happy with that. 454 with a 9, is that right?
Klingenberg goes 454 with a 9. Our current home run leader.
There we go. Great side-by-side run,
That was
too.
a great race.
They'd both be
Great
stoked.
race.
They'd both be stoked. Final call, Renegade Q3, you should be rolling. Final call, Renegade Q3, you should be rolling. Ruckus, you can start tucking in behind the OG class, OG 315. So Ruckus, you can get into the lanes too, please. Now remember, you'll have some 315s at the end of the lane if you're fast. If not, there'll be no one there because we're going through the 315s. Here we are, Simon Graham, Aaron Gregory. What have they got? A 54's the 54's the benchmark. 54's the benchmark. Has anyone got a couple of tenths?
This is Lotus Caravans OG 315, qualifying session number 3.
Big shout out to George Josefsky, Mr. Lotus Caravans. Thank you for your support of not only our Outlaw Radial guys out here, but also this great OG 315 class. Hope you sell tons of caravans stand at the expo. Oh, Simon didn't get out there. Oh, Aaron Gregory's tuned the van to a treat. Goes near the centre line, still pulls it back. 519 with a 3, with a big pedal towards the centre line. Simon Graham did his pedaling a little bit earlier in the run, and a 547 with an 8. No improvement. It's a huge, there's 13 cars on the screen here, Mark Allen. I might have enough paper left yet. I'm just writing every pairing down, and we've got ETs everywhere. All right, Michael Nichols. Well, Michael Nichols, 502 in OG 315. Steve Carkeet, 512. And this goes to show again, Mark, we see guys nearly technically can be nearly a second, 8 tenths away from the fastest in this class, but still, side-by-side races are tight, and one of these guys can be that fly in the ointment at the wrong time for one of the quickies tomorrow. I don't know whether I can bring the screen up, Harry. I'll have to be quick. Harry Haig. Try and please everyone. We'll see how we go. Thanks, Hans. All right, Carkeet, Nichols, Bump City again. Great run here, side by side. Nichols and Carkeet, they hit the stripe. 498 to a 512. 498 to a 512.
Yeah, Nichols has improved every pass today. 513, 502, then a 498. And Carkeet, the best of the 512 today so far. 13 cars here in Lotus Caravans OG 315. Next up, James Horan. Take up Renegade. Horan will actually make 14 cars in qualifying if he can get it into stage.
Oh, James he's got Finnegan beside him, so Glenn's going to want to put this thing into stage in his own time. But it's James with all the pressure here. That car has got the potential. I mean, twice it zinged the tyres, but twice it didn't kind of matter because he didn't stage it, but he can't be timed out again. I think he's got an idea of the concept.
Only takes one hit to be a star here, Chris.
That's right, Mark. It takes one hit to be a star, and can the Black Ute just get into stage here and get one down? I'm going for the Matt Black car, by the way. With the big engine.
Well, that's controversial.
Yeah, I know. Glenn Finnegan. I know you can't say Matt Black anymore, can you? Sat Black.
It's big call,
598 cubes for Finnegan with a bit of spray. We saw that. James Horan, twin turbo, 511 Hemi. James has got 2 bulbs on. Can't be timed out. All right, here we go. Whoa, watch out here. Here comes the Black Ute. Is he going to hit a home run? 453. He gets it by 100th.
And it was off of it early as well.
453 with a 5. Finnegan goes, can't read that, 503. 503 with a 7 for Glenn Finnegan. Well, James Horan, 4.53 with a 5, just in front of Clem Hepburn's 4.54 with a 9.
Did you see how squirrely he got there just before the finish line as well?
He had some more in it down the end there. Wow. You want to talk about a come from behind effort. That might be effort of the day. Timed out twice, zipped it twice, last session, 2 bulbs on, can't be timed out. Might just hit the home run and take home $500 by less than 100. 0.014 on the second. But hey, we don't know what the rest of these OG 315 might just come up with here. And remember, it's about the Q3. So I know Manny's put a run down, but you've got to do it in Q3 to be capable of hitting the home run. Danny Lansdowne, 2 days in. Fox Cullen lets that big block eat. Oh, Danny might have just blown the tyres off, and hopefully that's all that happened then. And he's going to go 661 there for Danny. But hey, the wagon is back, 661 with an 8. Came out, look, Fox 115. Don't you love a car, but you can just probably nail that with no thought of the consequences. Knowing that 9 out of 10, that should just work. All right, here we go. It's
Marcus Page.
Marcus Page. He's going to have one final
pass.
crack here. We know we can get it into the 4s. Can we get Ruckus and Renegades to the lanes, please? Let's get them in. Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes, please. Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes, please. Rumble, you can't go yet because we've still got OG 275 in that. All right, so Marcus on his own. Final hit of the night for him in Q3.
He's just gone straight through the beams as well.
Oh, did he really? No,
Yep.
Oh, he's done something.
You can't stage with the back wheels, Marcus.
All right, Marcus, we'll just get you back. There he is. There we go. We've had no one on a deadline or a schedule there because he didn't have an opponent we can be concerned about, so we're not too fussed about this rolling through and rolling back. We might feel a bit different about it tomorrow, but again, if we can solve problems quickly. All right, nice last run for Marcus Page. Q3 finishes off the day with a 5:07.8. But there is one left to go. We were sitting at the back. He's done everything good so far. Dead brick cat. Where is he? Because he is down here as... Yeah, well,
now we're going
apparently
to
he's up soon, but he hasn't come out. He hasn't come out in Outlaw in OG 315 because we're now in OG 275. We're now in OG 275, so we've had OG 315 thanks to the latest caravans. By the looks of this, Johnny Elfs has always been in OG 275, so that's Outlaw Performance Exhaust, first pairing of OG 275. Well, look, it looks like so they haven't come out in this rain. I thought he was coming up next, but he ends up, I do think, with Dale not fixing the crank, I think he's going to end up. All right, so here goes Elf. This might be a good one for Johnny Elf's last round. He goes 466. 466 with an 8. 549 for Brian Ward. So that's our first OG2. There we go. So they didn't run the last session. So I do think you might end up in number 1 if okay, they're fixing the transport a little. Thank you. Love it.
So James Horan is our home run winner.
All right, so there we go. Q3 by 1/100th of a second. It looks like. Now we didn't see Hoff out in. No, he's not Hoff. We didn't see the Corolla out in. So Hoff, what's going on there, Hoff? Hoff might have some issues, which I'd love to hear about.
again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are out due to breakage and you're not going to be running tomorrow, come and let us know so it can help us seed the categories, please. All right, Tanya Thompson up against Guy Hall. Oh, let's have a look here.
So John Elfs is the time to beat at 466 with an 8 here in the home run. Derby brought to us by Crown Equestrian here. Q3, OG 275.
Oh, the lights have gone out again on the big Mercedes. Here we go, 493 for Tanya. Nice run for her. That's it, 493 with a 7. Guy Hall. All fueled up. As I said, Whipple supercharged, big block Chev, EFI. The big on the hit. Does not want to run. Does not want to fire up. So look, he's had one. He got a 75 in today, Guy Hall. So he's going to have to be happy with a 475. Where does he end up? Can we flick that screen? We can't because we've had to send him back.
Wait.
So
he was number 2 qualifier anyway coming into this session with that 475. Elfs is number 1 with the 466. He improved in this session, the 3rd session.
Yep.
Guy Hall with the 475 is number 2. Trent Bimble is number 3 with that 486. Tanya Thompson actually moved up to number 4 with that 493.
All right, so there we go. So we've got, so far, the home run hitters, Wade Wagstaff, Lorenzo Galotto, Scott Cortina, and James Horan.
And John Elfs has one hand on it at the moment.
Johnny Help with the 466, that's where the $500 lies at the moment. If any of these cars got the capabilities, I know OG275, just when you think, you know, because we do have a bit of a ghost index of about 460 in that class. But we know how many cars can get real close to that. Now, Jamie Kitching, he did have some issue on the previous run with this car. Here he is, the TM Performance, LS Turbo Cortina, looking for gears. Michael Bazile beside him. He's done everything in the HSV. He's ready to go. Here's reverse for Jamie Kitching. So, yes, he's got an opportunity to go better than that 628 he's run today. Michael Bazile went 568 with a 1. So this is OG 275, thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust. Such a good category. Such a good category. And a nice field of 13. I think we'd have 13 in both the OG classes, so that's a nice bunch. But yeah, DeBen's going to have to do a little bit of work to get him ready for tomorrow if it keeps putting the candles out. I don't know what we can do there, Guy. We'll find something out. All right, Kitching ready. Bazile, as we said, has been ready probably for about a minute or so. Been very patient. Gorgeous HSV. Such a big car comparison. Crastor Cortina. Bump City. Oh, it moves well too. 1, 2, 3 in the 60. There he goes. He finishes his run. 528 for him. 528. And here goes Kitching. 513. Big improvement for Jamie Kitching. Big improvement for Jamie Kitching. Nice qualifier for him.
Yeah, great run for the team. Yeah, he goes up to number 7 qualifier Kitching because he'll be number 8 next pairing out. We've got Trent Brimble in the Swifty Race Engines VL.
He met John Elfs, I think, in the final in Sydney and took out Johnny in the final. So if there's going to be a threat to Johnny Elfs right now for that home run swing, it could be the villain. Could be Trent Brimble coming up with a bottom 460. Geez, you've got to be close. 400 cubes of LS Commodore. Paulie Fuller, the ghetto mod.
Yeah,
the Gemini.
The Gemini's run a best of a 545 today. He's currently a number 9 qualifier. 131 mile an hour.
He's got Shara Hoskin on the entry form. So big shout out to Shara Hoskin, if indeed that's a name, or he's writing something in code there for him. All right. Can the villain answer the 466 for Johnny Elfs? Can he swing a home run right now? We go to Buck City again. 052 for the Gemini, but the Commodore's on a mark. 73 for a 9. 473 with a 9 there for Trent Brimble. So not enough so far. Johnny Elfs still in front, 466. All right, here's the call. Rebels and Rumble. Rebels and Rumble to the lanes. That's it. That's all of our categories. They should all be called. The remaining categories to the lanes, please. We need Renegade Q3, Ruckus Q3, Rumble Q3, Rebels Q3. Give us your best shot.
get to the lanes. If you want to play Index Bingo, we're going to roll the ball. Well, you guys are rolling the balls. We're calling the numbers. All right, here we go. What has Benzie got in old Goldie? Might have some performance there if we want to crank it up a little bit. Luke Knight beside him for Force Performance in his VL Calais. Look at the gorgeous cars out there. Gorgeous cars, Mark Allen. Benzie earlier 495, so he's dipped the toes into the fours. We know the thing can go 70s. Can it go a 60 right now? Luke Knight, can he go a bit quicker than the 546? Traditional small block. Brett Benzie's car. Benzie 7 seconds. Still couldn't put it in. Won't get an ET. Luke Knight's going to get an ET. He was in there. Benzie just couldn't line it up. 5:44. No time recorded. He timed out by the barest of margin, and he does catch
in,
her.
Yeah, he was trying to bump in.
Yeah, by the barest of margins. He misses out on another ET. At least that one didn't look too bad either. Whatever that was.
That was a solid pass.
Yeah, it was a good run. All right, Jason saying now Renegade, so that's it.
We better get these Dolins out now.
So, okay. Can we hold them up for a couple of seconds?
Yeah.
John Elfs, I'd say, has hit the home run in OG 275. All right. Now, yes, I'll get the sheets. You've got the sheets.
I've got a sheet.
We've all got the sheets.
Did I give yours back?
I don't know where mine are.
Jason's saying, so what are we in? We're in Renegade.
We're in Renegade, all right. Have you got another copy I'll keep? That's all right. I don't know where my copy went.
Oh, I gave it to Tracy.
Okay,
sorry,
that's all right.
All right.
Renegades on the second page. Jason Singh, John Besnaver. All right.
John didn't. So John's going to get a 550.
All right, and what's Sengi hit? That's all right.
550 as well.
He wants a 550. Jason Singh. Here we go. Thanks to Kenda. ET goes 50.
Oh, with
550 with a 1. Write it down. Almost the first run. 50 with a 1. It's got to be perfect to take it. Someone's got to go perfect to the 0 on their nominated ET to take it off Jason Singh. First hit in Q3. Jason Singh wants a what? A 50 and goes 50 with a 1. Is that right, Mark Allen?
You've just nailed it, mate. And you know what? That makes it so much easier for us.
Thank you, Singh.
Thank you, Jason, for doing that on the first ride.
We can nearly go to sleep for the no, absolutely not. Any of these guys, remember, if they get a 0 beside theirs, it's goodbye Sengi.
Yep.
That's a miracle. But you know what? This is the thing about Index Bingo. Chris Shaper, what does he want?
550 as
He
well.
wants a 550. Greg Trapnell, what does he want?
He's getting 550 as well.
He's getting a 550. Here we go. Renegade. 550 flat is what we need. A 550 flat. 550 flat. 55, no. 42.7, no. 55 on a 50. 55 with a 7 twice. 55 with a 7 twice. For Michael Shaper at 57 years. Oh, Rogan having a skid. I love that thing. That's a cranky IRA. Oh. Aris wants a 51, doesn't he? Contolian. Aristides Contolian and Matthew Rogan. So here we go, Q3. This is the Kenda Index Shootout.
Yeah, 551.
So Aris wants a 551.
Rogan is a 558.
So 558 with a 0 is what Matty Rogan needs. Aris needs a 551 with a 0 to take it all second. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. 55 for Aris, 90 for Rogan. Oh, they're all having a go. They're all very close. 55 when he wants a 51. 98 when he wants an 80. All right. William Yarwood and Joseph Predel, the HD, beautiful HD.
Yarwood's 570.
70. So it needs a 70 flat.
70 flat. And Predel is a 550.
550. So
because he
we put him down a default, a 550 for Predel. That's our quick pick. It's a quick pick for Renegade, brought to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. That's a little bit better for the HD, but it's still slip. Maybe taken off in top. 594 for the Supra, 653 with a 9 for Joseph Treadle. So that third decimal has to be a 0. That's it. It can't be something else.
Literally.
All right, here they go. Disco Dean and Rodney Taylor. What do they want?
Taylor didn't have a number down, so I'll just
We'll give Taylor the 50.
550.
Yeah, and for Disco would have put something down.
No, he didn't either.
Disco Dean did not.
No, 550.
Give the man a 550. I know he can run in the 550s. And again, if he hadn't put it down, we're going to give him a number anyway. Here we go. I love this. This just sparks. This finishes us in a big flurry. And I think that'll be part of our awards at lunchtime tomorrow. So, crazy. I'll keep these notes up here too, because these are important. Saggy, how's that? First hit to be one, what's that? 100th? 1,000th over what he wants. Disco Dean lights the fuse in Bump City. Nice launch for both guys. Red light there for Rodney Taylor. Disco goes towards the centre line. 57 and an 80 with a 1 for Rodney Taylor. Oh, right, we're still going hard. Look at these big, heavy breathing Holdens right now. What are we? H-X, H-Z, Russell Eckert.
Chizotti's a 553.
Chizotti wants 553 with a 0.
Eckert gets a 550.
Eckert wants Eckert's going to get a default 550.
Yep.
The odds of that are crazy if they could jag it. But we know we are playing the biggest game of radial bingo you've ever seen. No one in the world does this the way we're doing it here right now, from qualifying to finish off our categories. We've already given away $2,500 of prize money in the top 5 classes. Now we've got $2,000 to give away to our fixed index guys, 500 per category. Russell Eckert wants that 550 with an O. He wants a 53 with an O. Jason Chizotti, 553 with an O. Oh, it's tense stuff here. Finishing Q3 Friday night. Not its normal angry self, but here it goes. 616. No, whoa, bit of smoke. Wasn't a happy bloke. Racing Jason's car was not a happy camper on the way down, and whether or not the slower ET might be indicative of the mechanical issues, but boy, she did a lot of huffing and puffing down the end there, and even if that's a good old-fashioned hole, she's got a hole out, maybe hopefully that's all come out the header and not any further. Let's just hope. Because we did hear it go to the finish line. It was just lazy and not itself. But yeah, that's no good to see, considering how well he's been going in the points. This is not a good thing to have happen if there's any mechanical distress with that car. He's been putting himself in a pretty good position after his performance in Sydney. But we're just scanning down the deep end to make sure that whatever's happened down there has kept itself off the track anyway. So we'll check. We'll check with that. We're walking all the way down the end to see whether or not that's either had a good old-fashioned leg out of bed, or it's might have just pushed some oil out, whether or not it might have melted the piston or done whatever. But we're heading down there to see exactly what it is. But geez, it's a hell of a lot. So just bear with us for a sec while we go down and survey the area to make sure. So crazy stuff in Renegade's Q3 to kick off, as we said. If it wasn't Jason Seng nominating a 550 and going 550 with a 1 to leave no wiggle room for anyone. Words to the big dog, Harry Haig. What did I come up with? I think Harry, provisionally, if you've put that run down, that you would be there at 1
unless you can go and check with Dale and see whether Dale's doing any fixing or not. Dale, are you mending the broken crank or are you out with the Commodore? If you are out with the Commodore, let us know and we will factor that into the seating. Dale, if you are out in the Commodore, and I don't know whether you can put the Band-Aid on the broken crank, if you can take the two-piece crank, turn it back into a one-piece crank. If you are indeed looking to do something, let us know. If you're still in. If you are out, let us know as well. Because that affects how we end up qualifying in that category if you pull out. That ET, mate's kind of, we deal it. Hang on a sec, here goes. All right, there you go. You're racing the Ram. Okay, well, you're racing the Ram. Is that true, Dale? All right, okay. If you're turning up with the Ram, I don't know what that does considering that the ET happened in one car and then you're racing the Ram or the Ranger. There you go. So Dale's turning up in OG tomorrow in either of the cars. So does that mean we seed you in there? Harry, you might be Q2 yet. I don't know. We'll let someone sort it out. He's joking. Okay, Dale, he's joking. All right. I think the words I'm looking for are no, I'm out. But he said he might have the range or the Ram. Okay, looks like there's some Coronas. There might be some Coronas on Coronas on the consume down there, I think, for Dale, and whether or not he can be on them now or soon. So what have we got? Bit of OIL. All right, so we've still got just a couple of categories to go, a little bit more Renegade, but we are onto the oil, and we are getting ourselves that opportunity to clean it up, and you know how quick we can do that when we need to, and we're doing that right now. So break and back with more shortly. We have still got a little bit of money to give away in those guys still waiting in the lanes, which is, of course, the rest of Renegade. We've got Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels ready to give us their best shot for their chance at the $500 in those categories, thanks to Kenda. So let's just check it out and see what happens, but we're cleaning that up now. Harry liked to say here that he is the crew chiefs of the year, Kings of Bling, the Kings of Bling, and it's good to see that it's the Melbourne boys enjoying their trip up here to Willowbank, and hopefully you guys get to solve your dramas as well. So I'm assuming that it might be Dale's joking about running the Ram or the Ranger, so it might end up being Q1 for you guys and Manny. So we'll have to see if you've got to pull out. I think normally that number comes out normally. So give us a break. I'm going to go and take a little refreshment stop and be back shortly as we continue the stream for a little bit longer, folks. Thanks for everyone watching on the Overtaking Lane channels. But we are into Q3 for the rest of it. A big shout out to our winners that have swung tonight, thanks to Crown Equestrian. Of course, Wade Wagstaff came out in that last session and went 369 at 203. Lorenzo Galotto in Outlaw 275, 432 with a 2. In Outlaw 235, Scotty Cortina improving with a 468 with a 3. And then, this is my favourite one of the night so far, after being timed out twice in qualifying and zinging the tyres, the Black Ute, James Horan, gets the Ute into stage and uncorks a 453 with a 5 after Clint Hepburn had already run a 454 with a 9 beside Kyle Hopp's 458 with an 0. So those guys in OG 315 really had a nice battle between themselves, even though they weren't. It was just about the quickest ET. And then Johnny Alps 466 in the last round of OG 275 to swing the home run to win him $500. So thanks very much for Crown Equestrian making Q3 for those categories very exciting. And we do thank Kenda for the rest of what we're seeing tonight in Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels after we clean up this oil that unfortunately Race and Jason's had come out of the HQ down there. So at the moment, with a pinky, probably 3 or 4 fingers on the 500, could be Jason Seng, but we need someone in the rest of the Renegade category to go perfect to the third decimal point. Now, it's possible. We saw a guy in Sydney do it to the third decimal point and O to the third decimal point. Any one of these races that are still left in Renegade have that opportunity. You've just got to jag it. You've got to be either good or jag it. And Sengi on the 550 went 550 with a 1. So far, could have that 500 yet. But hey, we'll see how it all ends up. It's still very tantalising. We'll just clean up what we've got down the end, and we'll be back very, very soon with the final call tonight for Q3 of Kenda Radial Riot this Friday night.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Go into the 70s with a wheelie to boot. Let's have a look. Yeah, baby! You just got your price of admission. $5.89, number one. Does he hit the mark this time or not? Q2, Outlaw Radial, Johnny bunks it in. Oh, 991 in the 60-foot symbolic, 79. He gets quicker. Twin bowl deal right now. Oh, they both hit it. 976 for Wayne, 367. 388 for Dan. Outlaw 235. Now he's still going to get an ET here, Simon. He's going to get an ET. Let's have a look at it here. Against 71. Oh, that's been our close. Ring ding 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 ding. There we are.
Cool.
Firing up the old two-stroke. So
my microphone was on the whole time then.
Was it?
Yeah.
Are you serious? You did not turn the microphone on.
Yep.
So all those people out there in live stream land heard all the activities happening here.
Possibly.
Oh my God! I've been. What's the word? I've been gaslit. I've been gaslit. Mark, how dare you gaslight me? How dare you open
So, Colsey, all those people up there in the hill, thought I was having a private conversation with you. Mark had his microphone accidentally on for the whole time. So
No, it doesn't pick it up that well anyway.
Oh, doesn't it? Oh, good. Well, that I thought it was just about wrap the old career up there. We didn't quite keep it clean too much, did we? And mind you, that was on speaker, so literally all of the Colsey conversation and Mrs. Colsey conversation might have gone over a bit more than just here, because last
check
time
the
I
comments
looked,
on your
we're still
YouTube
280 on the stream.
Lynch
All
is
right, Craig
560.
Stokes and Bradley Lynch trying to get that. Well, where's Stokes? He's gone.
Lynch is a
Where did Stokesy go? And Lynchy. We're playing super gas here. Off you go, boys. I don't think you guys are going to factor. Careful, careful. Lynchy just kept going. So 802, not going to feature, right?
No.
So is that the end of Renegade, or we might have another pointing one here just yet?
Yeah, there's still a few on this list that we haven't seen. Kim Petterwood, Lachlan Miller, Shane Bowden.
All right,
Anyways.
so we've still got a couple there sitting in the water.
If they're coming out. So.
Renegade, so we need someone to go perfect with a 0 third decimal point. So here's Parlo.
Oh, well, we're going into Ruckus now.
God, did I even hear that correctly? Did that Mitsubishi Scorpion sound like a 6-cylinder? It says it's a Cleveland. But it just seemed like that was making different noises.
Is this Rebels or Ruckus?
I think we're in Ruckus. We're in Ruckus now. So Rebel, I think it's got to be Sengi.
Yeah, yep.
I think it's got to be Sengi.
So
550 with a 1.
Craig Scottney hasn't got Dolan, so we'll just go 7 flat.
Right, yep.
He's gone 714, 723.
Yep.
And Paolo.
What's up?
Has gone a 559.
What? Parlo.
Yeah,
so Parlo, he wants to go 580.
Yeah, we'll put 580.
So Parlo's got to go 580.
Or he gets
Craig
moved.
Scottney, what's he nominated?
I just put him at 700.
Okay, yeah, 700 because, well, he's only won 714 and 723. So he might go massively under 700, but because he didn't give us one, we've given him a quick pick, and he's on previous form today. Parlo, he's got to slow it down to a 580. Went 559 with a 3. What'd you give him, an 80?
580.
Okay, gave him an 80. Not going to get it. Yeah, that sounds weird. I don't think that Mitzi's got what it used to have in it. It can have a Baron, God knows. 747 and a 634. No feature, no feature-o.
Yeah, I'm just going to...
So here we are in Ruckus. Can someone throw me a freaking bone here? Can someone throw us something tight? Bruce Henderson, Lee Ellison.
Lee Ellison, 600.
Ellison, 600.
Henderson, 615.
And Henderson, 615. Someone's got to get this $500 in Ruckus. Thanks to Kenda, this fantastic ET shootout, the Index shootout, nominating the ET in the last round. A 15 or a what?
600.
Or a 00. 00 for the XD, 15 for the Premier. Everyone's forgotten how to hit the tree now after this delay. Everyone's fallen asleep in the lanes. Here we go. What's he go? 617, 622.
So 622 is closer than the 617, so we'll go
22 with the 3.
Ellison.
622 with the 3. We've got to put those numbers down, I guess, don't we, as the closer?
So that's 073 over.
Okay, 073 over. All right.
72 and over. Now we want Derek Logan, 582. And Tar, 602.
All right, Rahim Tar.
So Logan's got to go 589 with a 2, or quicker, as long as he doesn't go quicker than 582, and 609.
All right, Derek Logan, our 13th ute. Not quite, but enough. Whatever does it. Rahim Tar, we've already got him down here on my list of utes.
So Logan,
yeah, 13 utes.
Logan's 582, Tar 602.
Had a nice wheel stand for Rahim before too.
Both these guys have been knocking on the door of the number that they nominated as well.
Here we go. Oh, Rahim, nice lead.
Where's he going? Right here. The XD hits the stripe first. 604 with a 6. 604 with a 6.
604 is 200 over, so that's... So Rahim Tar is now the leader.
Rahim Tar, 604.
26 over, 26,000.
604 with a 6, he ran an earlier 04 with a 3, so 04 with a 6, that's his hit in Q3. Here we go, Harry Thwaite and Michael Adams. Mick Adams, he nearly hit it the last run in that Mustang.
So Thwaite is a 595.
Yep.
Adams is a 580.
All right, 580 for Adams in the Mustang. That's what they want. That's the run they want to hit. Oh, it's exciting. That's, what do you say, 200s off so far?
Yeah, so you want to be 25,000 or closer
All
to your
right.
nominated time. Yeah?
Let's have a look. We're in Ruckus next to RC Metalcraft. Trying to hit that 80 mark, is he? Let's have a look. 81 with a 2. 81 with a 2 and a 6111.
That is now the closest time. So
581 with a 2. 0.012. Is that right?
Yep.
Instead of 0.27, 0.012.
Yep,
Mick Adams, 581 with a 2.
And who was beside him? There was
Harry Thwaite, 611 with a 1.
Yeah, Harry was a couple tenths over.
Okay, Jeff Rice, Brett Wills.
Bryce didn't have a thing, so let's give him 580.
580, okay, we've given him a quick pick, Brett Wills.
And Brett Wills had a 6-0, 6 flat.
6 flat, 6 flat.
Rice is out.
Yeah, he's having trouble getting gears, I think, Jeff Rice. 6 flat, 595 with a 5. No.
Too quick.
Too quick. We don't take them under. We take them down to, not under. Not that it's an illegal run, but we don't want under, do we? It's like a little bit of a breakout. We want you on it.
It
on
is.
it and above, not below it. So there we go.
Okay.
So is that Michael Adams?
Yeah, Reese Carkeet.
Oh, hang on.
So
Here's
we'll give Reese a 580.
Yep.
And Helson, he is 580 as well, so this is easy.
All right, so Ruckus. There can't be too many left in Ruckus. We've had Renegade. We've now got Ruckus. So far, Michael Adams provisionally could have it 81 with a 2 on an 80, but Carkeet wants an 80. Helson wants a what?
Same as well, mate. 580 for
580. All right, we just had some. Have we got some radio from down the bottom? I don't know. All right, cool. Let's get him in. Oh, here he is, the Wheelie King. They can both do big wheelies here. Carkeet and Helson. You don't have to be a 3-second car to be spectacular. These guys in the 580 category can put a number down. I mean, a wheelie down and a number. 580 is what they want. Oh, they're both quick. This is going to be a pointy at 580. 85, 78 too quick. 78 too quick for Helson. And 85 with a 4.054 over. Too far away. Too far away. Oh, all right. Ismet Bonchik looks like he'll be the last one for the class. Mark?
590.
590. Oh, geez, he went close before he went too quick, though. Let's see what a 590. Can he hit a 590? Last chance here in RC Metalcraft Ruckus. Geez, that thing hits it, doesn't it? 90, 91 with a 5.015. 0.015, no? 0.012.
No, needs to be 012 or closer.
012, so we've got two there. 015 and an 012. Let's just check who's out here. This is Barney and Rumble now. So that's got to be Michael Adams, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was it? 581 with a 2.
Yeah, 581 2.
581 2 on a 580. And we've had Jason Singh on a 550.
Yep. Okay, Rumble.
And now we are into Rumble. Barney Lindner, he won a 40 or a 43 or something. Chris Sword.
648. Lindner, 640.
Barney wants a 4.0 on the nose. Chris Sword, bumping the barrier in. All right, here we go. He's been under it before. He's also been 43, Barney Lindner. He goes 4.0 with a 1.
Oh, I like it when
Barney
they do that.
Lindner.
Second guy to do it off the bat.
So that's a 6.40 with a 1.
Yep.
On a 6.40. So far we've had an 012 over, a 001 over, and a 001 over. Where's it going to... It could be anyone yet. They're going to go 0 now.
Yep.
Benny Dreyer and Nathan Peters, they've got to go 0. Third decibel.
Peters is 46. Dreyer is a 50.
No, there's no zeros on the end there, so they won't be featuring. They won't be. We need a 0. He's made it as easy as Sengi has.
Peters was 5 thou though. That was
Hey?
close. Peters was 5 thou under, so he was tight.
Oh, he was tight, but we're looking for that 0. Any
Yep.
0 now. Damien Morris, a 0. Troy Hutton, a 0. It's got to be that. If we don't
Six.
see that, it's not happening.
680 for Hutton. Morris is 42.
4-0. 8-0. Got to be flat. Got to be flat. 41 with a 3. 84 with a 3. So still Barney.
Britnell did not have a time, so let's give him one. Let's give him a 665. And 7554. Who the hell is that? I'll just have to...
All right, 7554. Let's call him Joe Dirt. North Queensland. What did he... we got it. I don't think we've got him down there on the list, have we?
No, we don't. So let's give him a 650.
All right, a 650. And Matt Britnell, what's he?
I gave him a 665.
665. All right, bit of a random task here. Last chance in Rumble, thanks to All Over Group. As they hit the stripe, what do we got? 663, 666. 663, 666. Nope.
Nope.
Nope, nope, and nope. All right, who else? Who else can feature against Barney Linder's almost perfect run? Trevor Owen and Nick Harvey. We gave Nick one, I think. We gave him a random draw.
Owen will give him 675.
675.
Harvey will give him a 685.
All right, 685, 675. That's 6 that works so well, Trevor Owen. Here we go, they hit the stripe. 684, 680. Oh, what did you want for Trevor?
I gave him a 675.
Ah, there we go.
Harvey was, he broke out by 8 though.
Okay, so Harvey a little bit too quick for his britches.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is a guy that can go the 0. Shane Locke, Jamie Freeman. This might be the biggest threat yet to Barney Linden's 6401 on a 640. Shane Locke could go. Let's have a look.
Locke is a 643.
43, 40, 54 and a 73.
Nope.
Nope, and nope.
Nope.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
I couldn't even find Jamie.
Thank
on
God
here,
for Barney nailing that.
He
I
didn't
tell
go
you.
a 0, so it didn't matter.
All right, Rumble. Craig Williams, Gary Green. Oh, God. Barney holding on. 001 over. Anyone else got to go perfect now with a 0?
Williams is a 671. Green is a 649.
649 with a 0 for Gary Green. That's what he needs. 49 with a 0. That's what he needs. 59 with a 2. 692 with a 6. All right. Anyone else make a dent? Here goes Gall and Nick Sartoglu.
Sartoglu was 640. Gall 643.
43 with a 0. 40 with a 0. 43 with a 0 for the VK. Oh, God, as they hit the stripe, is there a 0? Is there another perfect run? 39 with a 6. 39 with a 3. Oh, missing it by 4 thousandths. 4 thousandths the wrong way. 4 thousandths the wrong way for the VK. And 7 thousandths the wrong way. Or what was called 4-0. 7 thousandths the wrong way.
So Barrett 690. And competitor 7988.
We haven't had the panel van in there.
7988. Well, let's just give him
Give
a...
us 688.
You say 688?
688 for
I'll give him a
7988.
702.
Okay, 702. Greg Barron.
So we'll give him 2 chances.
I might as well give everyone 2 chances. Gonna be hard. What did I say?
Well, neither of us were close.
Neither of us. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness God. We're crunching numbers. Even the Rumblers. We've still got Rebels to go, but at the moment, Barney Linda hanging on. He's got half a pork knuckle on the $500 from Kenda.
Andy Fensom 642. Johnston is 648.
I'll tell you what, Barney, if you do win this, I think you should shout me to Oktoberfest on Sunday. Okay, Tara. Tara and Andy, you need perfect. You need perfect. You need bang on with a 0. $656 with a 0, $674 with a 4.
Nope.
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 Come again. Thank you. Come again. All right.
Kennedy. Adrian Kennedy, 656 nominated time. Luke Hauser, 645.
All right, Hauser, the big boy. Can he go 45 with an O in the Buick V6 Turbo KE70? Kennedy, that traditional Aussie muscle car. How good does it look? That two-tone, that black roof. Here goes the big boy, 45 with a 0, is it? No, 661, 657 with a 1. Oh, Paul Allen. Johnny Nason could be one here. It could be another Camaro that messes. Well, actually, there's 2 Camaros out there too, but what are the chances? 2 Camaros.
Paul
Can
Allen.
they beat the Camaro of Barney?
Allen's with a 665. I think Allen's got a good shot here.
Yeah, Johnny Nason as well. Johnny Nason as well. Here we go.
655 for Nason.
We need perfect. We need perfect. 56 with a 5, 47 with a 6.
Nope.
Nope. Oh, he's still there. Oh, Harper's also a threat as well. Timmy Cross, he could get the number, he could jag it. Michael Harper.
So Timmy Cross is a 58. Harper is a 642.
Oh, 42 with a 0 is what Harper needs. 42 with a 0. We can't rule it out. 42 with a 0. 48 with a 9. Timmy Cross, 667 with a 4. Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. Nope. I think that's rumble. I think we've rumbled. I think we've rumbled. I think Barney's across the line. Do you concur, Dr.
Yeah,
Mark?
we're going into Rebel.
640 with a 1 on a 640. 001 over. Yep. That's 2 guys 001 over. Let's see what happens here right now. We're flipping into Rebels.
Rebels, sorry, Rebels.
Rebels, thanks to Joel's Garage Gear. Hold the phone. We got to swap brackets. We hadn't flipped them over. You guys were too quick.
Here we go.
We are 17 minutes to midnight, by the way. What do you got there? Ready to go? We just need to pull them back out. Can the V...
So Benjamin Cox in the wagon is 708.
So 708 for the Commodore.
And
7 flat.
Mansfield French, is it Terry, is 705.
Okay, 705 for the Fords. You need 705 with anything. 711, 766. We might as well get an 11 down.
So Mansfield French will write down 7116. So that's
066.
Yep, 0660.
Okay, so 066 is so far the spread. Can it tighten up from there? Jay Allen and Raymond Godwin now.
720 for Allen, and Godwin is 764.
764 for the Ford with a 0. Well, anything. Again, we're dropping off one against Barney now. Let's just see how close can he go. Tirana's going to hit the stripe and go 716 for the 5.
Too quick.
Too quick. 767 with a 6.
Oh, Godwin. Godwin's 300s over.
767 with a 6.
Yep, so 300s over. 036 over.
767 with a 6 on a 764.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Wow, that's where it is. That's where it is.
Mansfield French 710.
Beth 710 in the XD. Murray Flay, the Commodore.
708.
708 with anything.
So 711 or a 713. We're looking
711 for the XD is what we want. That's what she wants. We all want it. We want to see these guys hit the mark. She bumps in. All right, here we go. Who's going to win the index shootout for our last class of the night? The Rebels. Oh, 09 with a 1. 14 with an 8.
Too quick, too slow.
Too quick, too slow?
Yep.
Jeez, Mark, you don't have to be so cruel. Too quick, too slow. Make up your bloody mind, will you? Blame the heck else.
Clifford 710 and John Dangerfield is nominated a 700. So
700 for the Camaro of Dangerfield.
Yep, 710, 700. That's easy to
710, 700. What's the spread so far?
Clifford's been a little bit off. So his best is 758 today. Dangerfield's the best of a 715. So both drivers are a little bit off what they've nominated. Clifford needs to get in.
.704 with a 1, John Dangerfield.
Nope. And Clifford with his quickest pass of the day, but still just a tenth and a bit over the nominated time.
All right, Craig Della and Chris Hankin.
Della 749, Hankin 725.
That's a 265 turbo Hemi in the utility. Go Craig Della.
So both these guys haven't been really close to it.
All right, there we go. 792 with a 6, 745 with a 9.
So Hankin 725, and Della was a 749. So
not there?
Nope.
The spread's too far. All right, here they go. Lance Taylor and Clarissa Clark.
Clark 700.
Yep.
Taylor 770.
770, all right. Doesn't matter what ET it is, as long as you dominated it. Right, gee, the HK's moving pretty well this time. It might be a big improvement. 791, no, not really. 806, no one in contention. All right. Let's see what Andy Paul and Jason Carpenter can do here. Rebels getting close to the end thanks to Joel's Garage Gear.
700 for Carpenter.
Yep.
Paul is a 799.
All right. James Carpenter 709 with a 5.
A little bit too far off for both drivers.
All right, there we go. We've still got a couple more in the lanes there here in Rebels, this 700 class. Todd Armstrong now and Richard Field. Richard Field might be in here.
He's nominated a 710. Armstrong a 710 as well. So this is a good one. They've both got the same time, 710.
All right, that's easy. Todd Armstrong,
so
another ute.
Between 710 and 7135. Either driver can nail in between those numbers, they will take home, or potentially take home the money.
Anything can happen here. Anything can happen. It's exciting. Everyone that's put their nominated ETs in, they know how important it is this run. That's why we're hanging around. 735 with a 5, 728 with a 6.
No, both drivers are a little bit too slow.
Too slow? All right. Yeah. Let's just see if the next ones can. Petrovic and Ross Costello.
Costello 773, Petrovic 700.
7 flat for Petrovic is what he wants. Ross Costello just
Costello's
a
been
off.
a fair bit quicker than what he's nominated at 73.
Yeah, okay.
but Petrovic has been close to his.
Yeah, a few of these guys have been. Let's just see what these last few pairings do in Q3 here tonight. What a great Kenda 660 qualifying night. All right, there goes the shift on the XB. 713 with a 3.
No.
Oh, you're a hard marker, Mark Allen.
Sorry,
762. 762 at 92. That was a great shot from Phil, but it needs to be 02 something, doesn't it?
035.
035 is where it's at.
Arnold's not on my list.
Mark Arnold, I think he's nominated 7 flat.
We'll go 7 flat then for
And
Arnold.
Kyle Wills.
Wills is 715.
715 for the Ute. Bluey Arnold, swinging for 7 flat. Someone's got to take this last $500. We've got an idea who might be in. Oh, don't worry, Bluey, just keep it going. No, you, Kyle. All right, Bluey hits it. 29, nope. Kyle Wills, 13 with a 9. What did he want?
715, so broke out.
Too quick, too quick. We don't take him under, we'll take him over. That's a little bit of a breakout, we call that. Randall DeBock.
702.
Is this the last guy?
This tell you what, Randall could take it.
Okay,
we're
in overtime. He needs to shoot.
So this is the
He
tail of
needs
the
to
tape.
shoot his shot right now.
Tail of the tape, Chris. 702 to a 7055. If he runs in between those two numbers, he gets it.
Between 702 and 7055 takes the 500. Between 702 and 7055, 7056. Is that it?
He equals. It's 036 over as well.
Hang on.
Yeah.
They're exactly the same over.
What did I say earlier today? If so, 2 people run over the same dial.
Write it down. 7056. I think we got to split it. I think you can only split it.
Yep.
If they're identical, you can only. How's that, folks? The very last run of the night, and we've got a split decision in Rebels. The identical time over the ET. Can you give me the 2 names there, Mark?
Randall DeBock.
Randall DeBock. Hang on, let me write him down. DeBock, yeah.
And Raymond Godwin.
And what? Ray Godwin?
Yeah, Ray Godwin.
So tell me Ray Godwin's nominated ET.
764.
So he wanted a 764, and he
went
ran a
767 with a 6.
767 with a 6, and then Randall DeBock ran a
705 with a 6.
705 with a 6.
We're on a 702 nominated time.
And a 702 nominated time. Let's do the numbers. Is that exactly the same amount?
Exactly the same, mate.
I'm doing the calculator right now just to see. Geez, you couldn't have turned the computer off any faster in there, could they? 7.02.
No, you got to go 7056 minus.
Well, I go 7.056 minus 7.02, 0.036, and then I go 7.676 minus 7.64. Yes, Mark. It didn't look right until I just did it as well. So get this, folks. This is how good this concept worked. Again, we're getting kicked out of the tower. That in the 4 fixed index, nominate your own dial to race. Jason Sang goes 001 over the 550 with a 551. Michael Adams goes 581.2 on a 580 to be 0.012 over to win Ruckus. Rumble, Barney Lidner goes 6401 on a 640 to be the second guy to go 001 over. And Rebels, to finish it off, a split decision in the 700 class, Randall DeBock and Ray Godwin. I've got to think you've got to split it. Anyway, we'll talk about that tomorrow. All the qualifying sessions are over. We'll see you tomorrow. Now, don't forget, we're having lunch around lunchtime, 12ish, 11:30. Keep your ears out over the PA. We've got awards to do, some lunch, and we'll be kicking off again in the afternoon with more racing. But we've got some presentations to do for today over the lunchtime break tomorrow. So get here before lunch and hook in for a feed, and we'll see you all again tomorrow for Radial Riot final day. Over and out. Thank you, Overtaking Lane. Thank you, Willowbank Raceway. Thank you, Kenda 660. We'll be back in the morning.